As always, we thank you so much for making us part of your day. Don't forget the phone number if you'd like to call us is 866-WE-BE-BIG. That same number comes out to be 866-932-3244. That's a text option for you. And we have a lot to break down today. Those phone calls and texts are always a part of the show. You kind of help produce it. The text option is a quick fix for you if you want to add commentary or help us discuss certain topics with facts that we can't find on the fly. Y'all sometimes help a little bit, and it can be distracting. I think Ryan Greenwood yesterday when he was in here, he said, I love the text option, but it also is very distracting because we'll start looking out the window and, oh, look at there, and get off on something. But over to my left, you hear him right now. It's Mr. Greg Burgess, and we thank everybody for being with us today. Bubba off today. Rick Adler joined us at top of the hour. So, World Series, Game 4 was last night. I got a call from my dad, and I'll tell you exactly what we're doing. We were watching Lincoln Lawyer on Netflix. Okay. The new season is out, season 3. And we were down to the last, I think it was maybe second to last episode at the time. And we were squeezing. I knew that the World Series started at like around 7:08. They have this weird, exactly this is when it's going to start, but right around 7 o'clock Central. And the phone rang, and he's like, hey, son. I said, hey, Dad, what's up? Are you watching the World Series?
I'm actually watching Lincoln Lawyer, Dad. I bet he was so disappointed.
I know. I said, no, sir. He goes, Freddy Freeman's done it again. I said, what? He said, yes, he just hit another home run.
Freddy's just on
fire. I said, Dad, you're kidding me. He said, no. And he's like, he has set all kinds of records now. He broke the record for consecutive home runs in the World Series games and all this kind of stuff. So that's kind of how it started.
Still hammering the ball.
I said, oh, wow, so the Yankees are playing catch-up already. He goes, oh, yeah, they're already down. So then I'm like, okay, so we get into it, and then the season finale, we were down to the last episode, and Terry looked, she says, because you always, when you watch an episode, you're like, all right, do we back out of this and just come back? Or she's like, it's only 45 more minutes, and I could tell she really wanted to watch it and everything. So I'm like, okay, let's watch it. And it came down to the big, going to break all the,
How many episodes have been released? Because they had some earlier, and then they've.
Do they do that with them? I don't know.
This is because it was a few months ago. I watched up to then. Then the rest. They said
okay. See, we didn't know that there was a new season out until I guess after the second part was released. So we watched. I think it was all the episodes. I'm not sure how many total. It's normally 8 to 10 or something like that. So then we were down to the last one, which was gonna determine how the case ended and all that. So I'm like, let's watch it. And then all of a sudden, I get another notification, not a call from Dad, but, 2 fans or a fan ejected for trying to rip ball out of Mookie Betts' glove. I'm like, what is going on at the World Series?
I just watched that video.
Yeah.
Again, there's one thing, and this has happened if a guy he reaches his glove into the crowd and they interfere. I mean, if it's in the crowd and somebody hits it before it gets he has the ball in his glove.
Yeah.
Then it goes in, and that guy grabs his glove and is wedged in a fight, trying to rip his glove open, which he did eventually get the ball out.
He did,
but they called him out.
He did.
He grabbed it, and the ball was clearly in the glove, and he was prying the glove open, trying to flip the ball out.
He really was. It was in the bottom of the first, and. He said he's actually spoken out now. A Yankees fan who ripped the ball from Mookie Betts' glove has broke his silence, as footage shows. I think it was 2 of them, but one of them was really in trouble because, to your point, he's like trying to pull the glove off his hand and get the ball out. They were trying to say that the ball went over the wall, and
it'd be different if they were just calling interference. Go, no, the ball was over the wall. I'm sorry, even though I get that. No, he had the ball in his glove.
Right.
They grab his glove, or that one. He's trying to wedge the ball out, and he finally rips it out.
Yeah.
But it was after the ump called out immediately.
So it was a 38-year-old season ticket holder from Connecticut. And he broke his silence, says, I just want to watch the game. But you can see one of them is holding Mookie Betts' wrist, and the other one has got his glove. You don't think they love the Yankees?
I'm telling you.
They had
him in a wrist lock and would not let him go until they got the ball out.
It was fan interference. Of course, the Yankees went on to win Game 4, 11-4, to force Game 5 tonight. They're down 3-1. That game is, again, at 7:08 p.m. Central Time on Fox. And so the Yankees have to keep winning to stay alive, or if not, the Dodgers just need one more game to win it all. But we had grand slams, we had home runs. The Yankees bats showed up last night. It was a bullpen night for the Dodgers, though. So you were thinking this might happen, but they finally woke up and showed out a little bit.
I figured they would eventually, get there.
But it's just funny because I wasn't watching it, and then all of a sudden, Dad, hey, you watching? Freddie's gone deep again. The notification, Yankees fans kicked out because I'm like, what's happening, man?
I've never seen anybody do it. They grab his arm and will not let it go as they're trying to get the ball out of the glove.
We've all seen the fan that's trying to catch the home run.
Yeah, that reaches out.
Yeah. This was not the case. Mookie went into the crowd, and you've seen that too, and he comes out with, ooh, well, it hits his glove, and they start grabbing his arm and his glove. He comes back out like, what is up?
The ball is in his glove as he goes into the stands, and they grab his arm and won't let it go, and are trying to wedge the ball out. It's pretty good.
Oh, my goodness, it's really good.
They're too full of the Yankees, I guess, like when you get too much tide in you.
I mean, hey. They both had, their Yankees jerseys on, hats.
Season ticket.
Oh, you kidding me? They love the Yankees. Huh? They were catching that ball. They were getting that ball. But fan interference, and he was called out. And so, anyway, but it only took 15 pitches, the exact same as last night, for Freddie to swing and hit a 2-run home run. And he has broke all kinds of records for consecutive World Series games that he has hit a home run.
Wow. He's on fire.
Yeah. So it's there's that update. We have another update too. You remember the ballot boxes that were caught on fire in the Northwest?
Not a good thing.
No, it is. It was, I think, Washington and Oregon, the Pacific Northwest, Portland, Oregon, and Vancouver, Washington. The drop boxes were set on fire. Well, the investigators have now come forward and said the devices were marked with words "Free Gaza" that were left behind at the ballot boxes that were set ablaze. Now detectives are trying to determine if the arsonist was, an actual pro-Palestinian activist, or if they're just trying to inflame tension and leave the evidence like that's who they are. They're trying to determine, who is this person? They've got some footage of the car that pulled up and all that kind of stuff. So they feel like they're well on the way. It was a black Volvo S60 that was captured on security footage.
Oh, I think they got him.
But again, I got to go back to this. I'm so sorry. So we still have official ballot drop boxes?
Yeah, I didn't know
I thought that was
those.
a COVID thing in 2020, and we weren't going to do that anymore. How do they determine who's who dropping those things off?
That I don't know. It's unacceptable, really. I mean, how do you check? I mean, you could put. I mean, I don't. That's fraud written all over it.
Yes, of course it is.
Somebody caught on fire.
Yeah.
Then that's a whole nother element.
Right. But that's a quick update there. That's in the news today. Just that that note was left behind, and with the words "Free Gaza," so they're trying to figure out. Or the devices that caught it ablaze were marked with that. So we'll see how that plays out. All right, 15 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll take a quick break. Bubba off today. Rick Adler join us right after top of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's nothing nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. So let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinets and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, and with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGBOX. cbdistillery.com code BIGBOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard Outdoor Protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without him, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
All right. We are rolling back 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. I am Speedy. There sits one Greg Burgess. Bubba off today. Rick Adler join us right after top of the hour for the main show. So we've hit a little bit of World Series. Yankees win Game 4. Game 5 tonight. One more game at Yankee Stadium. If they win that one, then they'll have a travel day and then be back in L.A. for the last 2. But all the Dodgers have to do is just win one more.
Yeah.
Freddie Freeman goes yard again. Good night. What a series. If they go on to win, there's your MVP right there.
Yeah.
That'll be a no-brainer. I have a little piece of audio here, and I know we got other things we got to get to. I wish that we wouldn't get in so much trouble with Major League Baseball when we play stuff because the breakdown of Mookie Betts having the ball ripped out of his glove is pretty priceless.
Yeah.
But, without Adler here, I don't want to play it and then get us in trouble. And then we're in YouTube jail again. But I do want to play this, and you tell me what you think happened.
Oh, my God. What is wrong with you?
Oh, my God. That could be anything. Somebody got slapped with something. I heard that.
There you go.
I heard the slap.
Oh, my God. What is wrong with you? Call the cops.
Call the cops.
What is wrong with you? Put the club down.
Oh.
Put the club down.
Wow.
Put the club down. What
Hit
do you
him with a
think?
club?
But what do you think? What do you think?
Oh, my God. What is wrong with you? Call the cops.
What is wrong with you? Put the club down. RCMP right now.
We can de-escalate this, hey?
Somebody's got a club and they've hit somebody. I know that.
Yep.
Just by hearing.
Yep.
What was his beef?
Well, a golfer
A golfer
has been arrested
Oh boy.
for smashing his club over another golfer's head.
Wait a minute, that's what a guy said. What's wrong with you?
Look, I've been on the course and been losing before and gotten frustrated.
Yeah, well, my
but I don't think I've ever thought about I'm just going to swing and hit the guy.
What is wrong with you?
He was angry after the guy's group hit into him. Now there is something there about people hitting into you and getting frustrated, but normally it can be de-escalated by going, "Hey man, I'm sorry, that's on me," or whatever. But you have seen fights on the golf course, when it comes into people hitting into them or a dispute between groups and stuff, and a lot of times alcohol's involved, and apparently according to this story, it says a drunk golfer, a drunk golfer in Canada. They say police have been called to another fight at a golf course. An intoxicated 43-year-old man was arrested. And facing possible charges for assault with a weapon. They consider that a weapon.
Well, yeah, golf club.
Yep, for the second time in 4 months. Burnaby Golf Course, I guess, is where it was. For the second time in 4 months,
have a rough crowd
police were called to that golf course to deal with altercation between golfers. They responded around 12:30 on October the 12th, according to an email statement from the police.
Wow.
Police arrived, and the intoxicated 43-year-old man, the suspect, was still on scene and immediately taken into custody with no incident. They were told the suspect hit 3 guys with a golf club. After a brief verbal dispute, all victims sustained minor injuries, thank goodness. He faces all the charges I just talked to you about. He's been released pending court date. But they said it all happened because the video showed 2 men engaged like in a verbal dispute by a tee box before one man then swung, and hit the other with a driver. My gracious, appearing to snap the head of the club and knocking the man to the ground.
Hit him hard.
And they say the altercation is because I guess someone hit into him, but I got the video for you here, and he doesn't do it's a one arm, like he's holding it down, then all of a sudden he just swings it,
and it sounds like he connected. Pretty good.
He sure did. I mean, the guy went down, so then another guy comes up and tries to de-escalate it and get the driver from him, and this dude is so drunk, and so then the guy gets the club from him. And then he walks back. Now he's with a headless driver now.
Yeah.
And so now he's just got the shaft, and he's just swinging it around.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Good gracious,
How about this guy? Wow.
Hey,
I bet when he sobered up, I say, "Hey, you show yourself, buddy." Huh? Guess what? A lot of charges.
Normally if you get hit into, you're like, okay, that's one, and then it's like, they did it again. But is there any effort? Sometimes you haven't played or you don't know because of the fairway. Maybe there's a hill or something. You don't see the car. You're like, oh my gosh, I am so sorry. Did I hit on?
Yeah.
But then you have some that are have a little attitude, and they're like, they don't care, they hit into you and stuff, and it can get a little chippy at times, but never, hey, I'm swinging clubs at you.
Yeah, I love the guy yelling, "What is wrong with you?"
What is wrong with you?
Well, I'm drunk. That's it.
I am drunk.
I'm drunk. I'm playing golf.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What is wrong with you?
Hey, you better
Call the cops.
Back away. Call the
wrong
RCMP
with you?
right
Put the
now.
club down.
RCMP right now.
We can de-escalate this, hey?
We can de-escalate this.
Hey, Canadians.
That's
We can do. Have you ever been in a situation where it gets escalated? I know you have football and
a long time ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
I remember I was in a church league softball game.
Usually, at least at that church league baseball. Softball.
And there was actually a fight at a church league softball game.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of altercations. Not physical, but all in each other's face over a.
Sadly, I was
softball
in the fight, but
well, you started it.
well, no, I didn't. But at some point, you got to protect yourself, right? But it was a very awkward moment because just the scene.
It's more common than you think.
Like, wait a minute, you're representing a church here.
Yeah, this is a church league. It's social.
What are we doing?
Yes.
Why the language?
Oh, listen,
You just cussed me out like.
We were growing up. There was a serious church league. Some teams had like 3 uniforms, and then of course you had those people who only showed up during softball season. And they would recruit. It was serious. When we were growing up, there was a serious church softball league. Like I said, they had the best of everything.
Yeah.
They were serious about it. And they'd get in arguments and fight.
Yeah. Now, this is separate. This guy was drinking on the golf course, but it was an awkward moment. So it just made me think of that. And a lot of times in these church leagues, the church or something, they might be kind of putting it on, but other teams outside are kind of coming in. It's not just all churches. But, yeah, it was a very awkward moment. After it was all clear, we all stood around and looked at each other like, wow.
That was
closed fist. Closed fist at second base.
Got punched.
What's going on here?
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, really. Oh, me. All right. So that we'll have video with that with Adler today. I'd love for the whole crew to break that one down. Yeah. How about when he's just got the shaft so now that's just a sword.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you're just swinging it around without the head.
They refer to it as a weapon.
Yeah. Broke the head off the driver over the guy's head.
Is the guy's head damaged?
They said minor injuries, so I'm sure everybody's
all right. Hard head.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour. We appreciate you tuning in to the kickoff hour. The main show starts in about 30 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC? Then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with two devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without.
All right, here we go. It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. I'm Speedy. There is one Mr. Greg Burgess. Bubba off today. Rick and Adler join us right after top of the hour. Greg, I know we have a very interesting story that we have to break down. I do want to mention this, just a real happy story on the golf course. We just talked about drunks on the golf course.
Yeah, that was not a happy story.
No, there's another story. Man reunited after 54 years with lost ring on golf course. 54 years after losing his ring, it was found.
How long that is?
Yep. He is now 82, and said he lost his class ring of 1964 while golfing with his father at a golf club near Pittsburgh, and it's been found. Anyway, I thought that was
54 years later.
Yep.
I believe he'd already reserved himself to the fact it was gone.
A man, 70, was golfing at the same club recently when he spotted a shiny object in the clay that had been exposed by recent rains near the 4th green.
How about that?
And then that's when he discovered the ring. And so that's a little feel-good story, at least. The guy found his ring.
It's been a minute.
Yeah, it has been.
It
sure has been.
There's my ring. So it just laid out there all them years.
Yeah, all those years, and he just didn't know where it was.
How about that?
Have you? I say, have you ever? I think you would enjoy golf, but
I think I would.
I know you haven't played a lot, so you don't know.
No,
but if you do play and you lose stuff on the golf course, trying to find it and ride around.
Trying to remember where all you.
The last time I was playing with my boys, and we were out there, and I think we had about 3 holes left, maybe 4, and here comes a guy by himself. And it on no bag on his golf on the cart or anything. So he had been finished, and he was running back through the course trying to find his phone. His phone. He said, "Hey, have you seen a phone?" And we said, "Have a phone?" And he said, "Yeah, I don't know where my phone is. I'm trying to find my phone. It's either fallen out, or I think I put it on a tee box. We were doing something, and I laid it down so I could hit." And we said, "Man, we haven't seen it." About 10 minutes goes by. We're about a hole up, and he comes riding back by, and he gives us a thumbs up. Found it,
He was so relieved. You remember when I lost mine at the state championship game, and my ticket was in it?
Yes, I do remember that.
And Lisa called it, and somebody picked it up and said, "Yeah, I'm at gate whatever."
Yeah. God. I mean, normally you leave a club behind, or a cover for either your driver or your putter, something falls out, and you're trying to. But a phone. That's a little different.
Yeah.
Anyway, so tell us about the story you have.
Speedy,
sir.
they call him the Steve Irwin of South Africa.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Graham Dingo Dinkelman.
Wait a minute.
That's his name.
Say it again.
Graham Dingo Dinkelman.
Okay.
Has hundreds of thousands of fans on the internet with his videos showing him interacting with some of the world's deadliest animals. Well, he died this weekend after died. He had spent a month in an induced coma after being bitten by the green mamba.
I thought we were doing feel-good stories now.
Well, this is not a feel-good story. You're right. That's great. So he went out just like Steve. He's an expert. He's got this millions of viewers that would watch him interact, not just with snakes. That was part of it, but crocodiles, interact with dangerous animals, and everybody was loving it. But he got bit by the green mamba.
You don't want the green mamba.
Put him in an induced coma for a month, and he finally went on in. Anaphylactic shock got him.
I remember watching Steve at times. There'd be some, deadly, reptile of some kind. He's like, if this thing bites me, I'm gonna die. I'm like, what are you doing?
He was in the middle of a bunch of Komodo dragons one time. It was ridiculous. Got licked by a Komodo.
Yeah.
But this is a similar situation. I'm the expert.
Yeah.
And guess what? It got me.
So
took me out. The green mamba.
I know it's the green mamba.
I've always heard of the black mamba being very deadly.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know there was a green mamba.
Same. So does this story say anything in there about where they were, and it was apparently they didn't have what they needed?
I think it was at home. I don't think it happened on air. I think
so. He wasn't doing a show.
I don't believe he was.
So he has that around the house.
After being bitten at home by a green mamba.
Okay, all right, I missed that.
Now, like I say, evidently he wasn't videoing at the time. He must have been just maybe. I guess he had some. I don't know. Maybe he had on one of these parks where you go look at dangerous animals. I don't know. Steve Irwin of South Africa, I know that.
Yeah. Wow. Somebody text this one in, Greg, another feel-good story. An 86-year-old retired astrologer recently was looking out the window with a cheap telescope and discovered Uranus. Thank you for that. That's another feel-good story there.
There's another good one. Yeah.
Well, see, my buddy's wife got hit by never mind, I'm not going to read that.
Speedy.
I almost did it
again.
Walk off I almost pulled a Ron Burgundy again.
Just quit reading.
Here's this tweet I'm going to read too.
Just quit. I don't know
every
what
day.
that is.
I don't know what that is either.
A little scary.
Uh-huh.
Kind of a bit.
Golly. Yeah, I know. Anyway, I just don't want to pet any type of pet, and we've talked about this. Why? So for you pet owners, or and we'll throw snakes and all that in there. Why have something it could kill you if it bites you or gets loose?
Not a good.
I don't understand the enjoyment of that.
Qualifications to be my pet. You can't kill me.
Yeah.
If you're anything that can kill me, you're not on the list of me having you as a pet.
So all you're doing is kind of looking into the aquarium or whatever it's in, and just looking at it, and every now and then dropping some mice in there or whatever, and I guess you get enjoyment out of that, but you can't.
And that's sick.
It is. I had a buddy that used to do that, and we'd all go over there, and he'd just drop just a handful of them in there. Pow, pow, pow.
They'd wear them out.
Oh, yeah.
You
don't think we loved that back in college?
I'm cheering it on like a ball game.
Get him! Get him! And then if you had like an aquarium full of cichlids or something to fish, and drop some goldfish in there or something, that's what you do. It's just, it just annihilate
right there in front of you.
But no, back to the snakes thing. I maybe it's just my dislike for snakes. I don't understand it. But for some of you, I can. Okay, let's say snakes are your thing. Having one that's not deadly, venomous snake. Okay, all right. But at least you get it out, and it slithers around your neck and your arm and all that. Which cool. I don't get that either. But one that can kill you, I don't understand that. A venomous
snake.
Mamba,
any of the mambas are out.
You don't want to hear.
They're very
mamba.
Deadly.
No, correct.
They're all out. You do not want to encounter the mambas of any color.
All right. Some people are saying a new segment needs to be: I do a feel-good story, and then you do one that's really bad, and then we just keep going back and forth.
I see. Is that okay?
Like I try to lift you up, and you bring us back down.
I think I did it just then. So mission accomplished.
Yes, correct. The text messages coming in are really good. They're so good, and I want to read some of them.
I know, but you can't.
I can't do it. So how about this? A couple. This didn't really feel good, but it's an Alabama story.
Okay.
A couple in Alabama posted security footage of a bear rolling their trash can out to the curb for them. Huh?
Where was this?
It was in Alabama. It says here, Saraland.
Saraland.
Yeah.
South Alabama.
Mm-hmm. A trash can thief in Saraland was caught on camera. Video shows a bear dragging their trash can out to the patio area. They said the bear didn't just pull the can out; he decided to share it with his neighbors, and even left scratch marks. I guess Bear, Alabama. I know they're there, but I don't know.
They've been seen up where I live.
Yeah, but it's on their video camera. That's another thing, and I know some of you around wherever you live, you experience different things. If I go take the garbage out or whatever, I don't want to be worried about a black bear or a mountain lion could drag me off into the woods. You don't want that. No. Where we live, hey, you might hear a coyote howling or whatever, but you don't really feel threatened at night outside and around the house. But some areas you do.
You're taking your life in your own hands.
Yeah. So this story coming out of WALA, Mobile, Alabama, they say although he and his wife were used to seeing, bears from time to time, them actually getting the trash and taking it out and seeing them on the back porch and all this kind of stuff was a little nerve-wracking, to say the least.
Yeah, you don't want to go out and you hear your cans over rumbling. You look and it's a big black bear.
Yeah, we might see a raccoon.
Oh, listen, I had one sitting on the windowsill the other night, a little one.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the house and I was sitting at the table and I looked over and I saw something moving, and I could look and it was a little small one sitting on the windowsill. Of course, I knocked on the window and it took off.
Yeah,
we got a lot of them around there.
Did you walk out and look at Mr. Buddy and go, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing?"
He
man?
was up front. He didn't see it. They must see them at night at that and armadillos, because I've seen where the armadillo's been rooting around a little bit. Yeah.
How about the raccoon? Hey, some of them big as a dog.
Oh, I know. I see them on the way to work all the time. Big ones.
Huge.
Seen some that didn't make it too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're quicker than possums, but they'll also the car will be.
They love the center of that road, don't they?
They do.
We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big, our number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. University of Maryland Global Campus keeps your educational goals attainable with no-cost digital materials, replacing textbooks in most courses, affordable tuition, and over $15 million in scholarship opportunities available each year. Find out if you qualify. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once, and they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without.
Thank you all of you for being with us now. It's 9 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hours live. Speedy Greg here, and we thank you for being with us. Bubba off today, but Rick and Adler join us right after top of the hour for the main show. This portion of the show brought to you by mypillow.com/bigvox, BIGVOX, and had my pillow last night, Greg, and slept well.
You did. I did too. I've had my pillow ever since he came on the show, and we all got a pillow.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah.
Remember we had that contest? You come throw a pillow off the balcony and ring that box.
Mm-hmm.
Listeners got to do it.
Yes, I do remember that. Normally, their standard MyPillow retails for like $49.98. But to show the world they can't cancel MyPillow because they're trying. For a limited time, you can receive one for only $14.98. I don't know if y'all heard me, and Greg, you need to really pay attention. They've gone from $49.98 to $14.98.
You love that, don't you?
Yes, I'm thinking. I think we have enough. But like, let's say, for instance, you host for Christmas or the holidays coming up. And, your guest bedrooms, they just have kind of some pillows in there. Don't get slept in a lot. Maybe you need to stock up on some MyPillows so your guests are sleeping in comfort. Sure. Or you need to upgrade yours.
Visions of sugar plums dancing in their head.
Yeah, I mean, come on. So check them out right now, mypillow.com/bigvox. Promo code BIGVOX, BIGVOX. Look, I think there is a limit of 10 on this order. So think about it. You're saving $30 to $50 getting a great MyPillow and helping say no to the cancel culture that's going after MyPillow, and they are the brick and mortars and some of the other liberal companies are trying to cancel Mike Lindell and MyPillow, but they say, look, to help make sure that you understand we are here to support you, the Americans, an American-made company. We're going to reduce the price from $49.98 to $14.98. MyPillow.com/BigVox, and you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. Use promo code BIGVOX, BIGVOX. And, hey, also don't forget, orders over $75, you get free shipping too. So that's always a bonus. Shipping's a big deal. Speaking of shipping,
it is.
I asked Terry, is it every day, hon? Every day we're going to have a box show up?
Oh, yes.
Is it every day?
It is every day. Absolutely, it's every day. Are you kidding me?
I mean, every single day. I don't care. Well, you don't understand what kind of deal I got. But we're still, I get that it's a good deal, but we're still spending money. And here's the other thing, too. Hey, honey, did you order anything? No, I don't think so. You don't think so? Because I know I didn't.
Yeah, I would remember if I ordered something.
Right. Then I go get it because I have the Simply Safe doorbell camera, and it went off and gave me that notification that somebody was at the door. And so I go and I open up, and sure enough, there's the nice delivery person leaving, and I look down, and there's the box. So I bring it in. I'm like, well, it says to Terry, oh, yeah, that's – but she never remembers when they drop it off. She remembers, though, when I bring it to her.
They drop them off. Then the small ones they shove in the mailbox.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get it from all angles.
Yeah. I know you ended up, did you end up pulling up your rose bushes that you had around the house?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Well, we have the knockout roses around our house. It's just rose bushes. The red
knockout.
They're called knockout roses.
I don't know a lot about roses.
And boy, they'll grow.
Mine got huge. They get huge and thick.
Yes.
Mine was this giant bush.
Yes,
I finally got rid of them.
And they say you're not supposed to cut them back or prune them. Late summer, early fall, whatever. Yeah,
I always just did it whenever I felt like it.
That's kind of what I did.
Maybe that's why.
I kind of looked at the forecast. I'm like, man, for the next month around here, it's not even going to be that cold. So the forecast says, but yesterday I was out in the bushes just a trimming.
Have you ever had one of those plants that you have to bring it in the winter?
Yes.
Dig it up.
Yep.
I'm not doing that.
No, not going to do it. And I also will not throw sheets over all of my shrubbery around the house. I see people doing that.
remember we moved in. It wasn't the house we live in now, but the other one we had it built, and there was this really pretty plant. I forget what it was called. Had a big red flower on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I read on the little thing, it's talking about how after below a certain degrees you need to bring it inside. I told Lacey, I said, "Well, we'll enjoy that one for a year." Because I ain't doing all that.
Well,
I ain't that into it.
Well, I had your basic, bushes and stuff, which isn't a problem. And then over to my left, I saw it out of my peripheral. There they are, the roses. The roses. And I got poked so many times.
Oh, listen.
And they just stick in you. And
It hurts.
It's such a bip.
It hurts.
It is. And so now my hand, it's just I'm just eat up with it. I
would have to wear gloves and long sleeves. I got tired. If I didn't, I'd come out like I've been attacked by that bear that got in people's trash. It's terrible.
Well, I came in right around a little bit before dark, and I was off in it. And I went and got some. Terry does not like pine straw.
Yeah,
but she likes the bark.
Mulch.
Yeah, mulch, and
whatever it's called.
Yeah, and so I went and got
I go with the black.
We went. Oh, really? Okay. She likes the bark. Not mini nuggets, but the bark nuggets, and they're bigger. It's always the wind just always howling where we are. I guess we're up on a ridge, and so anything that's too light, it just always blows all over the driveway. But the bark nuggets seem to be the heaviest, and so we kind of go with those. And I went and got so many bags. My truck just said, "Help me!"
Where'd you go to, Lowe's?
No.
Because Walmart's got all theirs up. I was trying to find something the other day.
Really?
They don't have any.
Oh, okay. You love Walmart. You'll go there.
Yeah, that's right.
And so anyway, so I was like, I need to do some. I kind of got ahead of myself. I need to do some trimming first, because if not, you're just going to have stuff all over the place, and then put out the stuff. So now I worked so late doing that, I have to put all that out today.
And then I tried to plant other stuff, and the dogs peed on it again, as usual.
Yeah, killed it. Yeah. I saw Jack. I saw him yesterday hiking that leg up. Buddy.
I can't keep a bush. I mean, they kill them all.
Yeah. Your dogs. What are we going to do about the dogs?
I just let them at this point.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I don't know what to do. Then we got our time. Speaking of dark, we got time change this weekend.
Oh, crap. Are you serious?
Yep, it's going to start getting dark at 4:30 where we live.
You talk about me really fall asleep early? I'm sleepy anyway because when I get up, but when it starts getting dark early,
yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
The first month that the time changes, as it gets on through Christmas into January, I mean, at least it's lengthened out a little bit. But when we first change
it's dark.
On Central Time Zone, guys, it is dark early. I'm talking about like kids out of school, they come home, take a breather, and it's dark.
It's dark.
And it's dark.
Yeah. Like used to going to a game on Friday, and you used to, when you get to the stadium, it's still sunshine.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're on your way there, and you can't see.
Yeah.
I mean, it's black. It's dark.
And as a cruel joke, Rusty with
you feel like you're late.
Church at Old Town, he organized who runs sound and all this. He scheduled me to run sound on the Sunday morning that we changed the clock.
Well, you gain an hour. That's
I know, but still, it's I think it was a joke to see if I could do it.
But because this year you gain an hour.
Oh, you do.
So you actually get to sleep
on the front end of that day. It's nice, but then when it gets dark early on Sunday night, we're all going to be like, "What's up?"
Yeah.
To your point, it's going to be dark for an hour. We're going to be thinking it's bedtime, and it's going to be like 5:45.
Yeah. I know.
That's coming. We know. We've been seeing your emails and texts. Guys, are y'all going to talk about the time change? We know it's coming.
Can we not?
Yeah, it's
nothing we can do about it.
There's nothing we can do about
things.
it. And the politicians will go, "We'll get it this time." And they won't.
I think most of you have who have listened to the show for any amount of time are well versed on the work that I have done for the plight of animals, and how much I love animals. And as a matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, I really think I'm on record for one of the few people who truly does love animals. Now, some of you love to have animals, but you don't really love them.
Thank you, Rick. Animals everywhere.
Right.
Appreciate
Love them all.
you.
I've had my eye on animals. I know animals. I know the deal. My wife also, we're very similar in this area. I know some people, have wives that You know, I know you referred to yours as Ellie Mae Clampett. It never sees an animal she doesn't love to give it a home.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I've been.
Can we keep him, Paul?
Yeah. My wife really isn't that way. I mean, she's, any pets we've ever had mainly were for the children who begged to have them, and we all have no issue with them, but we're not people who feel incomplete without pets, which made this even kind of weird. So we're petless right now, which I'm frankly enjoying.
You're digging that.
Yeah, and so we're.
Now, what happened to that crazy cat you had?
It disappeared finally. I think coyotes ate it.
What about the crazy dog you had?
I took one back.
Right.
I don't know if
I think that's the one. That's the one.
You're not
the one-eyed one that used to run in a circle.
No, remember all of them vanished at the same time.
Okay, that's right.
I had two golden retrievers and some weird dog. All vanished.
What about the King Charles?
That vanished. Yeah,
he went running.
The two golden retrievers and the King Charles all were stolen, eaten, or something, all in the same deal.
You say stolen.
I'm just trying to get an update so I can have a point of reference.
Stolen, then eat.
Then remember, the cat was given to another family, found its way back, looked at us like it would kill us in our sleep if we ever sent it off again.
Right.
So I let it stay. And then eventually it was, I think, eaten by coyotes or foxes or something.
Right.
And then I done got another one took up my house. The little dog. I'm gonna have to do something.
And then we had the retriever that the kids just had to have, but they were old enough now that I said if they didn't do the work on it, that I would take it back, and they didn't. And shockingly, I know that they were shocked. They thought it was all bluff until they saw me loading it up, taking it back.
Can you take a dog back?
Yep, you can. If it's very
the breeder was actually very happy.
I bet they didn't give you money back.
If it's very expensive and breeders can make money off of it.
I bet they didn't give you your money back.
No, they did not.
Okay.
But
I understand why they didn't.
But you know what? It was almost worth it to be free.
Sure, you'd have paid them to take it back.
Right.
Here, let me pay you for me again as I'm bringing it back.
Right. When I rode home that day, it was as if 1,000 pounds had been lifted off my shoulders.
Well, I got one at the house you can come get. Another one showed up. It looks kind of like Skip. I don't know what he's doing.
Skip.
So it looks like Skip.
So really, my interaction with the animals now is just me studying them on how they're against us,
right?
The things you need to watch for, and of course, my interaction with my friend next door, Gus, the Wonder Jack Russell Terrier.
Yes,
who
he loves to bark.
Who checks in on me every now and then, every time I try to swim. But
you let him jump in the pool that time. Watching him jump how far out he jumps is amazing.
He's an amazing dog. He really is. So anyway. I come home from work, and the wife and kids have had a busy day as usual, and it's real hot in Alabama. Woo, hot!
Yes, sir, it's hot.
So I just got in there and kicked my shoes off. That feeling your feet have when your shoes come off, and got the fan kicking in the room, and checked in with everybody. And Sherry's there; she's kind of kicked back, and we have a little catch up time, husband and wife. And she says, there's something just bothered me. And I said, well, what's on your mind, honey? What's bothering you? She goes, I can't get out of my mind. She goes, the boys were at their football workouts this morning, and she said, I went and jogged, and she said, I was at this place where there were just hundreds of these Canadian geese. And I said, I said, they're everywhere. I mean, they've really taken up in Alabama. Wow, have they? Wow, have they? As a matter of fact, I've got my oldest daughter's car has a dent in it because of Canadian geese. They're everywhere. And boy, they've decided they like Alabama.
Especially golf courses.
That this works for them.
Any old pond. And if they say a pond, they
own it.
Look, they're beautiful creatures. They're beautiful creatures. And she said there's this man-made reservoir, and she said it consists of 3 different pond-like areas, and it has cement around it. It's man-made, and it has cement bottom, and the people put things like carp and goldfish in it, and you know what I'm talking about. These places out there by like places of business or walk trails and stuff like that.
Snakehead fish.
And she said, I saw this family of geese with goslings, and she said they all went up to the top part and got out of the water at a place, but 2 of the goslings couldn't get out. And I said, well,
don't tell me.
I said that happens. There's a lot of it.
Survival of the fittest. They didn't make it.
Right. And at this point, I'm getting in my gym shorts and I'm shirtless at this point. Really dialing in.
Right.
To my
maybe
afternoon.
just an hour I can chill.
And she said, I just can't get them out of my mind. They kept trying to get up on it. If they could have just got up one more little step,
rescue them.
She said they could have got out. And I said, well, you know what? I said, if they don't get out, it'll be all right. And
they can swim. They're good.
And
they'll just take up there.
Right. And she said they can't get to the grass. They can't eat. She said, I watched it, and I just felt like I should have done something. And I said, well, honey,
wow, there's a lot of Canadian geese. I
and,
mean,
and they won't just
them.
let you walk up to them.
Right.
No,
And,
have you ever been around the grown-up ones?
Right.
Most annoying creature you've ever met.
I realize we lay in blinds.
And
shoot
she
these,
said,
right?
would you consider us going out there and see if we could help them?
No.
And I said,
no, I will not.
You know what? I don't think I will consider that. and then their womanly ways. You can't
persuade you.
All of a sudden, you're in the car going to geese.
Well, next thing I know, I'm being persuaded. And I thought, well, you know what? I'm not so crazy. I like.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. As we start a brand new hour, we're glad you're here. This hour starts with our national anthem. Here we go. The Rick and Bubba Show. No Bubba today. Bubba is off. Should be back with us tomorrow. The rest of the team, here we go, moving forward. Okay, folks, another day, another show. I think we're down to 31 Rick and Bubba shows before we end the Rick and Bubba era on the big year ender on December the 13th. And then coming back in 2025, new projects. Bubba will have some things he's involved in. The four of us that are here today will have a new show starting on the same stations, the same platforms, both live and archived in 2025. So those details are coming as we celebrate and are grateful for the past, but also excited about the future. Here we go. Speedy, Greg, Adler, all in the mix as we start this brand new hour. Wednesday Bible study back today, too. Sorry about last week. But I know you all understand. I mean, there's nothing we can do about, when someone passes away. So at the last minute, about an hour before we started last week's Bible study, as you know, if you've been listening, my mother-in-law, my wife Sherry's mother, passed away. So we had to cancel last week's Bible study. It was interesting. I was talking with someone yesterday who usually catches the archive. And, sometimes they get the news, sometimes they don't. And he said, I sat down, got ready to go because I listened to the archive, and Genesis chapter 1 popped up. And I was like, my goodness, Rick's taking us all the way back to Genesis. And I was like, he said, then I realized it had been canceled. So anyway, yeah, those archives, by the way, you can find those on our YouTube channel. And at themanchurch.com using the media button. I'm talking about probably, Adler, how many do you think? I mean, we probably started archiving.
I can tell you because I was just there on that page.
It was a long time ago. What, really?
Reese contacted me about the Bible study and going back to the Man Church series. And I want to say It was episode 368 or something like that in 2017.
Oh, wow.
Because I was going back and sending him the leak from Megaphone.
So he was wanting the ones when we went through How to Be a Man?
Yes, and then he was going to go. He was going to move forward from there on some stuff, but he was looking for him. And so I just remembered that, but I don't know if the 368 means that's how many episodes or what, Adler. I don't know what that means.
I think there was a time period where we were just doing it live.
Yeah, didn't archive it.
Didn't archive it, and then we started archiving the audio, and then we started archiving the video as well. So I think you're right about that 368 as far as an audio archive, and then what's on YouTube, we have 304.
Okay.
On the men's Bible study, that's a full playlist, and you can watch all those.
Yeah, and we've gone through multiple books of the Bible, and then like the one Speedy's talking about, we've also gone through some devotionals from either stuff that we created with Team Man Church or other writers. Like we've done some Steve Farrar stuff. The Unsaved Christian by Pastor Dean and Sarah, who's speaking at one of our Man Church conferences next year, it may be one of the most talked about that we did because it takes on that cultural Christianity. And I can't tell you the number of people who are like, wow, that was a very, convicting series. So that one was popular too. But we kind of over the last maybe 5 years, we've really concentrated on just one book of the Bible at a time. But you can find all kinds of stuff, and I can't tell you. And we even have a few that are just standalone. We were in between series, and we just did. Hey, today's topic is a standalone topic. So if you're ever looking for those kind of things, and a lot of you email us, I tell Adler because of all the work he puts into that, I said, you have no idea the number of people that email me, come up to me everywhere, all over the place, and they may be, being impacted by God's word on something that we did years ago, but because you archived all this stuff and did that work, they're using it even today. So anyway, that's a little update on that. So we're in Daniel 4. Today. Wednesday, it'll be noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern today on the YouTube channel. And then, as we just mentioned, if you don't catch it live, there's the archive options that you can go back and get it anytime you want to. And we get that out on our social media, usually within about an hour after we're done, sometimes even less. So anyway, pay attention to that. So as I mentioned, Bubba is not here today. He'll be back tomorrow. We'll kind of break down the stories today. We'll read your text. We'll get into your phone calls today and kind of hear what's on your mind as we roll through another show. So I know that you mentioned Speedy. I was listening to the kickoff hour on the way in, as all people should, and your dad contacting you while the World Series was going on, and Greg, he got to you a little bit, but I was in the same boat, so I have nothing to say. But I wonder how your dad felt that he couldn't pull you away from the Lincoln Lawyer on Netflix to get.
Yeah, he was a little disappointed. I'm sure he assumed.
I know it's 3-0, but still. Well, I mean, it's.
I know he assumed you were watching.
Well,
right.
Sorry, I had come in. I was doing what we all hate to do, and that's trim the bushes around the house. Came in, grabbed a quick shower. Dinner was Terry's like, hey man, I got some dinner, and we always like, hey, you want to watch something while we eat or whatever? And she's like, hey, let's finish up Lincoln Lawyer. So I knew that's what she wanted to do, but I also was staring at the World Series starting, and I'm like, I'm going.
If it wasn't 3-0, would you have tried to make a case? For the World Series more?
Maybe. But I knew she really wanted to do that, and I'm like, it's a long game. I might miss the first couple of innings, and I'll be back in.
Yeah,
but apparently that first inning was pretty active.
The fact that it was the Lincoln Lawyer helped. If it had been The Summer I Turned Pretty, maybe not.
Which I know that's one of your favorites.
The first time I heard you mention that, I thought, well, Jesus is coming back. I can't believe
it. What a terrible title.
No man can admit he's watching that. I'd rather say I'm watching The Golden Bachelor.
Outer Banks is a goofy, thing and frou-frou-y, but it don't sound like it.
Right.
The Summer I Turned Pretty. I mean, you can't hide that.
No, you can't. You can't. Just the title alone.
Hey, Bob, what's something maybe we can watch? I got some stuff I want to see. Well, honestly, I really kind of like The Summer I Turned Pretty.
Yeah.
You can't get that out.
Right.
I mean,
right.
You can't
Look, my dad's phone call coming in had us pause Lincoln Lawyer. I can't screen Dad out. That time of night, I'm like, is everything okay?
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah.
And
he said, you hear about Freddy
I
Freeman?
could tell the disappointment because I could hear it in his voice.
Sure.
Hey, can you believe what's going on at the World Series? I was like,
what?
Freddy Freeman.
No. Freddie Freeman's done it again.
Yeah, and then
I'm like, what?
Yeah, of course I saw where, and Bubba would have predicted this. So wherever Bubba is today, he gets a. I know what he's thinking. You remember he told you yesterday the Major League Baseball, they can't squander the two biggest TV markets.
No.
And these two icons playing each other. They had to let the Yankees win at least one.
Y'all something.
And last night 11-4.
Y'all are something
Not even
else.
close. Look, the Dodgers knew what to do.
It was close for a while, and then they opened it up. Yeah, had a granny and everything.
Oh, granny.
We'll come back 15 minutes past the hour. A lot to uncover on the program today, and we'll do it when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Well, you just going to stand up already?
Yeah, well, Greg, why are you standing already? Your back hurting?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In just a few short weeks,
these geese right now. And so
give me a G.
Y'all know how much I love animals. And so
Yes, you
let
do.
me tell you this, okay? If you are walking up to a very fine manicured, man-made.
So you went back.
Well, Greg, he
listen,
was persuaded.
Listen, y'all gonna love this.
Rick, I think you need to think about this. Did you steal somebody's geese?
Listen, you're gonna love this. If you walk up, and I told her this too. I said, honey, I think we're gonna bring attention to ourselves. She said, we're just trying to help these geese if they're still there. And
helping geese.
So we get there, and if you walk up, by the way, to a man-made reservoir that's finely manicured, where there's businesses and people, who walk it carrying a giant net.
You were going to net them?
Listen,
you got like a crab net?
Listen,
in a box,
and inside there are enormous fish that people are constantly trying to catch.
Rick.
And you walk up with a big net, you'll draw security. I mean,
will you?
You will draw security so fast. Before I turned around, they were everywhere. And I said, honey, people think we're trying to steal something. She says, well, I'm going to explain to them that we're just trying to save the geese. And I said,
Rick, I can't.
now I've got a giant net over my shoulder, okay? And
because you've been persuaded,
right? Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm realizing now I'm getting a little distance from where I was when I agreed to it. Now I'm hot.
Right.
So I'm out here for
it's real hot.
Yeah.
And
your brain's working again now.
And so
Rick, that is.
Suddenly I'm thinking clearly again.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point right now, I want to
got
make
enough blood so you can actually think again.
Within 5 seconds, you're thinking.
I'm so clear-minded now. I want to invest in something because I know I'll make a wise decision. And so we explain that we're only trying to help, and sure enough, there they are, and they can't get out, and they're struggling. They keep trying to get up on the side.
So you found them.
Oh yeah, they're still there. And
did you tell? And how'd security take that?
You know what? Security was not into our plan, and the one who overruled him said, "Look, we'll see what we can do." And so they don't just get in the net, and
that's not natural to them.
Listen, then I lived, and Bubba, I think you'll get this. I don't know that anybody else on the show is because you and I being in radio, we probably played this thing about 5 times. Paul Harvey's "The Man and the Birds."
Oh,
that story that just make you cry. And I was living it because you wanted to just become a goose and say, hey, idiots, I'm trying to help you. I mean, if you just let me lift you up about a half a foot, you are free. You are back, and you're not out here trapped in this pond and can't get out. So they won't cooperate. And it's so funny because we worked so hard to try to help them. And I can't believe I'm doing it. And I pictured myself, what if somebody who knows me sees this? Rick Burgess is helping little geese get out of a pond. But listen, I'm trying to win points with PETA.
I know.
But let me tell you what was funny, because there was one place they could almost get there. And I mean, if only he had thought of this so much earlier. I'm sweating, sweat all over me. And all of a sudden, Taz, our 9-year-old, and I asked him later, why did you wait so long? He says, hey, guys, why don't we just take that rock, put it over where they can almost get out, where they can step up and get out? And
let me put the net down.
And I looked over and I said, by the way, that is an outstanding idea. And why have you been holding it?
Yeah.
I'm sweating. Could you hear him over all this, all the racket, though?
Right. And
Since you've
Hey, them grown-up ones are mean.
Yeah, real mean.
You don't want them.
And,
I'm surprised
never-
they didn't come back to cover.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Did you ever think that if their mama didn't care they was trapped, why should you?
Well, Sherry said the mama did care, that she's honked and tried to get them out and couldn't. And then eventually they're animals. They don't have the ability to reason, so they just leave.
Oh, she did. She actually acted like she cared
Yes,
for
she
me.
said they couldn't get them out. All that. So,
Or how about this? I hate to bring this up. The gift of flight. Could
Well-
they flap and jump at the same time?
They were juveniles, which means they have those little bitty wings.
Okay,
so
see,
their
now,
wings,
they could even get just a flap and a jump.
Their,
and get
their
up.
wings weren't big enough to get them up over the hump they need to get up. Their wings couldn't fly. I mean, they were still on foot. So
Did Taz grab the flip video when y'all left?
I wish.
This
No.
Why did you're he right. Not? This is so not like you at all.
So I want y'all to know that I saved 2 baby goslings.
Did they get up on the rock?
We don't know. They were so freaked out by me trying to catch them in a net. But the place that they kept going to almost get out was where the rock was, and if they'll just go right up it. And
You
then
did all you could do.
listen, on the way home. So we're on the way home, and we can't believe what just happened. And I asked my wife. I said, "This is sort of out of your character. It's way out of mine."
Right.
And the kids are confused because I don't know who their dad is now. You know what I mean? And
Daddy, we shoot those.
Right, and then
We lay down in blinds
and then
sit up and shoot them.
And then I said this, and Sherry, who has a little more of my sense of humor than people realize. Here we go. 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba out today, but back tomorrow. So we run through another one today. All right, so somebody, the text line, as you guys were talking about, and when Ryan Greenwood visiting with us visited yesterday, if you missed that, a lot of y'all have been saying, hey, man, bring some of the people back from the 31 years, and Ryan Greenwood was with us yesterday. Man, we did some reminiscing, and he has brought so much Rick and Bubba memorabilia. Some of it, I mean, he's got stuff in there, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff in there. So
he would always try to keep everything.
Oh yeah, and of course he's got married now, so his wife said that's enough of that. But so anyway, so that will be that'll be interesting, especially for those of you that on the Wheel of Meat over the last few Wheel of Meats as we wind her down this year. So anyway, we were reminiscing a lot with him yesterday, and so I was. Somebody just put on the text line, he was talking about how distracting, I heard y'all talking about this, that the text can be, but it's actually great because I love taking phone calls because you can interact, but the text line offers an opportunity for those of you to get this information quickly, and we're going to have a lot of fun with that too going forward. But somebody had just mentioned, and it kind of, another version of that today, the guy was saying on the text, he said, have any of y'all ever thought that your wife was far enough away, like say you're in the shower or you're in there, whatever, and you bark one off, and you think you've got the freedom, and you hear from in like the.
So this guy texted this?
He just texted. Oh, he said, and then you hear your wife go, "I can hear that."
Oh,
so
boy.
That's not what happened this morning, but yes, that has happened. But you know,
so I'm glad he went ahead and sent a text.
Right, thanks for that. Yeah. So when we when we're getting up, and you've heard us talk about this a lot, and I know a lot of you out there going, you're not the only people on the planet that get up early. I got that.
Yeah, that's true.
But so those of you that get up even earlier than us or as early, you have the same issue, I'm sure. Whether you're the husband or the wife, whoever's the person who's leaving first while the other one still has a little longer to sleep. So you try to be as sensitive to that as you can.
Correct.
Which means you a lot of times you'll get to work and realize you got 2 different colored socks on.
Sure.
Because you're trying to do things without trying to minimize the light and minimize the noise.
Right.
Well, and I don't. You know how we've talked about this, and Speedy, I've heard you talk about this too, and I wonder if it's medically true. But I was fortunate enough to go through most of my life with nothing that I could really identify as being an allergy. I mean, I was allergic to poison oak and ivy when I was a boy, but I'm talking about the kind of where people are always sniffling and plants bother them and pollen and ragweed and all this kind of stuff. But as I've gotten older, I've noticed that I seem to deal with it a little bit. It's not near like an allergy sufferer that's miserable or anything like that. But something has started, and it has started much later in life. I've become a multiple sneezer.
You know,
I've always been
I never have. I remember like most of my life, I was a single guy. I'm a
sneeze. Double. Sometimes I can't stop.
Me too. And so that's never happened. At one time,
If the sun's out.
I was like you're saying. Most of it would revolve around. I walk out without sunglasses, and we've never really explained why this is, but the sun makes me sneeze.
Oh, it does me every time.
And it would be just
I kind of like it.
A single, maybe a double. Okay. But now I've become a machine gun sneezer. Like if I start sneezing, I sneeze multiple times.
What's your longest? I think I've hit like 8.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I get up to 8.
Get in there.
8, 10, somewhere in there.
You start getting dizzy.
Oh, you're just a mess then.
So well, here's the problem. What if that happens while you're up and the other person is trying to sleep?
Ooh.
So I'm in the shower today because this guy talked about the shower, which I know that's a great visual for everybody. But I was in the shower and I could feel it coming on. And sometimes, like if you just look down,
I don't know if I've ever sneezed in the shower.
I think I leaned over like to pick up the shampoo, and something about that leaning over, I could feel the tickling in my sinuses. I'm like, oh no, I'm about to sneeze. So I'm thinking, my wife this is the bedroom, so the bathroom's right off the bedroom. So I mean, if you get too loud in there, I mean, the person sleeping can hear you loud and clear. Well, if you're a machine gun sneezer. I mean, but then I realized that I was trying not to sneeze loud, but then I thought, I think this may kill me.
Are you a loud sneezer?
I can be very loud.
Yeah. And Terry claims I'll scream something.
You're right.
My wife's the loudest sneezer I've ever heard.
Right. So
she screams.
Yeah. So I'm in the shower and I'm like, and I'm trying to stop it, and I realize I think my eyes are going to come out, and I'm like, I think I'm going to lose my eyeballs, and I start thinking I have to let some of this out, but if I do, it's it's going to be so loud.
Yeah. Those people that go. There's no way.
I don't think that's good for you.
Yeah. It felt
like it felt like to me I was holding back like I was a dam holding back water.
Yeah.
But then I know that somebody said they've hit 62.
No way.
No way.
No.
Come
on.
Yeah, sneezing while driving.
Done it.
That's tough.
That's scary.
Yes.
Your
eyes get the water and you can't see.
Look, I don't want to get gross, but what about when you realize I don't think I have anything here in the car? I don't have Kleenex. I don't have anything.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Don't even think about it.
Yeah.
And
Terry claims I sneeze after I eat, and I'm like, what? And so I was thinking about it, I'm like, I don't sneeze up here after I eat.
Yeah. I know.
I don't. You're sneezing after you ate. No, honey, I just
there's no rhyme or reason to my sneezing.
Yeah.
It's not tied to anything. It just sometimes it just shows up. But now I'm like, hey.
We got in trouble for the machine gun sneezer. That lady that had that syndrome.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. Well, I'm not to that place. But what I'm saying is, throughout my life, I was a single, maybe a double sneezer. Now, if I start sneezing, I'm going to do 6 minimum, and usually somewhere around 10.
Yeah, I'll get there too.
Is that new, or have you always been?
No, I've always been. I've never. 8 to 10's rare, but I've always been a double sneezer. I rarely do I single sneeze.
How about the church sneeze?
Oh no!
Again, that's what I think.
There you go.
Yeah, people are saying their record's 60-something, 20-something.
No,
I've never gone that far.
No,
I don't count really.
Yeah. But what happens is once it starts, I do agree with this person. I have to shut everything down for 5 minutes. I agree with that. Once it starts, until this stops, you can't do anything you're doing until you get through this.
Yes, you cannot. Okay, continue. No,
but this morning I was trying not to be loud about it, but then I thought I think that may be dangerous.
Yeah, holding that in like that can't be healthy. Yeah, I've had to walk outside.
Sorry,
before.
We're making people's nose tingle. Sorry about that.
Y'all, my eardrums. I feel like I'm gonna burst my eardrums if I hold it in.
I know.
You can't hold it in.
Are you loud? Are you a loud sneezer?
I go like that. It has a pre and yes.
How about when you think you have one more left and you're trying to get it going, and like you look up at the lights going,
and breathing up your nose.
Yeah, and you finally get that last one and it feels so good.
Oh, yes.
You're like, okay, that's it.
Whoa, Adler, let me ask you about this. Somebody says they're a machine gun sneezer on a motorcycle.
Ooh. Oh, that's dangerous.
Oh, in a helmet?
With a helmet?
Oh, helmet. You can't see. You're shaky.
Oh,
not good.
Dragon's tail.
Dragon's breath on the dragon's tail. That's a nightmare situation.
Yeah, what about that fake when you're talking about speed?
Looking at a light helps.
Yeah, and then it passes about when you're trying to get it going. It passes. You're like, I think that's it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tried everything in the world with the stars, and now it appears we will skate with the stars.
It's ABC's sizzling new show, Skating with the Stars. So who are the 6 brave celebrities willing to strap on blades of steel? The only real housewife, Bethany Frankel. Olympic gold medal skier, Johnny Mosley. All My Children's, Rebecca Budig. Disney Channel star, Brandon Michael Smith. Movie icon, Sean Young. And legendary rock star, Vince Neil.
Vince Neil?
What? Vince Neil's gonna skate?
That ain't right.
I will watch it. I'll watch
you,
it just for that.
That sounded like a comedy parody joke, but it's the real thing.
Bubba,
now, I understand learning to dance.
Did they say Vince Neil?
But can't you like break your ankle on ice skate?
Yeah.
That's right. You can't just ice skate.
You won't. Speedy said you won't have any athletes in there all season. Doing it's ice skating with the. Why do we?
Well, the good news, I heard Randy Moss is signing up for it.
Right.
Is it fair that an Olympic skier is on
I play when I want.
I just wanted to roller skate.
Hey, can I tell you this?
I'm gonna skate when I want to.
Number one, until they said Vince Neil, I'd never heard of any of these people.
I know it. All I heard was Vince Neil.
What if they said movie?
I used to love the crew.
Movie icon Sean Young. Who is that?
Oh, she's that girl
Disney
from
Channel's Brandon.
yeah, you know her. She was in what's that? No Way Out. Kevin Costner.
Somebody good.
Long time ago when he was
I don't remember. I can barely remember that.
You know her.
Who's our information people?
She'd actually get cranked up a little bit every now and then. You don't.
What?
She was known for that.
Who is the Disney Channel person they were talking about?
Brandon Michael Smith.
Is that
Who
the
is
guy?
that?
Is that guy that did?
Was that you? Was that you?
Was he Raven's chubby little brother?
That is correct.
No, that's the guy. Oh, I don't know.
Is that who he was? Was he Raven's chubby brother? Corey in the House, is that him?
Corey
in the House is on. He's on the real Dancing with the Stars.
Let me Google it.
I don't know this guy. I don't think.
He has been on Fresh Prince. That's So Raven, Feel of the Future.
Oh, I was right with Raven. It's Raven's chubby brother.
I don't remember him.
Or it's Raven's friend. I don't know who he is.
Have you seen Feel of the Future, by the way?
I have not.
It's pretty funny.
I have not.
Now look, it's no Phineas and Ferb.
Right,
okay,
right.
That's the walking boss, baby. Anybody that can rap about squirrels in my pants, that's the walking boss.
Yeah, I don't understand this obsession with us.
SIMP.
With us as our culture. I don't understand our culture, our obsession with placing things on the ice. I don't get it.
I know.
Jungle Book on ice. Why do I want to see them on ice?
I know.
I mean,
Beauty and the Beast on ice.
Yeah. Why do I want it on ice? Sesame Street on ice. I don't care. I don't want to see Big Bird skate.
I know.
I mean, why are they on ice? I don't understand.
And now we
that.
got Vince Neil on ice.
Right.
Which I mean, he can't stand up normally.
I kind of know who that is. Sort of.
So he must not have slapped that lady in the elevator, or they wouldn't be letting him do this.
Greg, come to find out, they looked at the security video of the woman who completely made it up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Come on, Greg.
I'd hate for Vince to
All
do
right, so
something
I'm
wrong.
assuming if you're going to...
Check out the looks like you.
If you're going to skate...
What if Phineas and Ferb were on that show?
Look, if you're going to skate, don't you sort of have to know how to skate?
I think
I've just
so.
come to the conclusion that Vince Neil knows how to ice skate.
They ain't no way. He's from California.
But, I mean, don't you agree the Olympic skier, that's kind of like a ringer coming in?
A little bit, yeah.
Skier. I mean, he's got the balance thing worked out. He's got the hand-feet coordination thing going. I mean,
You know what happened?
I think
Vince Neil thought that Proposition 19 was going to pass, so it wouldn't be an issue.
Right, you're right. How about this? You know what I want to see on ice? I want to see hockey. That's it. I don't want to see movies on ice. I don't want to see shows on ice.
This is ice skating. It's not. I need to see just regular. I want to see him in a skating
Apollo
ring.
Ono on there flying around having a pushing contest in the corner.
You can teach people to kind of dance, even though some aren't very good. But like you say, if you don't skate, you got to learn to skate. Now you got to twirl and stuff.
That's a big step.
I don't know.
These must be. I mean, no Southerners are in this. I'm sure.
All right, let's
These
get-
people probably grew up skating.
Will in Oxford, Alabama, and Greg and I's hometown.
Here we go, winding her down, but best of Rick and Bubba moments out there on streaming services and are going to be available to you forever, as long as this technology still works. So it's quite a library. By the way, a new Rick and Bubba CD coming out. It'll be coming out in November in time for Christmas, and it's going to be called "Hey, y'all run me a Z and shut her down." And it's going to have one CD based on best of moments from this year, and then another CD, kind of some deep cuts that maybe never made it to CDs over the last 31 years, but are very popular and sought after by you, the audience. So let me hit you with this. Now, here comes a bit of a Debbie Downer. We're all having a good time today. We're cutting up. We're trying to be super positive. I know there's been enough doom and gloom out there, with the election coming up on Tuesday and all that. Maybe today we just kind of take a break from that a little bit. We'll certainly cover some of that, but tnusa.com/bigbox. So now let me just be a bit of a Debbie Downer. If the IRS is looking for you, that can bring some angst. That'll have you toss and turn a little bit. Well, one of the reasons that you need to go to tnusa.com/bigbox is though politicians love to vilify the super wealthy, but when they start looking for taxes, they don't go after them because they know they've got a army of lawyers that are looking for every legal tax exemption and also maybe to fight against an accusation from the IRS, while hardworking Americans don't have those kind of lawyers normally. So why don't you get your own advocate? There they are, tnusa.com/bigbox. Let me tell you, if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. And there's also an IRS crackdown going on. We know this. You don't want to be, you need somebody between you and the IRS. And tnusa.com/bigbox, their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. If you haven't filed in a while, easy. Even if you hadn't filed in 10 years, they can help you. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to stay away from, which ones are reasonable. And right now, you can talk to Tax Network USA. They've already resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for people. You can talk to them with no obligation to use them. The consultation is free. It's going to be straightforward, so call them 1-800-780 and then 8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. That's B as in boy, I-G, V as in Victor, O-X. That stands for Big Voice, by the way. Or look for the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. No surprise that that nickname and that code that we got from when Greg and I were looking at rock albums when we were growing up, Lead Vox.
Vox.
Yeah. Remember the first time you saw that?
We didn't know what to make of it.
It's Latin for voice.
How about that? Yeah, you speak a little Latin.
Speak a little Latin from time to time.
I heard that from time to time.
All right, so I do want to talk about one more pretty deep topic, if I could, and that's meatloaf. So,
the singer?
The food.
Where are y'all on the food meatloaf?
Not. I'll eat it, but I don't crave it.
What do you mean you don't like meatloaf?
I don't crave it. I don't go, man, I wish I had some meatloaf.
Well,
never have turned it down.
Do you
not my favorite.
Do you tolerate the food meatloaf, or do you anticipate the food meatloaf?
I tolerate it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They're crazy. They're crazy.
I mean, in other words, I don't search it out and go, hey, let's have meatloaf.
No, I've never been sitting around going, you know what, I'd like to have meatloaf.
But if I see meatloaf is available, I go, hey, man, we got meatloaf.
And it kind of grosses me out a little.
All right, so that may be where
I'm not there.
Adler seems a little more enthusiastic. What I was going to say is this. Let me tell you what the food meatloaf is to me, and I didn't realize it. So as you know, and we talked about that, we've gone through one of those deals. When you start having parents and they're passing away because they're getting older, and we just had, my mother-in-law pass away. And so what Sherry's been doing, and, her dad, yesterday took food up to him, and now they're all getting dad settled and everything, my father-in-law. And so I walk into the house and I smell it. And I said, what are you cooking?
It does smell.
What are you cooking? And she said, I'm actually cooking meatloaf.
Oh, boy.
And I'm like, meatloaf? She goes, it's my mother's meatloaf recipe. And I looked over in the crock pot. I know this is, that I'm. Everybody talks about how sensitive I can be.
Oh yeah,
and so I look over in the crock pot and I said, "What's going on over there?" And she says, "Well, I'm actually cooking roast and potatoes and carrots and onions in that one." And I'm like,
now you're talking.
And then I'm like, what's going on? And she says, well, I'm cooking a bunch of food, my mother's recipes to take to my dad. I said, take to your dad. I said, that's great, but I mean, is there no way for us to have it as well? And she goes, well, I am making this to take to my dad tomorrow. This was yesterday. And I said, or day before yesterday. And I said, I got that. But I mean, I've seen your dad. He's not overly large. Mm-hmm. He's certainly an eater, but I wouldn't call him a big eater. And it seems like there's enough that he could have plenty, and us pull a little here too. And she says, okay, you're right. We'll have some of this for dinner. So I thought, well, I hadn't had meatloaf because it doesn't come up. It's not on the hot rotation at our house.
Okay.
And I think the food the food meatloaf. See if y'all agree with this. Have you ever not seen somebody in a long time to the point you think you don't even remember how much you really like them?
Yeah, and then
all of a sudden you run into them somewhere and you go, "Hey man, how you doing?"
Yeah,
and you got a minute? Let's grab a cup of coffee or whatever. And by the time they're gone, you're like, "I really like them."
Right. You pick up.
I miss them.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I felt about meatloaf. There was a certain warmness.
I forgot
about you.
Mm-hmm.
And then I asked the question, which was not very smart. I don't guess. I don't want to be this guy, but I have tried to do a little bit better. And then I said, I wonder if meatloaf is healthy.
Oh, Rick, it's called
sure
meatloaf
it's healthy.
for Pete's sake.
And I thought it's meat.
Yes.
It's meat and it's onions. It's baked. It's not fried.
Yeah.
And somehow there's a glaze of ketchup on it.
No, I was going to ask about that. Sherry does not put the glaze of ketchup.
Oh, she does.
Then I might like hers better because that part bothers me a little.
Okay, I was going to ask y'all, glaze of ketchup, thumbs up or thumbs down?
Down.
I'll take it.
A little thin, a thin glaze.
Yeah,
not overly thick?
Not overly thick.
Onions, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Don't like people to put peppers in it.
Maybe it's
I
a
like
tiny
peppers
bit.
in anything.
I do not.
But
just a tiny bit.
Here's the thing.
Thin layer from
peppers
me.
don't like me.
If you said, Greg, you got to go the rest of your life and you can't eat meatloaf, I'd go,
I'm going to tell you.
You know what I'm saying? But if it's there, I'll eat it.
I'd like to challenge everybody to eat a little more meatloaf. I think you're going to find that you miss meatloaf.
Okay.
I've had good meatloaf. I've had bad meatloaf. Bad meatloaf is real bad. Good meatloaf is real good.
What about buddy mine says leftover meatloaf sandwich?
Yes, I've done that. Tell him I did. I did that.
Right.
I did this.
Really?
I did that day before yesterday.
The look of the meatloaf grosses me out.
I've never had a meatloaf sandwich.
You ain't never had a meatloaf sandwich?
I have not had a
What?
meatloaf sandwich. I haven't.
Never.
I haven't.
What?
I can't have meatloaf and bread in the same setting.
Yes, you can. Greg, you take it, and if you want to, you can go two ways. Take the bread and either put a little light of mayonnaise.
No!
Hear me out. Hear me out. Or a little light of barbecue sauce.
Okay.
Yes.
I like that on anything.
And take you a thin slice of the meatloaf. Don't go overly thick.
I can't
a thin
eat
slice of it.
sandwich.
Lay it on the bread. Make a sandwich.
Like a meatloaf patty melt?
Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Fantastic.
I bet I got your attention there, didn't it?
Yeah. As an adult,
just the way
Greg,
it
sometimes
looks.
our picky eating as a youth comes out.
Yeah.
Just a little.
I didn't
not
say,
much.
guys, that I get up every day saying I hope we have meatloaf.
You said you loved
I'm
it.
just saying when meatloaf came back, somebody with a good one on the text, they said, so bottom line is Ryan Greenwood is a piece of meatloaf.
There you go.
He showed up yesterday,
Yeah.
hadn't seen him in a while.
But we pick up right where we left off.
Yeah.
And it's like
When
we
he
saw
left-
each other yesterday.
When he left, I said, I kind of miss him.
Yeah, we did see each other yesterday.
When you
the day
go
before.
to a deli like in the grocery store where they cook in the bag.
Oh, got money.
Or yeah, that's really the money place.
Only Speedy would see that as
What is he
having
talking
money.
about?
Well, Greg, who are you talking to?
That's a good point. You know, they got the chicken. Have you ever went with a meatloaf from a deli? 'Cause
And
they'll have it.
And that's a no.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And when you have all that other
No,
pork
you're
chops
right.
and all
You're
that
right.
around it,
You're right.
you won't even look at that meatloaf.
No, you're right.
I tell you what, I'm gonna have the meatloaf.
But
I'm
it was
gonna
a good
bypass all these
meatloaf.
good
Yeah.
pork chops
Like
and
Adler's
chicken.
trying to say, no two meatloafs are the same.
No, look,
you
I'll
can
eat
get a
meatloaf.
bad meatloaf.
I'll eat it. I will. But I'm not going to go, my goodness, I really want some meatloaf.
I'm a little upset. By the way, Heinz 57, good choice.
Hey,
That's
love
like
Heinz 57.
You know, make ketchup with a kick.
I'm a little
come
shocked
on.
y'all haven't had a meatloaf sandwich.
I'm not
I have
eating
never
meatloaf.
had a meatloaf
I'd like
sandwich.
to challenge you to try it.
I can't. I
It's-
can't do
yes,
that.
you can.
I just,
It's great.
what, just regular loaf bread?
Yes.
Why are you squinting?
Maybe if you stuck it on a hoagie.
No, let's not go thick.
Now you got too much bread going on.
Are we toasting the bread? Rick?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Yes.
No,
we're toasting.
not for the meatloaf sandwich. I toast bread for every sandwich, including the one I had last night, but not for meatloaf.
I'm a big bread toast.
Meatloaf, you keep it soft.
Okay, so everything's soft.
Yep, it's good.
No
too.
crunchiness.
Yeah, you're gonna heat that meatloaf up a little bit.
Yeah, you got to heat it up.
So mayonnaise on meatloaf?
Yeah,
I can't do
it's
that.
light.
I can't do it.
But go with Heinz 57, probably better, or some barbecue sauce.
But see, sometimes it's a Heinz 57. Does it fight with the ketchup on
Texas
the top?
toast on the Texas. You get some Texas toast with it.
Oh,
you're
yeah.
in business.
Yeah. I'm starving.
I know. I wish I had one right now.
Oh, smoked meatloaf. I bet that's good.
Never had that. Here's somebody saying they're 63 and they've never had meatloaf.
What? All right.
That's somebody just playing.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can I get a little bit more Speedy doing that voice in the background?
Yeah.
He was owning me when he was doing that a while ago.
That's not a problem.
You know, you're the guy at the college radio station trying to sound like he's really big.
Vince Neil from Motley Crew.
That's good.
Bubba's a creeper.
Oh, wait, do Casey Kasem. Do Casey Kasem with that voice.
I don't know if I get.
The show will have the similar format to Dancing with the Stars. Well, I think we had that figured out. Thank you.
What you got right there?
And learning new routines each week. Yes, you're right. I forgot all about him. That's exactly who that sounds like.
Casey Kasem.
Whatever happened to him, by the way?
America's Top 40.
Speedy,
What is he doing?
Speedy, you do really good impressions.
Thank you, Rick.
Rick Nash sounds like he's got
Somebody
a
just
cold.
tuned by and said, "What's Casey Kasem doing?" on Rick and Bubba?"
Look, Casey's back.
20 minutes till top of the hour.
You got to say, this week we have a long distance dedication.
This week we have a long distance dedication.
Watch his face when he does. He has to get his neck right.
I don't even know if I sound like it.
He's got to get his neck right.
I
Well, you don't, but that's what's funny about it.
I need to hear you do She Writes, Dear Casey.
She writes, Dear Casey.
You got to really string
He's actually
Casey out.
Casey with a hoarse voice. Watch his head. Watch his head when he does.
Which, by the way, all of us in radio all heard it. One of the funniest things in the
One
world.
of the best outtakes
Outtakes, and we talk about it all the time. I'm going to talk about it till they put me in the ground.
You can't play it.
Greg,
We never will
no
be
way
able
to play it, Greg, but this is right up your alley. Casey Kasem, somebody kept out a session of him taping the American Top 40, and he gets so mad about one.
Starts cussing.
Yeah, and
What are you doing?
You got me in here talking about a blankety dog and coming out of it with some kind of song.
Kind of like that commercial.
This long distance dedication
before
goes to a
the-
couple that got high together. Lisa and Greg Burgess.
What's he talking about?
He just injured.
Why are you so?
Lashing
Why
out
is he so injured? When did he get injured?
No, that
I
was
didn't see
that was going off the high school.
What did we ever do? We didn't
They
do
got.
that.
You remember they went to high school together.
I
But
know.
the article
I know
cut
that.
off and
I
get
know
that
that.
high.
But you were saying a minute ago you were injured. You were wearing me out in the break,
Right.
and I thought, when did he get injured?
I think I'm okay.
Just the whole lifetime.
Yeah, because I had my hands on the wall and y'all.
Because we made fun of your posture exercise. I got news for you. Any of us do that in front of this bunch, you can get made fun of.
Sure.
And there's going to be all kinds of horrible comments about it.
Yeah. How does this sound?
Plus, I can't even do it
Hold on. This is me doing a commercial.
without
Ready?
acting.
It's ABC's sizzling new show, Skating with the Stars.
He does sound like
So who are the 6 brave celebrities willing to strap on blades of steel? The only real housewife, Bethany Frankel.
What does that mean?
Olympic gold medal
Real
skier,
Housewives of whatever.
Johnny Mosley.
Johnny Mosley.
All My Children's, Rebecca Budig. Disney
Rebecca
Channel
who?
star, Brandon Michael Smith.
Speedy,
The icon,
can you do some drops
Sean
for
Young.
Justin?
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show.
And Vince Neil.
By the way,
You cut it off, but but Vince Neil is on.
Vince
Vince
Neil.
Neil.
I'll
from
watch it
Motley
just for
Crue.
that.
And Rebecca Budig.
Who is that? I've never heard of her.
Speedy, what
somebody
time do
Vince
you do
Neil
your
used to
drops
date.
every day? After the show?
Yes, at 10 o'clock.
So
Listen,
if y'all want Speedy to do drops, just fax those in the normal process.
All right. We didn't mention yesterday, but speaking of voices, the voice of Wheel of Fortune, Charlie O'Donnell, died.
Yeah,
Speedy?
yesterday.
Opening.
Will.
Have you got? By the way, one of my least favorite
I
shows
can't stand
to
that
ever
show.
be on TV.
Well, listen,
how about
we
this?
all
Nothing
enjoy-
against Chris.
Right.
God
look.
rest his soul, but I hate the Wheel of Fortune.
Well, for those of us who cannot spell,
it's a nightmare.
I know. I never got him
It was a
right.
nightmare, and Jeopardy was a nightmare
And then
because it was so far over our head we couldn't even focus.
Yeah, and then
on it.
these idiots are buying vowels when there's only one letter.
And here's
up
the
there.
deal: they buy vowel, and I'd be yelling out letters that aren't vowels. So I don't need to play that.
C.
Yeah.
C.
I'd like to buy C.
What about sometimes why?
Right. I like to buy sometimes why.
Hey, if it's a rule, there isn't a sometimes to it.
That's kind of what I thought.
I'm gonna spell it now. Is it E after I? Was I after C?
Elemental P. Look at me.
Yeah. But I just never liked the show. I don't like the format of it. I don't like the wheel. I don't like Pat Sajak.
And I don't like the one where you have to ask with a question.
I don't like Jeopardy.
Yeah, I don't like
you at least learn something with Jeopardy.
You didn't know that name of that?
I couldn't just mention it, by the way.
Answer with a question. I couldn't get it.
How about this? You know what?
What is a stupid question?
Yeah.
Looking forward to that coming up next year. Go check the lineup of speakers we have coming next year. 3 different locations. Ladies, if you're looking for a good Christmas gift for the men on your Christmas list, this is a good one. Send them to one of the Man Church conferences next year. There will be a price increase coming up later in the year in December. So go ahead and do that now, and you can grab those. Also, churches out there, if you're looking for, group discounts and things like that, sending a group of men from your church to one of these conferences. That's pretty normal. We do that at our church. You can go find all those details at themanchurch.com and check the weekends, check the speaker lineups at the particular weekend, the location, the facilities. We're going to start, and I think we already are adding hotel information and all that. We're excited about that coming up in 2025. All right, so a couple of things that we need to run down today. Yesterday, I was we talked about on the air. We do have an election coming up 1 week from yesterday, and looking at it, and some there's all kinds of end of time, and oh my goodness, the Democrats are there's going to be they're going to put Trump in jail. They're not going to let him win even if he wins, and all that stuff. And I know that makes for great podcast and clicks and all that, but we were just making the comment in passing that says, you know what, these two candidates for the Democrats are so bad, you almost feel like that they're not wasting their better players on this particular election, and they know that Trump can only serve one more term max, and then they can try to win Congress back and focus on the election that would be, coming up in 2030, 2028. So we have, believe it or not, I don't know if y'all know this, and this may surprise you. Did you know that there are Democrats who actually listen to and watch the show?
Oh, you're kidding.
And I'm not talking about Bart, and what's his name, Mark?
It was
Michael
Chuck.
Bart, Michael Chuck. I'm not talking about people like that. I'm talking about people who say, I like what you guys do. I just disagree with you politically.
Yeah.
I'm somewhat level-headed as much as a Democrat can be with my emotional worldview. And but if y'all stay out of our disagreements politically, I really do enjoy the show, and I'm glad. Democrats are welcome. We'd love to have you here.
Whatever.
It might even be something that would be beneficial in many ways. So one of our most loyal Democrats, when we mentioned this yesterday, that some of this I think is a little bit of, this gets you interested in my podcast and my book and all this, but is this really reality, that this is going to be some big chaotic move by the left if they don't win? And he emailed me. I'm the only one who emailed yesterday. He said, I agree with what you said the Democrats will do if Trump wins. We knew 4 years ago that Harris would be our candidate in 2024. We assumed she would lose in a landslide if she ran against any Republican except Trump. The GOP nominated Trump again, so Harris has a slim chance of winning, but it looks like Trump will probably win the Electoral College again. The Democrats will reclaim Congress in 2020 in the 2026 midterms and the White House in 2028. Our hope is there won't be any openings on the Supreme Court in the meantime. So he kind of says, actually, the strategy that you mentioned the Democrats are doing is actually more likely our real strategy. Look, we throw her out there. the only person she would have a chance against because he's, he's very divisive in their opinion. Is Trump? We threw her out there against Trump. We wouldn't have threw her out there against anybody else. But she probably, you're right, won't win, and we will just concentrate on trying to get Congress in our favor. Hopefully, no Supreme Court nominations will happen during the 4 years of Trump. We'll focus on winning in 2028. I do think that's more likely what they're doing, as opposed to they're going to arrest Trump and declare him, disqualify him, and burn the cities down and all that. Now, are American citizens likely to act up on either side if they don't get their way in our current state in our society? Yeah, probably. Now I think that's possible. But honestly, I would just call that the summer of 2020.
Yeah.
The summer of love.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
I would just call it the summer of 2020.
Repeat.
So, I would look, we are not called to a spirit of fear. And we're even told in Scripture, now some of y'all don't share our faith, so this wouldn't apply to you, but still good advice if you don't even believe what we believe, is we're called to be anxious about nothing. And if we believe that God is who we go around claiming he is, and he's got everything under control, he is going to work out his plan. Now, does that mean that we sit around and do nothing? Doesn't mean that, because we're told to actually take action. We should go and vote, and it is, as Max Lucado said yesterday, we're very fortunate that God, in his sovereign grace, allowed us, if you're in America listening to this and watching this, to be in this country. Mm-hmm. A lot of places don't get to have a say, and it may be that this country gets to a point that we don't have a say anymore. But we have a say now, and we should absolutely go out. But then we do what we were told to do by Jesus. That when you start thinking about, I wonder how I should operate if you're a person of faith, and I mean the Christian faith, and you're a follower of Christ. And I've had to do this in myself and look at myself in the mirror and go, Rick, why don't I just go, here's a concept, and listen to the teachings of Jesus when God became a man? I bet everything that he said is really important, and that's probably what I should listen to, as opposed to some Nimrod, that's a talking head somewhere. And Jesus said, here's how you pray. You pray, but when you get down to the end of it, the way you should wrap up every prayer and the way you should live your life is, but ultimately, Lord, your will be done. And I promise you that whatever happens coming up on Tuesday, God's will is going to be done. So we say this is what we're praying for. This is what we hope for. We certainly can beg for mercy and beg for his grace, and he has been kind enough to do that over and over again, not just to us as individuals, but to us as a nation, and nations long before us. So pray diligently, vote aggressively within the laws, but ultimately rest in the sovereignty of God that is working out every detail, and that his will ultimately be done, and whatever his will is working us to the true hope that we all claim to have, and something beyond this, kind of what Lucado was talking about yesterday. I mean, this is not it. Our best day in a fallen nation is still going to have all kinds of problems, and we try to minimize those, but we'll see what happens. But either way, thanks to Christ, John 16:33, he says, I say this so that you'll have peace. In this world you will have tribulation, not you might, you will. But what we're supposed to get up every day with and sleep every night with is what he said next. But never lose hope. Always have joy in your heart, because whatever it is, ultimately, talking about himself, Jesus, I've overcome the world. So rest in that. I mean, do your part, but rest in that. And don't be pulled off into all this other mess.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In 3, 2. Hey, guys. We just talked about this. The presidential election is coming up on Tuesday. I tell you what might get on your nerves is you going, I just can't sit down and watch this election coverage. It's all a bunch of spin. It's all a bunch of propaganda. Well, that's why you need to be sure you're watching Blaze TV. You're not going to have that. No spin, no filter. This is an independent media source. They're going to have boots on the ground. At Blaze TV, we're just going to bring you what's happening, okay? Here's what's going on, the good, the bad, the ugly. So why don't you subscribe now? Because if you're not a subscriber of Blaze TV, you're not going to get the Blaze election coverage. It's just true. So go to blazeelection.com/Rick and get $40 off. That's blazeelection.com/Rick and get $40 off, and you subscribe to Blaze TV, and then you can look to Tuesday night's coverage and think, you know what? I just want to sit down and I just want to be informed. Well, then you need Blaze TV. Go now to blazeelection.com/Rick, get $40 off.
How about this? Game shows.
I'll take stupid questions for $500.
I'll take Russian generals for $600, Bob.
I don't think we have the tools to pull
Who
this
is
off.
Barloff Karloff? Hey, how about this? We game shows are supposed to be zany and fun. And spelling and trying to know things that don't matter is not fun to me.
What was the
I don't
host
want
of
to
Jeopardy? What was his name?
Trebek, Alex Trebek.
Alex
No, I did look
Alex Trebek.
Saturday Night Live, you do it, buddy.
You got to
When they
admit,
do it,
that is
Sean Connery's
that
on.
is a cool name, Trebek.
Oh, it is. Think it's real? Or you make it up?
Sean Connery. Oh, when he's on there and they did that
Saturday Night Live.
thing.
That's so funny.
Good gracious. Celebrity Jeopardy. Nobody knows his name.
Alex, I'll take former Soviet bloc nations for $500, please.
I think the only one I knew that I liked Family Feud. Did you not like that one? Family
Yeah, I
Feud?
liked Family Feud. I could have done with that.
He
Richard
kissed
Dawson,
everybody, though.
Richard
He's like-
Dawson kissing everybody.
He's like, hi, I'd like to welcome the Burgess family.
And I always thought of him.
Like, good gracious, you're tonguing my mom.
It was always
I'm
odd
right here.
because to me, he was Hogan's Heroes.
Right.
And then to see him on that was strange.
It was weird.
I'm right here.
I'll
That's
go-
my wife.
I'll go wait.
Hey, you are kissing.
Preview puzzle just for you at home.
Did you like the pyramid?
I love the pyramid.
I like that one.
Yeah, I got too nervous watching it, though. I was a
know
nervous wreck.
What about the Joker's Wild? That's way back.
I like the Joker's
When I was a
Wild.
kid, I loved
You pull
Joker's
the
Wild.
big-
Clean.
Yep.
How did you like? How did you like? Let's Make a Deal.
Loved it.
Let's
I
Make a
love
Deal.
Let's
You
Make
like
a Deal.
that?
Yes.
Me and Greg are in line on game shows.
And of course, you can't. My favorite of all time is Price is Right. Loved it.
I love The Price is Right, and I like Password too.
Yes, like
you liked
Password.
Prices?
You like Prices Right?
Loved it.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, I knew every game.
Oh, I guess I'm tired of thinking if they bid $1, they're gonna win it.
Oh yeah, I'm always.
But
But
what's what's your favorite if
I
those
watched
were in a
it.
playoff?
Hey, I
what
watched
would
it
they be?
before they had the wheel.
If they were in a playoff, it would be between The Price is Right and the Pyramid.
Really?
Oh, wait a minute. Let me throw one up you forgot.
I think I like Family
What
Feud
about
the best.
Tattletales? Bert Convy.
I like that. Oh, the great Bert Convy. And as
The
far as
banana section.
just
They
enter-
won $50 today. Yeah.
entertainment value, the Newlywed Game was tough.
Oh, yeah, now that's a winner right there.
I love the new one.
Hey, you remember that one clip?
I did.
How long did it take? How long did it take for him to say
I think 3 seconds.
I took about 3 seconds.
Have you been in the corn candy? Or acting corn candy?
No,
lot?
that'd be you, bigot.
We'll be back. 13 minutes to the top
Well,
of the hour.
thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right, baby. When we get to December, and Lord willing we will, December 13th, 31 years of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for being with us. We're so thankful. So much to celebrate, so much to be grateful for, and hopefully excited about the things that are coming in the future. All right, so Greg, Speedy, and Adler here today. Bubba out today. He'll be back with us again tomorrow. So we run down a couple of things to make you aware of. Wednesday Bible study back today. Apologize that we had to cancel it last minute last week. So we're still in Daniel 4. We'll get that done today, live, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. If you can't catch it live, there's an Adler archive put out for you on our YouTube channel and our podcast channel. So that will be going on today. I do want to tell you about an opportunity with our old friend Scott Dawson. Okay. Scott Dawson, he has been just, there's been so many things that we've brought Scott into and so many things he's taken us through. And we have such a fun friendship. He's made many best of CDs. But as you can imagine, there are a lot of people. Think about all the trouble in the Middle East, that's going on really all the time, but, it has different levels of heightened urgency. And right now, obviously, Israel is at war with many enemies, and they're doing a good job. But this has really affected people traveling to Israel. I remember going in 2009. I mean, there's always a certain heightened alert. But I discovered how many people there in Israel, and a lot of them are Messianic Jewish people and other Christians that live there, and their whole living is tied around Christians going to Israel and wanting to tour, where Jesus walked and where he was, and all the different things in Scripture that you can see, and it's just history everywhere you step. Well, you can imagine now they're all struggling because nobody's coming, nobody's going, and had the honor of talking to a group that does it, the Nassan brothers. And so when we were there, I remember seeing this incredible olive wood art. They have hand-carved olive wood nativity scenes and things like that. And I mean, it's beautiful stuff. Well, so Scott Dawson and the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association are trying to help them, and they've actually brought this hand-carved olive wood stuff to the location of the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association. They now have the Strength to Stand Institute in this incredible building in Birmingham, Alabama, on Wildwood Parkway. And so Scott asked if we could mention today from 10 to 4 local time, the Nassan brothers will be there, and all of this hand-carved olive wood will be set up like a shop there in the lobby of the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association and Strength to Stand Institute there on Wildwood Parkway in Birmingham. So if you're looking for some great ideas for Christmas, or pick up one of these nativity scenes that was made from olive wood in Israel, you can go by and see that today from 10 to 4. So we want me to pass that along to you. All right, so looking at yesterday, our day, what was the day? Was it Monday when we had the Chinese woman?
Yes,
that was,
because that was put in and we have it now.
Yeah, I guess it was coming up. It was Monday.
It was late in the show. I think last segment of Monday.
You are so stupid. You don't know anything.
Okay, yes, that's her.
I can listen to that.
Fantastic.
That speech.
You don't know.
That speech was one of the.
Rick, are you making fun of somebody's accent?
I'm not. No, because Adler won't let me. But I will say this. Let's all say that we can laugh at accents and we can laugh at stereotypes, including our own. This thing of we can't even laugh. I think the problem isn't that we're now becoming kinder and gentler. I think it's just the opposite. I think we've all gotten to the point that we simply take ourselves too serious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you're above somebody having a little fun with you? I'm not.
No.
None of us are.
No.
Yeah, and so and then we pick and choose. Oh, you can have fun talking about country folks and doing our accent and like Gary and stuff like that. Yes, but you can't go and have fun with anybody else's accent. We pick and choose who you can have an accent of.
Right.
And to me, that's just, I'm not going to live in that world. It may be the world that everybody says I have to live in. I don't. I'm not going to. I'll be wise with it, but I'm not just going to
take my sense of humor and say it's all over now. One of the things, though, that has always been interesting, and I know Asian people that talk about this. Henry Cho does a lot of stuff with this, where if we see someone Asian, we have no idea what country or what part of the world they're actually from.
Mm-hmm.
We do tend to lump them all together. Okay, And another thing that we do is we don't understand the distinct accents even within the Asian community. So I think I've seen this bit before myself, just personally. It's really funny. This is going to be something that's meant to be humorous on how you can distinguish the different Asian languages, and you know by the accent where they're actually from.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I hadn't heard this.
Yeah. So here it is.
And this is from a guy. He speaks tons of languages. He does this on all kinds of different people. But I thought this one was particularly informative, and he's going to talk about what language it is and then kind of describe it. And it's very helpful.
Cantonese Chinese sounds like a roller coaster. 我個朋友在浪地方好啊，你肯好講丁朗啦，靈通點解啊？Now Thai sounds like empty cans rolling down a hill. ขดเผาครับฮบเข้าให้เลยครับที่ไพ่เมนถามมาหังกรุงเทพ Japanese sounds like a possessed chainsaw. ナルトンマガラ、カツラギがこれ、ありがとうございますですけどね。And Tagalog sounds like your car really needs a new engine. Pangkarap, tulugan, kagalak, maging, basketball, sapan, ibang, pakbabalik, pusta, kana.
Oh wow! Okay,
I'm actually that's not the one I've heard.
That's pretty good.
There's actually a comedian that is Asian, and it's not Henry Cho, and he does one very similar to what he's doing. But what he does is he puts them in like funny situations, like if you're dealing with like Vietnamese women versus dealing with Japanese women and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So and it is interesting because one of the things that always threw me is the times like I remember I told this story a long time ago, and I was in a Japanese restaurant, okay, and so I was interacting with the server, and I was just trying to make conversation. Hey, where you from and whatever, and had the whole family with us, and it's almost like she thought I was trying to out her of not being Japanese, even though she was Asian. And I wasn't. I was really just trying to. And it's almost like she started looking around, and then all of a sudden she looks at us. She goes, "I'm from China," and I was like, "Oh, I wasn't trying to." That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I mean, no,
it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. And I'll tell you if you ever get around the Vietnamese people, now they can be. You talk about a bunch that'll have fun at their other Asian brothers and sisters' expense.
Yeah.
You ever heard the ladies at the nail salon start cranking up?
No, I haven't.
There's been times. There's been times when you do that uncomfortable thing where you're out and your wife's like, I need to get my nails done. Can you just go with me? And you really need a pedicure. And you're just like, no. Some guys that I know may see me in there. And you end up being in that world with them, sitting there and hearing all this going on. And I find them to be hilarious.
Yeah.
And hey, buddy, they'll get going.
Chatting.
I'm sure Terry can tell you.
Oh yeah.
No telling what they're saying.
Hey, they'll get going. And so I'd like for us all. Can we not get our sense of humor back?
I know.
Right. I mean,
that is
Adler. Correct me if I'm wrong. Seems like years ago a story. Didn't you had a date? Is it Chinese? Who does sushi?
Japan, right?
Didn't you go to the wrong one because y'all were going out for sushi, but you went to the wrong restaurant?
Yes.
But they didn't have it, and you ordered it, and they looked at you like you were something wrong with you?
Yeah, I was at a Chinese restaurant with Elle Woods.
Okay.
And when I first started interning, you guys set me up. It was for the show.
You were cool as ever.
wow.
Yeah, right.
I do remember that.
We
do not.
You want to go have a little sushi?
Yeah.
We went to a Chinese restaurant. I was like, I'll have some sushi, please. And they were like, that's a Japanese thing. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm in the wrong place.
Sorry about that. I'll tell you what I like. And
My bad.
I've kind of seen this, and I appreciate our Asian brothers and sisters for doing this. I like when they give you both.
Oh yeah, well,
you can right here. Y'all want Japanese? We got it. If you want the Chinese stuff, right here.
It's become much more common in the last decade.
It really
Absolutely.
Hey, you want a California roll, or would you like to have the Mandarin combination?
We used to go to one that when you walked in, to the left was Chinese, to the right was Japanese.
They got tired of everybody getting confused, so they said we'll do both.
Yeah, split it up.
We'll be back. Rick and Bubba's show, 866 We Be Big.
And Greg, you're not supposed to say Oriental anymore, by the way.
Oh,
don't,
That's rugs.
Yeah, it's just rugs, and rugs only can be described as Oriental.
We'll take the first phone segment next. Find out what's on your mind when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On this program, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dads that work on this program. And so a lot of times we tell stories of what it takes to be a dad. And I remember in my early days of parenting, getting my dad off to the side and saying, you know what? I remember being a little boy thinking you had everything under control. Were you as clueless as I am and we just didn't know it? And he said, yeah, son, it doesn't. I said, I remember you thinking everything's fine. You got this under control. You must know what you're doing. And I said, were there times that you were just kind of winging it? He said, absolutely. I said, well, that makes me feel better. Well, one of the things that we always find out if you're the dad of the house is, if there's something going on, you got to step up and be the man.
You are the protector.
The protector of the home. And a friend of the program, one Jordy Henson, who also we go to church together, he stopped by to visit, and he said, well, I'm heading on out. And then he told us a story right before he was leaving. I said, oh, no, you're going to the mic. And because dads everywhere have probably been in this situation, I understand that you had to defend the family against a creature.
I'm Batman.
A bat?
We had a bat, not just in the attic, but in the house.
Not in your belfry.
In the belfry, yeah.
Bats, they scare me.
Yeah. Right. So you had a bat in the home.
Yeah, let me tell you.
Tell us a story.
Apparently bats this time of year get into attics, and if you have an opening, they'll come in because they like the temperature. And apparently,
looks like a cave.
Apparently, I had a little opening in my drop down from my attic, and my daughter goes to get ready for bed the other night. She's Heather Henson, beautiful, wonderful girl,
Right. One of your many daughters.
Oh yeah, my oldest of 4 kids, and she goes to get ready for bed, do the teeth brush, and she pulls her basket back, which is for her hair, and on the back of the basket is a bat, and she screams bloody murder. Well, I'm downstairs, and being the father, the leader of the
Somebody's
house,
hurt.
I immediately jump into emergency room mode.
Somebody's hurt.
I'm going. I'm going to take care of this.
Got this.
Everything's going to be fine.
I've been to the emergency room many times. Know how to get my kids taken care of. Probably going to be stitches. I can handle that broken bone.
I'm running upstairs, remain calm, thinking about what to do with the other kids. Go into the bathroom.
Put my plan together.
And she comes out, and I can tell everybody's around the outside of the bathroom at this point in time, and I can tell, hey, we don't have an injury. And immediately it occurs to me, we're dealing with a bug.
A bug.
Right.
Spider.
Daddy will come in and be bug man.
Spider.
I'll smush
Spider. Lizard, maybe.
I'll smush that bug.
Yeah. Right. I'll be the man.
Hero dad.
Yeah.
And so I immediately go into the bathroom prepared to destroy the bug. Only to discover it's a bat.
Oh, no.
Dad's a
You
little.
have a bat plan?
I've never really had to deal with bats.
Have y'all seen a bat up close?
That's when Daddy screams like a girl.
Yeah.
Dad was getting out of the bathroom.
What was your first reaction?
My first reaction was call somebody. Somebody's got to get the bat out, and it can't be Dad.
Right. Don't know how to handle a bat.
They're looking to Dad for
Have
answers.
y'all ever been close to a bat?
I mean, like in a zoo type situation, but
No, I'm talking 2 feet.
in HD, no.
All right, so what you walk in, what's the bat doing?
Clinging to this basket?
It is clinging to
Upside
this
down?
basket, upside down.
Ready to suck your blood?
It's a vampire bat.
Yeah, he was getting ready to turn into a vampire.
Did you turn the lights back off?
The guy comes out yesterday and he said, because you have to call professionals.
You didn't battle the bat?
No, I battled that bat.
Do you think there's a bunch of them up there?
It's a big brown. That's what he called it. That's a big brown.
But not a little brown.
Big brown
No,
bat.
it's a big brown.
Not a little gray?
What happened? Did you go in that room and because now you're here? Because here's what the kids are expecting.
Did you go upstairs?
Just as I said to my dad, here's what they think because you've got the label. Dad's got this.
Yeah. I went
I look
in,
for a hoe.
You look for what?
A hoe.
Like to chop at it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it was, Rick. Adler, I got it.
Show us the big brown on the screen.
Oh.
Is that the one that got
That's
you?
it.
Wow. That's
Was he alive?
Yes, he's alive. So
that was in your daughter's
that was-
bathroom?
yes.
On a basket?
Correct.
Upside down?
Correct.
Ready to suck your flesh?
Yeah.
And you know what everybody thought when you arrived? Hey, his problem's over.
Go get a broom.
Dad's got it.
Let me tell you what your family does for your family.
Yeah, the real Greg Burgess taking that for you now. If you want to join us, 866 We Be Big lines are available. Chat about whatever is on your mind, and we'll hear from you as America speaks. Looking at the text line, which is another option, someone saying, watching on YouTube for the very first time. Wow, Adler's hair. Does Adler have extremely long hair almost to compensate for Speedy's lack of hair?
Yes.
You know, we didn't plan that officially, but that's a nice thought.
No, Speedy and I have an agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're workplace best friends. That's
Okay.
what we do for each
Are y'all
other.
still workplace best friends?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And forever.
I got your back, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
When it was just me and Speedy on the kickoff hour a couple weeks ago or whatever, what did we call it? The cue ball and the goof ball. That's what we did.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So, you
Look,
know.
you were
We thought
clever.
you would like that.
Yeah.
Clever.
Yeah.
Jason.
I got you if you pass out, too. I got you.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay.
I got plenty of hair for you to caress. So it's perfect.
Jason, Sweet Home Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
First of all, that was TMI on the caressing the hair.
Yeah. Yeah, you should have seen it yesterday. Wow.
I did. I was going to talk to you about the sneezing.
Okay.
I texted on the text line a few minutes ago about my record is 27.
I saw that.
Whenever I eat too much, I start sneezing.
Really?
Maybe that's it.
I get it. My grandfather was the same way, and it's minimum in the teens. I just have to get up and leave the table.
I know. And when it starts, you kind of just have to work through it before you can return back to your normal day.
So it's the overeating?
Oh, yeah.
He said
overeating.
He said if he overeats, he starts sneezing like crazy.
Okay, I'm going to pay attention to that. Because
Okay.
Terry claim I'll sneeze after we eat,
Okay.
but I don't sneeze up here.
Do you overeat?
Maybe at home I do. I don't know. I'm going to pay attention.
Okay.
See.
Let's go to Hunter, also in Alabama. Hunter, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, let me ask you this, since you're a person named Hunter. Are you one of those that wants us to emphasize the T? Or are you okay with just us calling you Hunter?
Whatever works.
Yeah, you know, you've ever been around the T emphasizers? Mm-hmm.
I have.
Our son's name is Hunter. Let me tell you what happened with Hunter yesterday. You know, they don't
Instead of
like
just Hunter.
They don't like you saying Hunter, but you said you're good either way, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's on your mind, buddy?
Yes. What would the confused American have to say about the Trump rally being a Nazi rally?
You know, that one, I don't. Does that really fit into confused American? No.
It confuses me.
Yeah.
And you're an American.
Yeah, the confused American is there's an outcome that was completely obvious, and he seems confused on how it happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I guess I'm not sure that one really worked. I mean, I'm ready to go. I would love to do it for you, but I'm not sure that one fits confused American.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's go to Bobby. Bobby, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, take your leftover meatloaf, put a little bacon grease in a skillet, fry it on each side, make your sandwich that way. It is perfect.
Y'all taking me in an area I've never been.
I know this is a great meatloaf day. I mean, a good one.
Never had a meatloaf sandwich.
Let's
Never.
go. Let's go to Asa.
Never.
Out of Alabama. Asa, go ahead.
Guys, I could talk about everything that they've talked about so far. First of all, with the Hunter thing, I say Guntersville, and to hear you say Guntersville, it just drives me up the wall.
I know.
It's just how I am.
You know what, Asa?
Second of all,
I agree with you, and I got jumped on about that, not by my wife or her family. They don't seem to care, but by listeners when I was talking about Guntersville. And so you today have been used to come back into my life and say, Rick, you do remember that you said Guntersville, and you've only recently started saying Guntersville and drop it. So you know what? I'm dropping it. I'm dropping it. All right, go ahead.
And another thing, the confused American, you got to realize the Democrats are very confused. So I kind of think it might fit. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true. I guess so. I guess that's one way to look at it. Yeah. Let's go to Chase. Chase, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I was just going to say my mother-in-law, she makes a great
meatloaf. And with the meatloaf, for the glaze, she puts ketchup and barbecue sauce and mixes that together. You need to try that. That's pretty dang good.
I'll tell you why she does it, because she's a saint. That's why.
Greg's in on the barbecue sauce.
Man, that sounds fantastic. Let's go to Nikki. Nikki, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. The sneeze thing, my husband does that, and it's called snation. It's the snation reflex.
Snation?
Are you saying snation like nation with an S?
Yes. It says the snation reflex is a medical condition that causes people to sneeze uncontrollably after eating a large meal.
But Speedy,
Large, that's it.
See, but
I'm overeating
But it
at
happens.
home.
It happens to me like even when I'm not eating or haven't eaten.
Here we go.
It's a different one. But you're saying there's one tied to the eating though. Oh, okay.
Yes, my husband does that, and people will look at us crazy when we go out to eat because when he
God
is
love
done
him.
eating, it's at least 15, 20 times.
Oh yeah. It's and you, like we've all said, and you can't do anything about it till it's over.
So it says it's a condition where your stomach is full and becomes stretched.
All right. So
well, that's disgusting.
Speedy, are you overeating?
At home, maybe I am.
It's a combination of the word sneeze and satiation.
Oh my goodness.
Snatiation.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Who knew?
Who knew?
Jeremy,
Jeremy,
because I do eat very light here. We
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I don't sneeze here.
Yeah. Jeremy in Mississippi. By the way, do you like your state camo shirt I brought you? It has the
I
state
do.
of Mississippi on it.
That's nice.
I'm
gonna break that one
Those of you
out.
watching, we've got the state camo. I didn't know they had short sleeve.
Is that what you brought? What'd you bring us?
I brought y'all long sleeve.
Long.
Yeah.
I'm in.
And
I'm in.
but I brought Speedy one yesterday because they sent one that had Mississippi on it because they'll do any state.
Mm-hmm.
And so I brought Speedy
Wear
one
that
of
to the
those.
farm Saturday.
Jeremy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Look at that.
Boy, I bet that Mississippi shirt goes hard. But anyway,
There's only a
did
line
you
that
know-
divides us. Only a line.
He's in Mississippi.
Oh, okay, good.
He's
Oh,
pro Mississippi.
Okay. Oh, good.
Okay,
Okay,
go
I
ahead.
misunderstood you. Sorry.
Did-
Boy, wow, sensitive.
Did you know
We'll
that
get beat up
Barack Obama and George W. Bush are 10th cousins once removed, and the family member that connects them is a dang Hinckley?
Well, Jeremy, where did you find that? Have you been on that website?
Google it.
Okay.
Google it.
Well,
It's
Google
the
it.
dark-
That doesn't tell me anything.
Oh my goodness, he's right.
What?
Obama and President Bush are 10th cousins.
Right.
Once,
Okay, Jeremy. All right. I
once
got you.
removed, linked by Samuel Hinckley.
Wow.
Wow.
Jeremy knew what he was talking about.
He did.
There's
He
Mississippi checking in again.
Well, we know things.
What about you being kind of Mrs. Sensitive?
Well, we'll get beat up a lot.
I know, but this guy was
We
being
get looked
positive.
down at.
Yeah.
Obama was just a black George Bush, by the way. So there you go.
Wow, you're wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
That's my opinion on it.
Okay. We'll be right back.
What are you doing?
The wars.
More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Family loves you until there's a bat in the house.
They'll leave you.
They shoved me in that bathroom, shut the doors behind me. Kim, my lovely wife, is like, Dad'll get it. Well, Dad needs some time here.
Yeah, I don't have a big brown bat plan.
Could you get a broom?
Where we live, I have
Something.
spider plan, I have roach plan, I have lizard plan.
Snake
Not a
plan.
bat.
Yeah, snake plan. You don't want that, but you got one. It's mouse.
Not snake in a house.
Right. Well, that's true.
Oh, I
Mouse.
do.
Mouse.
Mouse, I could.
But not big brown.
So they basically shut the doors.
Oh, gracious.
And here I am. I'm in a bathroom with a bat, and the instruction is, Dad, get the bat out of the house.
Is there even anything in there to hit it with in a girl's bathroom?
No, heck no.
You can't bash it with a hairbrush.
You get the hairspray.
Immediately,
It's too short. I want something longer than that. Big brown might get on me.
Immediately, I thought.
Can you dump it in the commode?
Well,
dump it in the commode.
Did you
I don't know.
Hem it up and drown
What
it.
did
Okay.
what did the evil beast do?
It is on the back. On the basket.
Is it making that
Kind
bat
of-
sound?
And it's sort of moving, and it's like.
Rick, is that a squirrel?
Yes.
Okay.
But they sound like bats.
So there's a window in the bathroom.
Okay.
So
Now he's thinking. Now Daddy's
so
thinking.
They go put it out. I like this.
I opened the window, and
6 more flying.
I yelled out, "I'm throwing the basket out the window."
Yeah, I like that.
Shoe bat.
My daughter's 16. That is her hair.
Yeah,
product.
but
Save-
you can
save the-
you
save
can go
the
get
stuff.
it. You
Save
can
the
go
stuff.
get it.
So has it got product? All the product in it?
does.
Yeah.
Well, so what? You
I'd have
replace that.
coated him with hairspray.
Super Dad kicks it. I saved the product.
How?
What?
Very slowly.
Removing it?
Did you pick it up?
Like item by item.
In the bat because
Jordy, were you bit and you're not telling us?
You know, as far as I know, I was not bit, but
So
I could have rabies
Speedy
right
inspect
now.
him.
So you remove the product, then
Secret
whole
bat
basket
bites.
out the window?
Basket, bat, everything out the window as fast as
my
possible.
gracious alive.
And then what did
have you seen the teeth on this thing?
The guy
man?
who said that's a big brown, what is his assessment of your home?
Oh boy.
Because you can't go to bed. Could you even sleep?
Okay, what time? My kids
I mean,
are in
one could
school.
drop right on your face.
All right, so
are they in the attic? Is there a bunch of
Did
them?
you
Is
hear
there
what
a
he
big
just
nest?
said? He just said, "Let me make sure my kids are in school," which means this is a bad answer.
Oh no.
We have a few bats in our attic.
Oh no.
The big browns.
And they leave quite a little mess too.
Yes, they do.
Their waste is toxic.
And let me tell you,
no.
these exterminators or critter control guys, they know they got you.
Because
you can't call the insect guy because he doesn't deal with critters.
You know what? Because I know where you live. I saw the critter control truck coming out of your area. And I remember thinking, wow, when you go above pest control and you go into critter control, that's a different animal.
That's him. And he knows.
Yellow truck?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw it.
Do you think about just getting up in there and just shooting them all?
Well, I mean, they're back.
Then you got to get a roof.
I got to have a number.
Right.
I got to have a number.
How many?
More than 6?
No, less than 6.
4?
5.
4.
That you know of. If there's 4 you know of, that means about 8.
No.
Yeah.
4 big browns? Were they hanging up in there sleeping?
You know, there's little browns too.
Hey, and for $1,500, he can get rid of them.
Oh my goodness!
But what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? You going to keep the bats?
Sounds like a good investment.
Oh, hey, look, here's little
How
brown.
did they get in?
Rick, here's
How
little
did they
brown.
get in?
We got little brown too.
I look big brown. That's no. See,
see, that's
How did
not
they
little.
get in? How did they get in?
And y'all need to go check under your
Don't say that.
under your gable area. You know where you've got slats on the side. Well, if there's any opening this time of year, they will
wedge
underneath there, and there's a screen between your attic and that gable area. And if the screen breaks, hello bat. And
hello bat.
Because you know when they move around, don't you? Nighttime.
Now, is it true you named it?
Rick, when Daddy's sleeping.
So I've got.
Is it true you named it Easton?
Yes,
Jordy. There is a chance.
I did have to explain to Jordy.
Are your kids not listening right now? No, you need to watch out on the replay on the way home today.
Yes, I will.
Wait, but
there's a chance that in the night, that as you were sleeping,
oh my gosh,
that Big Brown put his tongue on you a few times.
Rick.
You know how they put that little tongue in?
Oh, Rick. But yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that, y'all. Hey, attic, we can live with it. We don't like it.
It bothers us.
But it's all the way up in the bathroom.
Yeah,
I mean, that son of a gun had to move around a little bit.
When animals find their way into the human living area, man,
he's come through a lot of barriers.
It's almost like somebody robbing your house. You can't believe they've been in there.
Before I go in the closet looking for clothes, there might be another one hanging in there.
What if you got up in the middle of the night and stepped on it on the floor?
Ow!
We're back 35 minutes past the hour. I didn't mean to panic you out there. You know what? I'm gonna do it right now. So a couple of things going on this weekend with the Man Church. A couple of opportunities to go to Man Church gatherings and services. Plug in to the strategy. Tim Ashley, he'll be speaking this Saturday morning. Flint River Baptist Church in Hazel Green, Alabama. And all right, hey, so listen to this. And then on Sunday night, Gunnersville First Methodist Church in Gunnersville, Alabama, will have Brian Dawson speaking there. Just you hear me drop the T. So look for those two and any that you'd like to investigate for the rest of the year. And I think Speedy's even got stuff up there for 2025. You can find all that at themanchurch.com, including all the details about the conferences next year. Hey, are you listening to us right now on Everyday Earbuds from Raycon? No? Well, you need to get some. This is the best of all worlds. You're talking about premium quality audio at about half the price of the competitors in that. If you're in premium audio and you look in that space, you're going to see double what Raycon is charging for earbuds that have the same quality in many ways are superior with the customized gel tips, and now they've added the ability to have multi-point connectivity. You got more than one device going at once. Great new colors. They look better. They're more discreet. They fit better. They sound fantastic. You've got sound profiles. You've got noise isolation. You have the awareness mode if that's what you need. So, and you can get 20 to 50% off on their entire website if you go to buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's V as in Victor. And you can go Big Vox, 20 to 50% off, or just use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Love hearing from all of you that are using these, and we love them too. All right, so back to we're talking about sneezing a lot on the program, and we are, because it was earlier we were talking about some of us have gone from single sneezers to multiple sneezers later in life, and we don't know why. And many of you have been talking about that. Yeah. And then Adler brought up something because his wife is a multi-sneezer as well. And so there's been this term. You remember they talked about it even on a Seinfeld episode. Is if someone sneezes, do you feel the obligation to say God bless you?
Mm-hmm. It's a little pressure.
And do you do that to strangers? Do you feel the need to do it with your loved ones? And if it's a multi-sneezer, do they get a God bless you after every single sneeze, or at the end of the run?
I think at the end of the run.
Yeah, well.
And are you a guilted God bless you? Because, if somebody says it to you, do you say it back to them when it's their turn?
It happened last night. We're reading bedtime stories.
Really, I mean, that's not in the Bible that you have to do that.
That's a great point, Greg.
Greg, it is in one of the minor prophets.
Oh, is it? I just missed it.
You missed it.
Aaron's
you don't know the Hebrew word for sneeze.
Aaron's reading the story. It's agape. And she does the multi-sneeze thing, and then I don't know when she's done sneezing.
Right.
I'm not telepathic.
No.
Right.
I don't have ESPN.
No.
right.
Two.
And then after her sneeze, she goes, "Well, I guess bless me then. I guess I'll just bless myself."
No.
Here.
Oh wow.
And I'm like, I didn't know.
You
She's
didn't
like,
care
I guess
enough.
nobody loves me. I'm like, we love you.
We didn't know you were
done.
done.
Know when you were done.
Yes.
So everybody's saying it's got to be end of the run, but how do you know when the run's over?
I don't want to say bless you, bless you, bless you. I don't want to do. That's weird.
You can look at their face and tell if they're done.
Do y'all do it to strangers?
No.
I do.
How close are they to me?
They're at a restaurant.
I don't like
they're
they're
at a table not far from you.
Can y'all smell a sneeze?
You call attention to their
Smell
sneeze?
a sneeze?
I
No,
do.
I cannot.
I had a friend that could smell a sneeze.
Oh, come
Yes.
on.
He goes,
Oh, that sneeze stinks.
What?
Really?
I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I've never heard of a stinky sneeze.
I didn't either.
I
People
guess
can
if you
do
got
that.
yuck breath. you do.
I can smell Red Bull.
Do you know, Greg? Do you know? And this is your
Crack open a Red Bull, I can smell it anywhere.
really.
Yes.
But if I drink it and sneeze.
Do you know,
Double.
Greg, the origin on why we say God bless you to a sneezer?
Doesn't that mean that your heart stops or something?
No,
You're nearly dead?
No, that was once true. At least my science teacher told me that in 7th grade. It is because it was believed at one point that was demonic, that you were dealing with demons, trying to get them out.
Hey, you need to stop making.
No.
Where'd you get that?
No, and so but they would go, hey, God bless you. Like, hey, if a demon's bothering you,
God bless you.
and it actually comes from. It has a little bit of a little pagan background.
I mean, I'm not.
You think you're sharp?
You see, if it ain't tied to the belief that maybe you were dealing with demons.
I'm going with your heart stop.
Some people said the Black Plague almost had a God bless you, and I don't remember that.
What?
That one I don't know, but I do know that you do it toward a sneeze because at one time they thought that was an indication of a battle with a demon. I'm sorry.
Man, just say no.
Research.
Hey, y'all hang on. I just ate. Y'all good? You're good.
Hey, I do God bless.
Sun's bright.
I
You
do
got a
God
bright
bless you
sun.
to strangers, and I have found that 9 out of 10 times, for some reason, they really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you.
And I've been blessed by people say it to me when I'm sneezing.
Why are you, Greg? Nobody thinks you God bless anybody on sneezes, or you care.
No, if I sneeze, they'll say God bless.
And you appreciate it?
Yeah.
Are you just saying that because that's what
It
you
makes
should
me a
say?
little uncomfortable.
Okay, so you really don't like it.
Now that I think about it, I really don't.
No, you don't. Of course you don't.
Like it.
Because I know you.
I just soon as not deal with it.
I know you. You find that to be disruptive.
Yeah. Now I got to acknowledge you.
Right. See, there we go. Now we'll dig at it.
I started out like I was making that up.
Right.
You dug the truth out of it.
Right there.
By the way,
Greg,
sneezing is a very weird thing as far as how it occurs in our body.
Oh yeah, and your heart does stop.
Most of the feedback loops, just the processes that occur in our body, are negative feedback. like fevers and reactions and things like that. It's a negative feedback, meaning something happens and then the opposite happens. Whereas with this positive feedback loop, it's like something happens and then it gets exponentially bigger and bigger, and it keeps happening until it kind of blows itself out, kind of, so to speak.
What is he talking
But
I stopped listening.
I stopped listening.
sneezing, blood clotting.
What?
And also
Thanks, guys.
lactation. Also lactation.
I liked it better when we were talking about.
You
was
just
the time-
wanted to say lactation.
No,
That's all that
I
was.
didn't.
He
Right.
told that entire story so he could say lactation.
That was a long way home to lactation.
Lactation.
Hey, we all stopped listening to that because we're really, frankly, we're more interested about the demon thing, and
fine.
And people are saying yes, that was supposed to be like a demon leaving your body. I'm telling you, Greg.
Just because
Greg,
the people
you're the
on the
person.
text line.
No, you're the people who you said this same line, and I rarely find myself in this situation as much as you. I will acknowledge that, but I'm afraid I'm in the point right now where I'm going to steal your little phrase. Right now, if I'm telling you that a rooster can pull a truck, go get a chain.
You're that confident.
Gosh, I love that
You
one.
been around those people that pee a little bit when they sneeze?
Why were we there?
A lot of women have that problem.
Oh, wow. Well, guys, no. I knew I should have stopped sneeze talk. But the God bless you thing came up. Are you a bless you or a full-blown God bless you?
I'll say bless you a lot.
I go full-blown God bless you.
I say God bless
I want to
you.
be clear that I can't bless you.
If it's to Terry and it's been a lot, I'll say bless you.
I say bless you because I wanted the whole situation to be over with quicker.
And that is so honest.
I say God bless you because
God just did that. It makes it longer.
I say God bless you because I'm not the Lord, Greg. Okay, I say God bless you.
Right. Don't believe any of us can hand out many blessings.
You dress like Jesus with that beard in your hair.
Yeah.
I will say this, though. This happened the other day. I prayed that a baby would stop crying in a restaurant, and it did.
Rick, now you
absolutely have. I started thinking to myself, I wonder if I might as well. I mean, if the baby keeps screaming and hollering, and God bless the baby, then
And the
fine.
parents.
But what if I could just
Let me ask you this, and you be very honest with me. Were you praying more for the child to stop crying, or that it was annoying you and you wanted it to stop?
A
little of both.
I felt like the baby was in duress.
Oh, okay.
But I will say
you were done with hearing it.
It wasn't, Lord, please let that baby stop
I felt bad for because I've been that parent.
Mm-hmm.
I felt bad for the parents because it was disruptive. The baby can't help it, so I felt bad for the baby, and I just thought, you know what? We always pray about the big stuff, and I'm trying to learn to pray about even the little things. I remember, and I know a lot of people that are incredible prayer warriors, and they'll pray for a good parking spot, you know, and stuff like that. And I find myself going, I don't really want to
say that. Pray for a good parking spot.
And I find
Come on,
myself
man.
going, all right, I don't want to bother the great I am with that.
No,
it seems like he'd be like, wow, Bert,
a crying
you realize
child.
I'm over here in the Middle East
think
right
you
now.
don't go, really?
I'm over here in the Middle East dealing with the Hebrews again, and you're bringing up a parking space.
Yeah, I just don't think a parking space is that big a deal.
Oh, Greg, they are.
I mean,
I park far away on purpose.
Can I say something?
When I get a good parking space, I'm elated. I love a good
so
parking
someone's
space.
praying and they're going, Lord, I really need a good parking space.
I know
today
people do
at
it. I'm not
Walmart."
saying you should. I just said I know people who do. And so I did. I prayed about the baby at lunch, and the baby stopped crying.
Speaking of lactation,
I had a situation walking in.
It's always back to lactation with you.
I'm sorry.
To the grocery store yesterday. I scared the mess out of an elderly lady to the point where I had to apologize to her.
Did
and
you
it
do
was
it on
a very
purpose?
awkward,
Did you do it on
uncomfortable
purpose?
moment. Well, no, I was trying to be helpful. And
There you
of
go
course,
again,
here he
over greeting
goes.
people and freaking them out.
Well, there was an elderly lady that was by herself, and she was putting groceries in the in her trunk, and her cart was almost empty, and I was just gonna wait and take the cart back for her because I was going in, and I said,
coming in too hot.
and then she stayed a little bit too long, bent over in that trunk, and then when she swung around, I was standing there,
scared her.
and she. And I was like, "Oh no, ma'am, I'm sorry. I just didn't know if no, go on." And she got kind of mad at me because I think I scared her.
That's
too
what you
much.
warned her about. You've been warning her about this. You've been warning her about this for years.
I should have.
Once it kept going, and she didn't immediately go, "Oh, hey, thanks, Sonny."
Right. Part of me was saying just keep walking. But then I thought she was finishing because I saw the rhythm of how she was loading up, and it just so happened where it was going to time down. I was walking by, and I was just going to offer, "Can I take that for you?" Because I'm going in.
I know you mean well, but
And it
for
scared
some
the
people,
mess out of
as
her.
you found out, I know
put
you mean
blinders
well.
on.
but sometimes you're too much.
Yeah, and you need
Well,
blinders.
I take it easy, Clark Kent. All right, take it easy. My goodness.
I just felt like maybe I was too close. I should have. But it's just the direction I was walking. It's not like I walked over to her. I was literally walking past her car.
I wish she'd have hit you with her purse.
I thought she was.
That'd be great. But I mean, I know your heart's in the right place. I really do.
She looked like she was having a little trouble getting around. I thought, well,
because you snuck up on her, breathing down her neck.
But be less aware.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Like a stingray.
What if you went to scratch your face and Big Brown was on it?
Oh, Rick.
I have entered rooms the last 24 hours as if I was going into a war zone. Because you don't know what's behind the door.
I know. Have you been acting confident in front of the kids though?
Absolutely. And kids, if you do hear this, there is no issue. I have put
Daddy's just got to come off his wallet and get it done before they multiply.
I have put duct tape around the attic pull down.
They'll yeah.
No, I don't.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Carry fleas and mites.
Kids,
and all
that'll
that.
work.
Did you open the door of the bathroom after getting it out the window and look like I'm the man? It's gone.
I did at that time, and
But you were
until we
scared
found
to
out
death?
we have them living right
It
above
probably was back in the attic before you got in the bed.
us. My kids. My kids are going to hear this, and they're all going to
Jordy,
sleep
here's the
with us
thing, though.
tonight.
We didn't
Tell them about what's hid in the basement.
Yeah, and we're out of time. But one thing we really, you're right. I would love to be the critter control people that sit around the table because, like he said, they know they got you. Somebody said, all right, let's think about it. How much they are charged for, like, let's say bats? Somebody said, oh, bats, that's $1,500. And you said, that's a little high. And they said,
Jordy.
what? People just going to live with bats?
Hey,
Jordy,
the guy
can't you
asked
shoot 'em with
how many kids I had.
Yeah.
So as soon as I told him he knows this man's got to get rid of the bats.
Right.
Yeah.
For
He
any
can't
price.
have kids and bats.
He wanted to say $2,000, but he thought that might spook him. But I bet I can get $1,500.
Can you get up there with a bow and arrow and shoot them while they're hanging upside down?
Because think about it.
And then you got them like shish kebab, you can handle them.
Yeah. You know, I'd like to talk to the critter control folks because I bet they're scared too. They just don't want to admit it.
I know, man. Sure.
I bet if you go up in that attic.
Rick, why couldn't you get up there and shoot them with a bow while they're hanging up? Just shish kebab them. Huh?
Shish kebab.
Well done, Batman. Well done, Batman.
Super Dad.
We'll be right back.
Thanks,
Rick and
Robin.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
here we go. It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. I know a lot of you asking again about this state camo. Every time I wear this shirt, this starts. But going to be doing more work with Everyday Outdoors also going forward. Excited about working with them. So use the code BIGBOX for that too. V as in Victor. And you can get a discount at Everyday Outdoors if you're looking for that state camo too. Some of you are asking about that. Yes, you can. All right. So other things to cover on the program today. We have a Tucker Carlson deal. Now, this is I know this can be a little sensitive, and it is a little more on the serious side. But Tucker Carlson is apologizing. Apparently, and we all know this. As a matter of fact, we talked about it a lot on the show. One thing that is not up for debate is we have seen huge increases in the number of people that find themselves inside the autism spectrum. And that spectrum would include Asperger's and things like that. And it's the different levels and degrees and high functioning versus nonverbal. And look, there's so much of it. As a matter of fact, my middle son works with children and families, working with children who have special needs, and a lot of them are in the autism spectrum. So he's constantly updating me on the different levels, and what works for one doesn't work for another. And proud of his work, and he's felt a call to that his whole life. But one of the things that was discussed is, where has this increase come from? Because as even medical doctors were saying early on, this is getting to epidemic levels, and you cannot have a genetic epidemic. So then that leads into, well, what is the insult? What has caused this increase? And really, none of us have to be scientists or doctors. Just living our lives, we have all seen it. This is not.
Yeah.
But this at one time, you rarely knew anyone who had a family member in the autism spectrum. Now it's almost getting abnormal to meet someone who doesn't, to some level. And one of the theories that was out there was that when we started grouping all these vaccines together, and giving these high doses of vaccines to babies, that people were seeing different behavior in their children, even babies, after they were given these vaccines, and so some people were saying, is it possible that this is a tie-in? Well, apparently, Tucker Carlson made fun of those who think that's possible and has had to apologize for it. So here he is in his own words.
And he's talking with comedian and political commentator Jimmy Dore. That's the other voice that you're going to hear.
Okay. All right.
So Bobby Kennedy, if you had checked in with any American who knew who Bobby Kennedy was for the last 20 years and said, who's Bobby Kennedy? He's the guy who falsely connects vaccines with autism. And that's why he was not allowed in the New York Times. That's why he was called a Nazi. It's kind of, speaking of drummed out of polite society, he was, after that Rolling Stone piece about 20 years ago, connecting autism with vaccines. Even the autism organizations denounced him. That's how in the tank they are. But you never hear anybody criticize him for that anymore. It does feel like there has been a change, even in the media, on that question.
There has been. I saw a guy on CNBC the other day, like some CEO, talk about 72 shots. He's like,
exactly.
Did you see that?
Exactly. No, I didn't. But yeah. I see people who, well, even I was never against vaccines. I mean, I've never spent 4 minutes thinking about vaccines.
Either.
Right. So, but I see, but because of my job, I had to.
And so Jimmy Dore goes on, it was initially just Jim Carrey and Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro did a movie about it, a documentary, and then all of a sudden, De Niro just stops talking about it. And then here's the apology from Tucker.
That was that. Yeah. So it used to be people like that. And
yeah, there were and I remember, just in the interest of full disclosure and honesty and repentance, I remember making fun of them.
Me too.
So that's where I was at the time, which was unthinking and stupid and reactionary, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, and I understand all that, and I'm not saying that anything has been proven, and I do disagree with the texter saying that these numbers, because we can diagnose it better. I totally reject that. That's no, not the kind of increases that we've seen. You can see it with your own behavior. There's behavior in children and families that at one time you just never saw with those of us. I've talked about it before, who taught children in Sunday school, teachers who teach in school. I'm sure, Adler, your wife can speak to it, Greg Chandler and our sister. We've all seen it, okay? And now I'm not saying that I know what it is. I don't. But I think when people ask me about it, I just think it's common sense that, vaccines can be very, very, they've been miraculous, and I'm thankful for them. But I do think we have a responsibility to be wise on how we vaccinate people. And not every vaccine is great. There's been many that have been. And if I had a child right now, I had a baby, I would demand that there be a scheduling of the vaccines that they were not all given to the baby in some big bunch. I'd spread them out. And there's some, especially something that's only sexually transmitted, I'd wait till the baby's brain developed, let them get a little older. I don't see the need on some of these things that we're giving newborn babies. And I know too many people that said, hey, my baby was fine, got these big wad of vaccines all at one time, and their behavior changed. And then you also, back to the diagnosing better, the problem you got with that too is we've seen therapies where autistic children that were nonverbal became verbal. We've seen treatments that have brought them even out of the spectrum to where they went from not very functional to high functioning or not showing any signs of it at all. Doesn't work for everybody. So if it was genetic, that shouldn't work.
The numbers,
it's just not. There's an insult that has happened. I don't pretend to know what it is. I have some theories and some things that I think, are plausible, but this, that it's genetic or we diagnose it better, total hogwash.
Yeah, we weren't misdiagnosing it in 2004, and even since then, it is exponentially rising. It's 1 in 44. 1 in 44 is a low estimate.
Yeah.
And in 1999, it was 1 in 500.
Right.
And now we're at 1 in 44.
And before that, it was even 1 in
1,000.
Yeah. So there's, and there's all kinds of theories, but thankfully there are some treatments that are helping too. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Back on the Burgesses and the Bodines take on Ireland. We've had an outstanding trip. We'll think of more things, I'm sure. My wife and I overcame our morbid fear of horses on this trip. We got so much accomplished. It was beautiful. It was breathtaking.
I'm glad you didn't see that parade that happened here.
I know. As soon as I got home, and I hid that story from my wife because we did have the horses get a little skittish right out of the gate. But and I did have my horse get a little skittish when some Irish red stag bucks came over the rise. He wouldn't wait down. Just a little bit. And by the way, as we've said before, hey, don't let your horse eat. Don't let him start grazing. And I said, you know what? I can't.
How do you stop it?
This horse is big enough that a 280-pound man is riding on it around a national park, and it's doing it.
Right.
If it wants to put its head down, there's nothing I can do to make it not do that. You know what I mean?
And he's talking to the other horses like, hey, how'd I get the big one?
Right. Well, it's funny. They brought out the kids' horses, my wife, who's little, my mother-in-law, who's little, and then all of a sudden, here comes this. The person's arms up in the air, bringing the other horse. And I said, and then Tom Doran, I'm going to bet that one's yours. But anyway, so like a super giant horse. But anyway, by the way, the horse's name was Denzi. I know you're wondering. So we. And by the way, Brody got to ride a horse that's name was Silver, and I started doing the Lone Ranger stuff, and nobody got it. I'm like, hi ho, Silver,
away.
And what do you mean? So anyway,
happy 4th.
Yeah, happy 4th. What are you talking, huh? Is it your cell? Is your cell on the 4th? Yes. But anyway, so we're coming back into the country, and everything had just been. We were so wise. Got some help from a travel agency and I said, look, give me relatively long connections. When you're flying, I don't like having these tight connections because anything goes wrong. I'd like to see, give me about 3 hours on each time. And they did, and so never missed a flight. That was all good. And one of them would have been close if we had. But when we got there, I'm so used to on a small airport like Shannon. Shannon's not a very big airport in Ireland. I thought, well, this won't take that long. We got there 2 hours before. Well, you start realizing, hey, well, there's a lot to do. Getting out of Ireland back to the United States and going through customs, and before you know it, you're starting to get a little pushed. I started looking at the time, and I'm like, okay, but everything's going smooth. And my mother-in-law had never flown before ever, and never gone through customs. And I probably needed to remember that. And
well, Rick, you thought you had won already.
Well, I really celebrated the victory too early.
Did you get to high step it and then drop one going in?
Yeah. So the boys and I, hey, we rode through customs, and we've had a great conversation with our American friends there in Ireland. And we're rolling out, and as I come out the door, which past the door of no return. Once you go a certain place, you don't come back. So I went out, and there was a Delta representative. And she says, by the way, your gate's been moved from 109 to 107. And I said to the person, I said, are you going to make sure that my in-laws and my wife know that? She's staying back with her mom and dad. I mean, they really need to know you moved the gate. And she said, that's why I'm here. I will tell them, you don't have to stay here. Because I started hanging. No, go on.
Right, I don't want you to hang.
Right. So I go on to the gate, and I think, well, okay. Well, and time starts passing, and I'm like, they were right behind me. Well, then I go to the door to try. Hey, don't go, sir. Let's get away from the door. I said, I don't. What's happened in there? I mean, mine took 5 minutes. What's happening? And we don't know. Just go. And then look, and I got so convincing. You know how I can be so convincing. And I said, you let them go by you. They've gone to the wrong gate. Sir, no one's come out. I haven't seen the rest of your family. I said, it's impossible. I see through the little window. I see the guy they were talking to is the same guy I was talking to. He's talking to different people. You've let them come out and wander off. And you told me you wouldn't do that. Sir, I haven't seen your family. Now I'm hearing, and my in-laws' names are Bodine. This is what I'm hearing at the gate. James and Dottie Bodine, please report to the desk. I can't find them. They're not there. And I'm like, and now my wife, I don't know where she is. And I'm like, all right, what's going on here? So I go back up to the Delta. Stupid. Look, I've gone to the Delta person. This time, so convincing, got her in trouble. You've let them come by. And she says, sir, and look, and finally she realized, my gosh, you're so convincing. She left and went to the other gate. look, and then got in trouble for leaving her post. And so they weren't there. And I'm like, what in the world is going on here? And then here comes Sherry without her parents. Hey,
and what was the opening line?
I said, where are your parents? Well, Rick, that's a great question. It appears they have been taken in by U.S. Customs. And I'm like, what? What? James and Dottie Bodine. James and Dottie Bodine. And I'm like, Sherry, we're leaving. We're leaving Ireland without your mom and dad. By the way,
she's never flown.
She's never flown. She's never even. I mean, she's
been out of the county.
What are we doing here? And so I'm like, hey, we missed this plane. It's bad. And I said, she goes, well, God love my mother and her honest self. Undoubtedly, I don't even read, which is not good. I don't even read those. No.
It's tiny print.
Hey, a few $100s worth of little knickknacks for family. I'm out of here. And. Well, undoubtedly, there's a square that says, do you have any seeds from this country? And which I didn't, by the way.
That's why you check no.
Undoubtedly, the Bodines did.
Well, they messed up, Rick. What you should have done is to give them to a nice Latino man and let him just walk them in from Texas.
Right. So she says, my mother told them that she had picked a flower and had put it in her suitcase. And
thank you for being with us. No Bubba today, but we got Speedy, Greg, and Adler all here ready to go. And we have all of you out there listening and watching the show. We thank you for being with us today. So Ryan Greenwood dropping by yesterday as we look back over the last 31 years with the final Rick and Bubba show coming on December the 13th. Ryan Greenwood dropped by. We were reminiscing. And, of course, with him playing guitar in Mr. Lucky, this spawned a lot of Mr. Lucky talk. He dropped off a box of CDs, and people are like, hey, I lost my CD, and okay, is there any way y'all could put some of this on YouTube and all that? I don't want to remind you again, believe it or not, that one and only CD we did of 9 original songs, it's on all the streaming services. So if you go out to Apple or Google or any of their stores and search Mr. Lucky and Rick and Bubba or whatever, those 9 songs are there. You can access those whether you still have a hard copy CD or not. But Ron brought some, so if you end up coming here and spinning the wheel, you might can get one there. All right, so the gang is all here, and much to discuss. And I know that we talked about this on the show before, and I think all of us are pretty similar. Men in general are similar on this, where there's something that's innate, especially in males, and I know there's women who may have the same problem, but it seems to be mainly males, that we're obsessed with making good time. I think even the You're Becoming Your Parents guy did one where they all got out and they're talking about how long it took them to get there. And so, and one of the things that we've looked at is that we're obsessed with making good time, even when good time is not even necessary.
Yeah.
And I caught that.
You're talking about personal best.
Yeah, I caught that. I mean, I was great. As a matter of fact, I was running way ahead. I would have probably. I was going to arrive where I was going awkwardly early. Okay. And I'm approaching, the red light, and I'm thinking to myself, if this red light catches you,
it's not a big deal.
It doesn't even matter. Matter of fact, you could probably sit here a minute, return a few emails. I don't. Why are you accelerating? Why are you trying to make this light? And before I knew it, I couldn't stop myself. I mean, I was like, I got to make it, and I make it, and I turn. I'm like, well, now you're going to be awkwardly early. That would have taken off some. It's like I can't stop it. I mean, like I've said before, and I know y'all are the same way. I really believe that I could be. They would say, "Now I'll tell you one thing. You're going to be down here. You need to be here at 8 o'clock, because when you get here, of course, we will be hanging you." And I think I would hurry to make it.
Yeah.
I think I would want to get out and say, got here at 7:45.
Yeah. How about that?
I got time to go up and stand on the
platform. Well, you got to get settled.
Right? Yeah, I got to get settled. I got time to stand on the platform a minute. I mean, what if I think? Why can't I stop it? And then there's another one I want to ask you all about. Is this bad form? Because I'm a little confused by it. So if you do because everything, I just love efficiency. That's why I love a good parking spot. I love getting multiple things done. All of you out there better hope that I never go to work for DoorDash or Uber Eats. You'll never get your food, because I'll find a way. Man, I'll tell you one thing. Surely somebody wants me to get multiple things on the way. I would only take the calls that have me getting the food, grabbing something at Walgreens, picking up something for you at the grocery store. I just love that feeling of all I've accomplished in this trip. Yeah. And if I can make a lot of things happen at the same time. You're all about it. So I'm a little confused about it, and I think it is bad form. I think it is. But I just want clarification. So fill in the blank restaurant. You have an option to call in and pick up, or a lot of them offer curb service. Now, my problem with curb service is I feel like that if I get inside, I can make more things happen. I don't like that. I don't do curb service. I don't like that sitting there at the mercy of what's going on in there. I don't know what's going on in there. I got to get in there and
somebody
see.
might hopefully see that I'm here.
Right. I want to stand around and go, hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
And of course, they already said, Rick, just let them know when you're here, and you've even filled out what kind of vehicle you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can tell them what space you're right.
But I can't. I don't like sending it out there into nowhere. I'm like, does everybody know I'm here?
Yeah. What if they didn't get it?
So I end up getting out anyway. So what?
At the curb service.
Here, number 5.
Sure. I can't do curb service.
What about the sign that says "Stay in the car"?
I can't.
You can blow through that.
I can't stand it. I'm like, I don't think they know I'm here. And
there's a glitch.
Yeah, I got to go in there. So here's what I'm saying. So I think this is the best of all worlds, and I think this is a no. By the way, is it bad form if I've called in? And when I arrive to pick it up, I still take one of those spots and go in and get it.
That's not good.
Is that bad form?
Yeah.
No, I think that's okay.
You're not.
Is that curb service only?
Yeah,
it says
Rick,
it on the
says
sign.
Curb service.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
but,
I don't think that's it.
But they don't offer
Rick.
an option for I've called in.
Right.
What's the difference in me having this spot and them walking it out to me, or me going in and getting it? I don't understand the difference.
Because that spot,
the difference in the spot.
that
the spot works
curb.
either way.
No, Rick, you park outside of curb service.
But you see my point,
you didn't
don't
click that option.
Okay, so I get this spot if I'll stay in the car, but I can't have it if I get out.
Right.
And go in, but I still am doing the same thing. I'm just going to get the food. They're not bringing it to me.
Is it numbered? Is the spot numbered?
It
has a sign.
Some do have.
It has a sign that says curb service.
Okay, well, if it has a sign that says curb service and there's 2 spots, I think you can park in one of them. Now, if it says like spot 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever, a lot of times within the app or whatever you're using, you're saying we're coming out to spot 3. So in that situation, if it's numbered, I don't think you can park
These are not numbered.
Go for it.
But because I see myself saying
the curb service police.
Yes.
Does this qualify as a curb service if it's not numbered?
Yeah.
Because I've parked at the curb.
No, that would be
I'm going in to get it, and I'm walking it right back to the curb, the same place that the people inside would bring it to.
Normally they have takeout
and I
parking.
don't stay long.
Some do, yeah.
I don't stay long because I'm efficient. I know how to get in and get out with it.
Or use the handicap.
I can do that quicker than they seem to be able to do it. I'd like to have that spot.
Yes, you can take it, especially if there's more than one.
I'm at the curb.
That's the rules, Speedy. I don't make them.
And I'm picking it up. Rules. Is that a foul?
I don't know.
I'm not talking about numbered. I think after
it
makes a number, that numbered point is valid. I won't park in a numbered one.
It could cause that could cause confusion.
Okay, I won't do that.
I know a guy that parks in them, and I hate to say it. I won't say his name, but he has gotten into arguments with Walmart before. He parks in the curbside pickup and goes in and shops.
Well, because that's different. No. So that's not what I'm doing.
Yeah,
that's not what I'm doing.
But he says I'm not picking up much. It's just a few items.
That would be like me parking there and I haven't ordered
Jason,
yet.
you can't do that.
That'd be like me parking. That'd be like me parking there and I haven't ordered yet. No, that's a foul.
Yeah.
But there is a difference.
Already ordered.
Would you
I'm
agree?
just picking it up.
There is a difference between curbside and takeout.
There is, and I'm trying to find that sweet spot.
Yeah.
And what I'd like to do, I want the curb service spot, but I want to go get my own food.
Yes.
Curbside is just for people that don't want to get out, except for Rick, who wants to park there and get out.
I can't sit there. I'm wondering what's going on in there.
That was COVID stuff. Why don't you just do away with the curbside?
There you go.
Well, a lot of people, like my parents, they enjoy that because people bring it out.
It's all about
to
your
them.
parents. I get it.
What?
Do y'all not have that?
Was
do y'all not have that feeling?
That's fine. That was real.
Do you not have that
like
feeling?
Kamala saying you're at the wrong rally.
It's
that
only
was real.
It's only food because I could see how grocery, big store, a Walmart, how the curb is better. But it was just a restaurant, and I know my bag is sitting in there. Just let me go
I
get
can
it.
walk 10
And
feet
can I
to get
use
it.
this spot?
You're thinking somebody's not looking at the computer
to me, the
screen.
best,
I'm here.
The best of all worlds is to having that curb spot and me going to get my own food. That's what I want.
Yeah,
that's the world I want to live in.
Just pull it to the curb and walk in.
All right, people are saying Rick's perfectly in his right using the curb service spots if he goes in and gets his food.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Now, I will tell you this. I'm pretty much a rule follower on this kind of stuff on efficiency. Like, you'll never see me with more items in the express lane. Never. Because I think those people should be put in jail.
I push it on that.
I do not.
Because
I know how much it bothers me when I see somebody else push it.
I limit 3 over.
You'll go 3 over?
Yeah, I'll give myself a little buffer.
Oh, no.
See.
Because they've told, especially at Publix, they've told them if somebody's got too much, don't say nothing to them.
Yep.
Right.
I know the rules of Publix.
Yeah.
You got to take it.
They're not. I'll take advantage of it.
Now,
I do too.
You take advantage because that person can't deny you.
Too bad, so
that's
sad.
bad.
Well,
and you getting on me about curb
If
service?
it was 10 items, I get it. But it's 3. That's my limit, 3 over.
You'll do 13 in the 10?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you're mad about the curb service spot?
My blind dad can't sit in a curbside spot.
Look, I
guess you wanted to get in and stumble around, try to get it.
I think the overarching
Sorry,
theme
Dad.
is that we need to calm down and we need to stop being in a hurry, and we don't know why. We rush and rush until life's no fun.
I rush every single day as hard as I can go.
Alabama.
Are you reading that on
I'm quoting
something?
Alabama.
Okay, thank you.
Randy Owen.
We'll take phone calls next. We'll go phone trolling right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I said, well, I told him just to check no, and she goes, well, they did, but he asked her about it straight up, and she wouldn't lie about it. I said, well, I didn't tell her to lie. No, she had them. She said, got flowers? Yeah, you can't have flowers. And I said, oh my gosh. And I said, well, what's going on? Well, they're unloading my parents' luggage now. I said, off the plane? And Dottie and James Bodine, Johnny and I said, they're not here yet. They're in customs. She had a flower. They've been arrested. Meanwhile, Mexicans are roaring in Arizona. But
yeah, it's so odd how we pick and choose our battles.
Well, let's get Dottie Bodine and her flower. But my gosh, if you want to roll into Arizona,
just have at it.
So I'm like, oh my gosh. Well, you know what though? In all fairness, my custom friends who are listening, that's how we got kudzu. Is people bring these plants from other countries.
Oh, I know.
And they bring them in, and we don't want them.
But is it possible
And,
people bring things in they shouldn't bring from Mexico?
I'm going to think I would say C. R.S. Tom Doran, aye. But anyway,
so every minute that passes, your flight's getting closer. And I know you as a Burgess, you are pacing, brother.
Oh, my God. But, Speedy, I got so intense, I made a Delta person not believe in themselves. Okay? That's how intense.
Maybe I did black out when they walked by.
Right. You let them come by. You told me you wouldn't. And I'm speaking Irish the whole time. You told me you wouldn't do it.
This is stupid.
What you mean? You're stupid. And what are you, English?
You're gonna make me say a cuss.
Yeah, you're snobby. Yeah, but anyway, so finally, God loved the woman. I mean, how about the woman was right, and I was completely wrong, and I won. You know what I mean? And Sherry said that's what it's like to be married to you. But anyway, by the grace of God, and some very nice U.S. Customs people who believed that Dottie Bodine didn't know that you don't pick flowers from a foreign land and put them in your luggage and try to bring them back to America and plant them in Gunnersville.
I'm sure there's some that are dangerous to the environment, but I mean, aren't there some that well, Rick, what kind of flower was it?
I have no idea. I understand it was quite beautiful though.
She's gonna plant them in
Gunnersville. Was it illegal to pick it or illegal to try to bring it back?
You can't bring it into the U.S.
Yeah, you can pick all day. You just can't bring it.
Now see.
I wonder if it would even grow here.
Here's what makes me out to be a bad person. I was just telling her to check no. I didn't.
You didn't know what she had.
I didn't care. I just wanted to get home. You know, I mean, and try to get on this. Well, we didn't need to miss it. And by the grace of God, and wonderful.
So she gave her flower up.
When we looked out the window and all tried to see Mama's luggage being dumped out there on the tarmac to remove the evil flower.
Right. What kind of flower was it?
It was red, is all I know. It was a very beautiful red Irish flower. And it's a beautiful place.
I understand you had her one.
You find, they took a rock away from me coming in. I had a rock they took away from me coming in. But didn't know
rock?
Didn't know that, by the way.
You brought a rock?
Well, they brought my camera thing. They started doing. I said, what's the deal with your camera? I said, I don't know. It's my wife's camera bag. And they pull out this smooth, beautiful rock from one of the Irish beaches. What are you doing with this? Well, I don't know. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
I didn't know I had a rook. And you can't take this from the Buren. That's the big valley of all the rocks. And Sherry said it wasn't from the Buren, it was from the beach. And I didn't know. I'm like, I'm sorry, nobody told us. You didn't see the signs? And I said, no, honestly, I didn't know. I didn't know. I said, I don't pay attention. I don't know things like that. And
no, I check no for everything too.
Right, I check no sign. I'm out here.
Rick, just try this. Speaking no English.
You're right. So what I've done is I took your advice, Bubba. I love that rock so much. I actually have some Mexican friends that are bringing it to me too.
Right. You realize, we're
You're not supposed to take it from the Buren. But you know what?
So we're clamping down in Shannon.
Oh boy!
But in Phoenix, we dare not ask a question of anybody.
Well, we got
Y'all
Mama's.
see the problem with this?
Hey, we got Mama's. Hey, the good news is America is safe from Mama Bodine.
You're right. Okay? Her and her dangerous red flower.
and her deadly red flower. But the thing, and we got on it. God bless her. God bless her heart. And we got on it. But one of the things that I noticed, they're asking about the signs. I kid you not, they have a place called the Cliffs of Moher. And you go up to these cliffs and you just, oh my gosh. Well, there's one point you're not supposed to go past. Do not come past here.
Right.
And let me tell you what they did, which I think was great, trying to get people. Of course, it didn't work.
Right.
Of course, Tom says it was only the French and the English that won't pay attention. Here we go to the phones, 866 We Be Big. Lines are available. A little different action now. Phone Troll, a little different format. Just a little different format. We're now kind of getting them down to, hey, can you put that in a nutshell? 30 seconds, buzzer sounds. Your time on the program done. We get to the next caller. Also, no meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. We're trying to learn, and we've tried to train society. It's a lost art, and that is the ability to cull yourself. To have self-awareness, to go, you know what, I don't think I'm bringing anything to the table.
are thinking, I really would like to bring something to all the people that are listening and watching the show. So you want to think like that. You're bringing up topics. You're making comments. You're bringing information to the table. Greg is toting a timeout. I got to tell you.
I got a timeout?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. Okay. Those of you out there think you're going to get a timeout out of Greg on the phone segment. Yeah. It's a nice thought, but I would not count on that. Also, from the email talking last hour about Speedy, who is an overgreeter.
Oh, is he?
Tried to help an elderly woman in the grocery store parking lot, but he's so over-aggressively greeting people, he scared her, and she thought he was trying to mug her and carjack her. So now the emailer says, if that woman had some sort of issue, she went down in the parking lot, what would happen first? Rick would simply give her shade, or Speedy would caress her hair. That's a legitimate.
I've seen him. The lady that fell that day when we were walking across the parking lot, he scared her more than the fall.
Oh yeah,
because he was trying to save her.
Well, like I said, and a lot of you said, we got to teach Speedy to be a little less aware.
Yeah,
and to take it down a notch. Yeah, he moves toward every situation like it's an emergency.
I know.
I mean, it's you ever seen him? We watched it yesterday.
Oh my goodness!
To the phone.
Greg every day in here.
Okay. Don't worry, I can give him shade. John in Jackson, Mississippi. Go ahead, John. 30 seconds.
Green Acres and Landline. A couple of weeks ago, Greg and Speedy were talking about, do you get back in the truck on cold mornings when you're filling it up?
Yeah.
The next morning, I was at the gas pump, and it was in the 40s. I'm like, I'm not getting back in the truck, and I'm going to just stand here and get cold. And the whole time, I had a jacket on the back seat.
Oh.
Forgot all about it.
And it was there the whole time?
I was there.
Listen, once you commit to staying out in it, you can't go back in the vehicle. So legally, you couldn't have got the jacket.
I heard you both talking about that too, and it really gave me pause. I was like, I think I'm gonna get back in the truck, guy.
Really? You pump gas and you sit in the truck.
If it's really cold, and I won't anymore because y'all made it clear that I shouldn't. And
Start running in the rain, right?
Gosh, Greg, thanks. But now there's no way I'm doing it now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got to mention this.
We know you get in the car.
There's this whole thing about if you get in your car and then you get back out, static electricity. Have you heard this?
No.
Supposedly, it charges you.
It
charges you up, and then when you go to touch the gas pump again, it's going to spark.
Here
and
comes Alt Adler.
Ignite all the vapor. So I just have to mention that. Just touch your car first or something. Discharge.
When have you ever seen that? I mean, a story about something like that.
It happened one time, and so now we all got to talk about it for the rest of our humanity.
Hey, we're having a kind of a lighthearted discussion, and here comes Karen, has to come in and drop a safety tip.
Thanks, buddy.
Sorry.
That's just like not supposed to use your cell phone around the gas pump either, right?
Oh, I do remember that one. Yeah.
Well, how am I going to get caught up? How can I multitask?
I feel safe. I think it's going to be all right.
AJ in Alabama. AJ, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy.
All right. So, look, I heard some people talking about nuclear war the other day, and I just wanted to say that the way I describe nuclear war, Earth as we know it will be gone. And, Greg, this is for you. Earth, as we know it, will be gone. It'll be sort of like trying to live on Mars, but it's definitely going to destroy Uranus.
Yeah, you have started a whole.
Sorry.
Come on, man. Let's go to Kyle in Birmingham. Kyle, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, have y'all seen the video of this Yankees fan ripping the ball out of Mookie Betts' glove?
Yeah, Greg wouldn't.
That's horrible.
Speedy and Greg were talking about it this morning. We'll have to look at that coming up a little bit later. They said it was an absolute wrestle out of the glove after the catch.
Oh, yeah, he had the ball.
He held his arm down.
Yeah, they grabbed his wrist, and while the other guy tried to rip the glove open. It's pretty good. And it did eventually come out, but they called the
Did they eject the fan?
They did.
Oh, wow. Let's go to Justin in Tennessee. Justin, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I sent this to Adler yesterday. I called before that guy called and ruined the fun for everybody. But there's a pregame video of Jameis Winston, not the one y'all played, but he's talking to the team on the field, and he says, "No eye has seen, no ear has heard what the Lord has for the Cleveland Browns." So he just kept doing it, and it's incredible. I sent it to Adler.
You know, God love Jamie. I like what he's trying to do. It kind of goes back to early days of radio. I'll never forget it. and I was on the campus radio station, and I thought to myself, man, I'm telling you, I can't believe somebody's not hiring me right off this station.
Yeah.
I mean, how's everybody not seeing my sheer genius that's going on right now? And the guy who was one of the teachers and was running the campus station, he said something so profound, and I would say this to Jameis Winston. He looked at me and he said, I understand what you're trying to do. I understand the vision you have for your show. You're just not pulling it off. But I understand where you're going.
Oh, yeah.
And I understand what you're trying to do. So I would just say that.
Yeah.
I understand what you're trying to do. But you have to be careful. Some of us, when it comes to the faith, I heard Tony Evans talk about this one time. One of the reasons people are not really into it or they're not receptive to it is we're not coming across as committed or devout or changed. We're almost coming across just kind of being weird. and so, let's not be weird with it.
Yeah.
And
fine line.
I'm not sure how much God is putting into the Cleveland Browns, but I mean, it's
between that or a parking space.
He seems to be teaching a lot about suffering.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And Jameis's pregame speeches. You remember the one when he made a W and then he ate it? I had no idea what it meant. He made his finger like a W and he said, "We're going to eat the W."
I know. I didn't see that.
And everybody was just looking at it. All the other players were just kind of like, okay.
Mike in Hueytown. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Meatloaf sandwich.
Thank you.
I do love a meatloaf sandwich.
Yeah,
Let's go to Jody in Piedmont. Jody, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. Speedy talking about his sneezes more at home.
Yeah.
I just thought maybe he might be allergic to carry and might need to spend a little bit more time away from home. Me being Jody and all.
Oh, hey, Jody.
Okay, Jody.
Now.
Come on.
Yeah. Jim in Athens. Jim, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. About a week or so ago, the same thing happened to me that happened to Speedy. I was in Publix, and I walked up, and this lady was putting the stuff in the back of her car, and I said, "Here, I'll get that for you." She looked up and said, "I thought I was fixing to have to get my mace out."
Oh. We don't
all I was wanting to do was take her buggy back.
I know. Well, see, these criminals have even ruined, all of us who try to be nice and kind. Everybody thinks we're a potential carjacker now.
Yeah.
Speedy
will get sprayed at some point.
Greg, the way he almost runs at you.
He scares people to death.
He almost runs at you. It's like he thinks everybody's in trouble.
And he must save them.
Yeah, helping with groceries is not like somebody in cardiac arrest. He treats it all the same.
Yeah.
You know it.
He does.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Back over the Memorial Day weekend and doing some highlights. So the Burgesses are there. We finally find the new airport, get the daughter off to Philadelphia, and then it's on to Shipwreck Island. Now, I don't know how other families are, but when the Burgesses go to the beach, if we've been, and I know a lot of times, I remember even when my older kids, my kids have always liked the beach. They always have. Some kids don't want to go to the pool and they don't want to be at the beach. My kids like the beach. They like the whole deal of the beach. They like playing in the surf. And we were lucky. We were there. Matter of fact, the first day there, I have not seen a green flag in so long.
Oh.
I was shocked to see it. We had green flag conditions the first day, which then the kids get disappointed because it's a lake then. There's no waves, and they hate that.
Mm-hmm.
So then you don't want to get red flag because then you're in a handle.
Yellow.
So you want to look for yellow. And we had yellow the rest of the time, which means waves, but we're not a lot of danger. And so we rip and we roar, but we always have to have a day that we declare, we got to have a break from the beach.
Mm-hmm.
We're all baked by the sun. We got I can't go back down there and take that again today.
Right.
We
Sand's everywhere.
We got to do something different.
Right.
We got to do something different. And by now, they've got sand stuff to scrape their bodies up and all this kind of stuff. So we head to the water slides. And I don't know why, but I just kind of got in my mind that I wasn't going to do the water slides. I was like, I'm going to be the guy that just packed me.
Let them do it.
They're here with their big brother, and we got the girlfriend. They're young, and Sherry walks out, and hey, she's ready to go. She's got she's got the bathing suit on and has the little shorts and everything. I said, so you're going water slide? She said, oh, absolutely.
Oh no, it's go karts again.
Yeah, and
I love water slides.
And now I've got on gym shorts. And I'm like, and you know how we are.
That's not good.
You're like, yeah, I'm just wearing gym shorts. And I probably won't do it. And so
gym shorts, they'll knock them right off.
So we get there, and the water slide hop is just.
I take it there's not a drawstring in your gym shorts.
No,
Probably not.
And then the hype started cranking up. I'm seeing a lot of the families coming off. Woo! They're coming out of the slides.
Oh, you're getting in trees.
And everybody's going.
You're getting
hot.
in trees.
It's hot. Yeah, and then what really matters is getting real hot. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because once you move off the Gulf and go inland, goodbye
humidity,
goodbye breeze.
Yeah.
Right. Now
Humidity, yes.
now
Breeze, no.
Then it's kind of like, hello, I'm the Florida sun without a breeze. How you like that, Tubbs? You know what I mean?
There's a little stickiness with it.
Hey, and you're walking around on pavement, and you it's so hot. You can't believe how hot it is. So much so, I had Sherry had a bag. She had cameras. I finally declared we're done with pictures. That's all pictures of the water slide we're gonna take.
Yeah, how many you need anyway?
And I went over and bought a locker, put everything up, and now I'm free. Now I'm free.
Daddy's roaming.
So they have lockers, they say.
Yeah, but now I'm in gym
Now
shorts.
you ain't got to tote your stuff.
Yeah, but now I'm in gym shorts.
Well, you can hold the band as you go down.
Well, and you know what we said, and it was years ago. You and I said this perfectly. It was about whitewater in Georgia. Here's the thing about water parks. Here, take a theme park, okay?
Name the theme park.
Name any theme park. Now picture being soaking wet. And that's the only difference. You're in the.
You're right about it.
And every line goes uphill. Don't leave that part out.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? Everything's uphill.
So you can slide down.
Hey, now we're all wet.
You know what's
we just
potential
walk
for?
around wet, and we're constantly wet. And so
Potential for galding.
so we get to the point that I go, well,
Powder won't stay in place.
Right,
You're wet.
right.
Potential for galding late in the afternoon.
How about galding? If they had a flag for galding like they do for the golf,
Right.
it was red flag conditions.
Because you're good early.
You know what? It would be a big blue flag.
You're good early. Exactly. Yes, it would.
Yeah, you're right. Look, so
Or a red one for RA.
yeah.
But
and then so I finally declare I will now the gregarious bearded overweight dad will now get involved.
he pulled his shirt off too. Please pull your shirt off.
And he is in, and I wasn't the only one.
Oh no!
Hey, I wasn't the only one.
Hey, once you hit that first slide, the shame's gone. It's on.
By the way, I saw Dickie Nadmeyer like 12 times.
Holding on to his tied hat while he's going. Make somebody hold his hat while he goes down the slide.
How about this? Doesn't care what he looks like at all.
No, got hair on his back.
Burnt in some of the weirdest places. Right.
That's as far back as you could reach.
Yeah. Phyllis, you get that picture? I'm gonna do it again. So anyway,
And he hollers when he goes through the slide every time.
Yeah. And then
Yes.
and we're loud, so we start getting little Rough Riders. Here we go. We're back. Thanks for being with us. 35 minutes past the hour. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. My apologies for having to cancel last minute last week. That is rare, but obviously there was a death in the family, so that couldn't be helped. But we're back today with Daniel chapter 4, and the archive will be out soon after. Also, some man church gatherings going on this week. You've got Flint River Baptist Church in Hazel Green, Alabama with Tim Ashley. That's a breakfast, guys, this Saturday, so that's in the morning. And then Gunnersville First Methodist Church in Gunnersville, Alabama. We'll have Brian Dawson there on Sunday night. James Spann, if you want to look ahead, going to be at First Baptist Church, Opelika, Alabama on the 10th of November. I'll be at Clements Baptist Church in Athens, Alabama that same evening, Sunday, November the 10th. So you can, the next 2 weeks, you can find all that at themanchurch.com. Look under events and then plug into the strategy. Now over 2,000 churches doing the strategy either fully or partially all over the country and even into Canada and the Bahamas, so which is kind of cool. All right, so a couple things to hit. First of all, Greg, I have a gift for you today, or I shouldn't say it, Adler or Speedy, whoever put it, has a gift for you today. And this is going to be video 8, Adler. Anytime I see this, Greg, it's just like me being your big brother. You know how much I love my baby brother.
when I see this headline, fat guy in Dallas tries to climb down a kid's playground bungee tower and it doesn't go great. This is the kind of stuff that Greg lives for. So so this is he's up. If you can't see the video, all of us have
What's
been
Jelly
there.
Roll trying to do?
It's not Jelly Roll,
but he's lost weight.
How about all of you? If you have kids and you've raised kids, we've all been to your Chuck E. Cheese's.
Oh, I've had to go in there and get 'em out.
Your various gyms where you're indoors. There's little tunnels they crawl through. There's netting.
Yes.
There's obstacle courses, and there'll be a time where your kid will be like, hey, trying to be a little defiant. Hey, it's time for us to go. Yeah,
I had to go in and get mine. Or they get up in there and panic.
Yeah, or they panic.
Uh-huh.
And there's no worse feeling, especially if you got a little size to you, to be called into that apparatus.
First thing to do is ask a kid that's in there, hey, will you help get him?
Yeah,
and if
right.
that doesn't work.
So I don't know whether this
Going
person
in.
has rescued a kid or just trying to do it on his own. Adler, do you know?
He should have got somebody else to do it.
I think he's just trying
his
to get
leg
down.
about to step through that.
He's just trying to get down.
So it's kind of a bungee tower, meaning it's got these almost like you'd have little trampoline type things, but they have spaces in them. There's straps. And is he going to try to come through those?
You got to step on the
He's
strap.
going to try.
Was designed for
It's
him.
not
Yeah.
good.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
so,
Here we go.
Bless his heart, Lord.
Okay.
Yeah, it's doesn't go good.
All right, so
Tough to watch.
let's go. All right. Oh boy.
Oh no,
Greg.
There we go.
Oh no. Oh my gracious.
Oh, Greg.
my God.
Greg.
Oh my God.
Greg.
Oh my God.
Hey.
Oh my! He's breaking straps.
Like a movie.
Oh my God!
He pulled his pants strap way down. Oh my God. That's so much more than I thought.
Way more.
Greg, I know it's not your birthday or
night.
anything, but there you go.
Each level broke his fall a little bit more.
I know.
So by the time it was
Slowly
over,
ripped his clothes
by
off.
the time it was over, he just laid
Well,
down.
honestly, now look,
How did he get to that point?
I don't
he
know.
had to go in
Great
somewhere.
what's he doing in there? Go ahead and send that link to Greg's cell.
Oh, yeah. I'll put that on loop.
Whoever is supervising this was not looking when he started going into
they
the
should have
obstacle.
banned
He could have killed a kid.
Yeah.
If there was one under there. What is the?
And somebody recorded, so they knew what was about to happen.
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
who got
You don't
in
just
there?
record that.
Oh, well, no, Speedy, you've been a place when you look over and you see a big one trying something. You're like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this happened in
got nothing to
Dallas.
say. You got nothing to say. I know what you do.
I want to see it again.
Wow.
This happened in Dallas, and I guess it was a Spanish speaking person that recorded this because at the bottom it says "casi sale con tanga," meaning he almost went home with a thong.
Okay.
It did.
Yeah.
It did hit
Guys,
that.
just understand, being someone from the heavy community, when we're at our heaviest, our clothes, there are no clothes designed to fit us properly.
Yeah.
We're trying to make clothes work with the shape of our bodies.
Yeah.
And most of the time, when you're dealing with those of us in the heavy community, we're always right on the edge of exposure.
Sure.
Always.
What did he think was going to happen?
It's like the straps that I have nothing.
Okay.
Did he?
All right. What is he trying to?
He's trying to just
bless
ease
his
his way
heart.
through, and he just goes through it.
Oh
Like,
my God. Oh my God. His pants are coming out. Oh my God.
Oh, Greg, what a great day
We
for you.
shouldn't be laughing.
What a great.
Nobody made him go in there. He made that choice.
You see crack by the second level.
Oh, yeah.
and y'all, he steps on one of the straps, and then it just goes right up in
like
between
the
his
Nile
legs.
River.
Is
Like
that
a-
sound I'm hearing? Are those straps breaking?
Yes,
Straps
do it again.
slapping him.
Do it
Are they
again.
slapping?
I think they're
I don't know if they're
slapping
slapping.
him.
You got them slapping.
Yeah,
I think
they-
they're breaking.
I
Yellow.
think they are. Listen.
Yellow strap, boom! Boom!
No, they're breaking.
They're slapping.
Oh, bless his heart.
No.
No. By the way, somebody.
How about when he's falling, he's trying to hold his clothes?
Well, you have to, Speedy. Right there. Back to my point.
All right, now. All right, now do it again and focus on the kids watching. Nothing, don't watch him. Don't look at him.
41 is not very speedy. Like, he's not helping anybody.
Oh my goodness, I'm zoomed in with too much. I'm sorry. It's like watching silly putty get pressed through a mold or something.
All right, y'all stop it.
No, look at those kids over there. They'll never be the same.
No.
They'll talk about that when they're adults. They'll be
good.
sitting in there with a counselor, and somebody says, "Is there anything you're not telling me?"
Okay, now
And
watch
one time I went to the jungle gym.
All right, now watch the lady that was with him on the top. All right, just watch her.
Yeah.
She sees, oh my gosh, it's gonna. Okay, watch.
Well,
watch.
she doesn't do anything, but she can't. Rick. She's covering her mouth.
Yeah.
Oh,
we need to stop watching.
What a blessing for those 3 kids over there.
Yeah.
Y'all, watch this yellow strap. It slaps. Boom, right there.
Oh, bless him. Bless his heart.
That's something.
But Greg, when you interrupted him today, it was a kind of a good night. Look at that moment where you made you look at yourself.
Yeah.
Do you think this right here wakes him up?
I don't know. Like I said, I'm back to how he ever got to the perch he was on.
Yeah,
how did he get
somebody says the first level band does break. You can see it hanging.
Oh my!
After he goes through.
So the other ones, is he just falling through the holes?
Look at the first level one.
Well,
they say the first level
So we're gonna
strap
watch
up
it again.
here.
Slow-mo.
Well, we're gonna watch it again.
Here we go.
So it says right here,
Slowed it
one
down.
breaks.
Oh,
it did break.
Okay.
It did.
Oh, he's riding the saddle. Oh, that's saddle.
The slower
that's
the better.
yeah.
All right, where's it hanging? There. I see
there
it hanging right
is.
there. There's the culprit.
How about yellow strong?
Yeah.
Yeah, yellow hangs on.
Well, guys, a lot of you too. If your kids were there, what a wonderful time to
Look at
teach
that
physics.
kid running away.
What a wonderful time to teach physics, right here.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a science experiment.
Right. This is.
But how about this? He did get down.
Yeah.
He is down. Yeah, he is down. A lot of folks are asking. Bubba must not have had anything to do today. He's obviously playing at a playground. By the way, that's no.
That's not nice.
No.
But that's right.
No.
Rick.
No, that's not.
Look at that bottom.
So that is once he gets going, there's not a lot you can do.
Wow.
You know it.
We need to stop looking.
Y'all,
at
this
that.
yellow strap really, right here. This yellow strap.
Yeah.
Boom. That's not good.
Bless his heart.
Yeah, that's.
But like you said, at least he was down.
That was like spaghetti
Once he
going through a
finally got
colander.
I really am surprised by how yellow strap hung on there.
Yeah.
Well.
That's impressive.
I'll tell you this.
Good
That,
night.
How funny.
I will.
Bubba's here.
Yeah, I will tell y'all this. Whoever made those straps, if you don't, I mean, that's a commercial. I mean, only one broke.
Yeah.
That's right, Rick.
I mean, that's not bad. So there it is.
What do you think, bro?
I love how he decided on the perch.
How funny.
I'm going in.
Right.
Oh, I know.
He
eased in.
Guys, we're missing the mystery of all this. What happens not a mystery. That's what was expected. How do you ever get in there?
Yeah.
And
To
what
the
is
top
it,
level.
and what is he doing in there?
Yeah.
And he gets
He
all
had to be exhausted.
He gets
by that
all the
point.
way to the top.
Wow. Yeah, was he looking for a kid? Because I hope he didn't think these were for adults.
Mm. Well, and the kids
Even
too.
normal size adults.
So, Speedy, now we have to ask the question that's on everyone's mind. What would you have done? You're there. Do you go to help? Do you leave because of secondhand embarrassment?
I'm in a battle.
This is you in a battle.
I'm in a battle.
Mouth to mouth?
Secondhand
What?
embarrassment, Speedy,
I'm in a
versus
battle.
rescue, Speedy.
I'm in a battle. I have to look away, then help. Almost.
Do you almost help while not looking? That's
if
not
he's
possible.
not hurt, I'm okay with it. I don't even go over. But at first, you just want to
Do you
run.
start
you just want to run away.
So there's no way you start moving that way because what you're seeing makes you go away the other way.
right.
Right.
If Greg was with me, I'd be like, Greg.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why a grown
And
man
I'd
is
have
in
to
there.
laugh,
yeah.
Why is a grown man inside there if he's not rescuing a kid? I've had to go in and rescue him before, and it's not pretty.
And I've
Oh, my
seen
goodness,
the
I've had to
entrance on
rescue.
those things are not very big, so he somehow got through it.
Right.
I've had to rescue too. I mean, moon bounces. Ruby's just sitting in the corner screaming like she's in the trenches of Vietnam or something. Kids don't care. They just keep jumping, and she's just. You got to go in and rescue her. My goodness, can y'all stop jumping for 4 seconds?
No, and the answer is no. And the answer is no. They cannot. We'll come back. Interesting topic on the text line. Greg and I were pondering it. We'll throw it out. We'll discuss it. We'll kick it around. All right. More Rick and Bubba coming up. 866 We Be Big. Bubba out today. He'll be back tomorrow. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Anytime we go to theme park,
Rough Riders
you got,
up.
You got the Rough Riders. This is the first time that the younger boys were brought into the Rough Rider mold. I said, well, hey, we hit them all. Rough Riders ride them all. No matter how tall, no culls. So I'm holding the float. Some of them are floats, some of them aren't. And I'm walking up, and this is a weird sign, Bubba. This is new to the fat community. They're trying to be politically correct, but here's what the sign says. Those of you that have been there are laughing already. If your height and weight are not what they're supposed to be.
You just eliminate half the point.
No, the sign says if your weight is not like it ought to be with your height.
Do they have that scale there for you to look at your height and your weight?
And that's a little confusing. You may have an issue on this ride.
You're kidding.
And I'm like, what do they mean by that? And then I start thinking, but I lost 35 pounds.
That's right. I got gym shorts on.
But Rick, according to the government, you got 50 to go. You know what I mean? And
how about that little thing?
That's just to be fat.
Right, yeah. I'm just, to me, because, those of us that are fat, it's like I'm now a tolerable fat. So if I'm okay with it, sure that doesn't mean I'm fat.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of people fatter than me.
And then because my oldest son now weighs, for the first time ever, 6 pounds more than me.
Right.
I'm 270. He's 276.
I bet y'all look different. Though.
Yeah, a lot different. Especially since he's 6'4" and I'm 6'2".
Yeah. But his is in his shoulders. Yours has dropped down a little bit.
By the way, still don't know why though. Sports Information keeps putting him at 6'2" in the program at Auburn. I don't get that. I don't know why. But anyway, so
it's part of the.
So he comes out the bottom of it, and I hear him hollering, "Hey, I fell off 3 times." I'm like, "Whoa!" And I go back to Bubba's statement. I look different. He does. You know what I mean? So I'm
an older version of him.
So I think to myself, well, what's so hard about sitting on this float? I'm getting on it. And
you get on it, you slide.
Did you do it when you flip backwards out of it?
And you're always
hit your head on the bottom.
And there's nothing worse. Look, there's nothing worse to be the fat guy that's holding up the line for children that are excited.
Right.
They've just about got there. Now some fat person can't get on his float.
Who's showing me his butt because he's got gym shorts.
Oh, there's no doubt. There's crack everywhere.
I'm worried about him on it, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
is there a way that your head could be hit?
Yeah.
Or do you need to be on your belly?
Sure.
Or it ain't the lazy river.
No. So
we got the lazy river format.
So now it's one of these it's like waterfalls. You keep dropping down. You're trying to stay on it.
I like when you don't have a ramp.
And a couple times you're off. You don't know, is that bad? Am I okay?
Right.
And
you're just trying to survive.
So we
that
get
whole height, weight thing.
Big man coming down, big man.
Yeah.
Look out.
And you tell the little kids, don't get behind that fat man. He can't get his float. So we
he's gonna fall off and wedge it.
And in my mind, I'm thinking force equals mass times velocity.
Yeah. And then you
I could really hurt somebody.
And
me.
You have all those people that are trying to help. And fat people, we'd come off of it because they were trying to right people because this is one of those rides you fall off your float. And fat people were just drilling them. I felt so bad for God, good gosh, you see them go under. And one time they said, Mr. Burgess, here's your shorts. And they throw them to me, you know what I mean? Right. And I put those back on. And gregarious, bearded, fat dad, here's your shorts.
Yeah.
So we go through, then we get over to the big ones.
Uh-oh.
Now we get into the ones where now the Rough Riders are not sure everybody's in. Mm-hmm. So
a lot of flights of stairs going up that one.
Yeah.
One, Brody, the Tasmo Burgess, says he don't think he can take on the big one. So I said, buddy, this is one of those moments.
You whip him.
And no.
Now, is he at the top of the line? I mean, there's no way to get off.
No, we get up, and he decides he's going back down. Lot of steps.
Go by all those people.
Hey, listen, lot of steps. So I get down to the bottom, and I can tell that he's got that moment, as we all do. He starts thinking in his mind, if I could just get back in that van and have ridden it all, and I won't have to listen for my 11-year-old brother who is already on me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess babies won't do it.
Yeah. He's booing him on the way down.
He said, hey, it ain't right for babies. I'm doing it again. I mean, he gets out, goes back up again. I'm doing it again, but babies won't. And he's just sitting there, and he's just broken down. And I said, buddy, look. I said, look at all the people who are doing this ride.
Yeah.
I went that route. I said,
look, they can do it, you can't.
Everybody
can
do it.
Goofy guy.
Just when I get him, and I use an Indiana Jones thing, I said, that tube right there is like something like Indiana Jones would go down. He's like, and he starts getting up confident.
He had his hat.
Come out of the chute. Yeah, I can do it. Ain't nothing, baby. Big brother comes out. Oh, come on, Brody. You can do it, man. That's awesome. Girlfriend comes out of oldest son. Oh, man, it's not bad. It's great. Then I hear this awful scream coming out of the tube. My wife comes shooting out of it. Do not put him in that. That ride is crazy.
It ruined it for everybody.
Anybody gets in that's crazy. It'll kill somebody. I'm like, I'm good, Sherry. And then he looks at me like that. Mom, I said, Indiana
She's
Jones
a girl.
is riding it. Huh?
She's a girl.
Yeah. I said, look, you can't listen to girls.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is a number. Bubba out today, should be back with us again tomorrow. And then we're winding them down to 31 shows, right, left. In Rick and Bubba history, we've compiled tons of memories that will be available to you, through all the different platforms that are out there now. We'll tell you more about that. toward the end, and a lot of it you can get now. But new CD coming out, the final one coming out this end of the year. It'll have one CD of the current stuff from this past year, and also 10 or 11 bits that have never, well, one of them had, because we are going to put on there, because the name of the CD is, hey, y'all go ahead and run me a Z and Shutter. So we'll put that original Joe Car Wash on that other CD. But the others are kind of like deep cuts that people, Greg, when you and Speedy host the Best Of shows, people say, like, is that on CD anywhere? And we realized they weren't. So we have that for you. So, and then we'll get excited about what we're going to be doing next in 2025. And today's kind of like a preview of that. So, all right. So other things to discuss. So Greg and I were watching the text line, and somebody brought up the fact on the text line that they've been noticing that men in their church are wearing caps to church. And the person was like, am I wrong to be bothered by this? It's kind of annoying me. There's men actually coming to church with a cap on and wearing it inside the church. Yeah. So, and they're asking, where are we on that? I'm all for we talked about as human beings, we can never seem to get the balance right. You remember there was this big push long ago that everybody we thought it was wrong, and we thought it was prudish for people to say you have to wear men a suit to church, and then women should be dressed up in their Sunday best. And there was the big push of the casual movement. And that whole movement was, people think that they're more holy just because they dress up and go to church, and it doesn't matter what you wear and whatever. And all that's true to a degree. But then what happened? Then the Pharisee movement left the people in suits, and now the casual people are that way. If you wear a suit, you're not as holy as the people who come in casual. And so human beings, we just flip it. And I know all of you probably had a similar experience. I know people that wear a suit every Sunday, and they are completely devout men and women of integrity, women dressing up men in suits. They are solid in their faith as they can be. And I know people who dress casual and go to church, and they're as solid as they can be. It doesn't really seem to be an indicator on whether someone is solid or not. But I do think that there are still some lines, and to me, wearing a cap to church. But here's where you got to be careful. Now, first of all, my mother, and especially my grandmother, it would not be an issue because they would keep slapping it off my head.
Yeah.
I would never be allowed
In fact, you were indoors
to wear a cap into church. But here's where you got to be a little bit careful. If this is a person that you know, and you know they've been coming to church, you know that they're, pretty solid in their faith or whatever, they're a regular churchgoer, I think it would be appropriate to say, I don't know about caps. It feels like we really shouldn't wear a cap in church. But where you got to be careful is if it's somebody who's walking into the church for the first time and they're seeking. They're coming in, they don't know the deal, they've never really been in church much, and they're here hopefully to hear the life-changing message of Christ. You got to leave those people alone. Okay, the worst thing we can do is somebody walk in with a T-shirt on, even like a rock band T-shirt, or in this case a cap, and the first thing they hear from the church is what they have on is not appropriate. Yeah. Now that's not smart. You do not want to do that. So I would be real careful what the situation is. If it's someone who doesn't know any better and they're trying to figure it all out, I'd leave them alone. But if it's someone that, has been part of the church for a long time, and all of a sudden you look and, Ron's now for some reason, wearing his Roll Tide hat at the church, or Mossy Oak or something, you might want to go, hey, you know what? And now,
sorry, cuz.
Now I will say this. I know what's going to happen next. You got to be careful. Don't upset the cowboy church people. You ever had the cowboy church people?
Little pimp hats.
Yeah, they may have their 10-gallon though.
Well, that's a whole different.
That's different. You're out in the corral. Your cowboy church. I don't know what.
You're riding bulls.
I really have been a little gray.
I don't think they ride bulls.
I've been a little gray on what warrants the label cowboy church.
Yeah.
Do you have to be in some sort of corral?
I think a barn
type thing.
Do you have to rope anything?
Can you have cowboy church and just be in a normal church? No.
No, there has to be a rodeo happening nearby.
Okay.
Huh?
Everybody
You
knows.
seem to
Does
be the
everybody
police
ri-
of a
does
lot.
everybody
I am.
does everybody ride a horse to Cowboy Church?
There has to be a rodeo. There has to be a beef auction later that day.
Okay,
all
so,
right.
all right.
I'll tell you this: growing up, there were two things that I could not wear or do in church. One was I couldn't wear a cap, and the other one, it drove my mom crazy if I had gum in my mouth.
Oh, really?
You could not chew gum in
You
church.
smacking?
Oh, maybe I did. I don't think I did, but just the chewing of gum.
Well, she's afraid you're going to stick it under the pew.
Her arm that seemed to be as long as one room
Yeah.
would reach over and pinch me if I had gum in my mouth.
Right.
It almost bring me to tears. She could find just the right amount of skin and really pinch down.
Really get you good.
And you just you were screaming inside. It hurt so bad. But that gum came out.
Yeah,
but
but
she would just hand a little.
Oh yeah,
a little something like, "Here, give me gum."
But I don't know about y'all. I always, if I'm wearing a hat or a cap, and like somebody even says, "All right, now let's pray," I take it off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just uncontrollable.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying out a new church near my house, and all the guys were wearing caps. I'm like, what is going on? And they were like, Shalom. I'm like, hey, what does that even mean?
I get it. I get it.
Somebody doesn't. Yeah, maybe not wear the shirt that has best butts in town.
Yeah. No, let's
we're
not
getting
do
a picture of that right now, barbecue
yeah,
shirt.
yeah.
But I know what the thing you also have to be careful of. And somebody says, well, what does Scripture say? It doesn't say a whole lot about what you wear to church. I'm sure people have wore different things to church throughout time, and then the old covenant, the new covenant, all this. But I would say this. I know sometimes we say, well, you should wear your best to church, and I don't have a problem with that. But what you have to understand is, for some people, you may see it as too casual, and to them and their plot in life and where they are, they may be wearing their best.
Mm-hmm.
So your best is your best. Somebody may be able to afford a nice suit, and somebody may not. They may be wearing their best.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing that when I went to Ethiopia and watching these mothers just, with nothing, and they would be cleaning their kid's face and trying to put that kid in the nicest clothes they had. And we would have been like, well, I don't know about that. But to them, that was the nicest they had.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to watch all that. You don't want to get too sanctimonious about it, but I do understand that some things you would just say, that's not sure that's appropriate.
Yeah.
My first reaction would be not wearing a cap.
Maybe a
in
sombrero.
Church, but Greg, but at Cowboy Church, it might be just fine. I think it's know the room.
I think if you're at Cowboy Church, you can wear a cowboy hat, surely.
But
Cowboy Church.
But are there things? What you also have to be careful of is that you don't get more upset about a cap than you do about bad theology.
Yeah, well,
bad theology is a lot more important than the cap.
Yeah, let's focus on the right thing.
Right. So just, but I understand how you see it and go. So that's kind of our take on it.
What? Speedy wears a toboggan in the winter.
Right.
To church.
And in the summer, he wears like those fancy hats that like church ladies wear.
Right.
Don't sit behind him. He can't see.
I'm right here.
I couldn't even. I went to church one time, could not even see. Of course, I was sitting behind Cam Newton.
Talking about a hat.
He talking about a hat.
Greg wore a Bud Light T-shirt to church.
Is that not appropriate?
Yeah.
Top of the hour. Methodist fine.
Rick and Bubba.
There you go.
Yeah, and he said, but Anna Claire thought it was okay. I said, that's right.
She's the only one that really knows.
How come Mom was so scared? And I said, well, and then I made the mistake. Mama didn't like to be closed into tight places like that. He said, tight places? Could you get stuck in it? I said, son, if I didn't get stuck in it, ain't nobody going to get stuck in it.
You're good.
That's good.
You and I could go down. He said, do you think they'd let you come down with me? I said, no, but it's not two, man. And I didn't want to say because it's too fast. You know what I mean?
Right.
I will plummet you at the bottom.
I said, hey, look. And I said, let's hit them steps again. And I said, just ignore Mama down there screaming. You know what I mean?
Right.
Do not take him up those steps. What are you doing? You're going to be responsible. And so we go up, and finally, I get her. You can do it. I said, Mama says she'd never do it again. I said, Mama said she'd never ride in that race car again.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but won't you want to ride in a race car one day?
Mm-hmm.
He said, yes, sir. I said, see, sometimes Mama don't want to do things that the Rough Riders want to do. I said, but she went down it because she knew she had to be a Rough Rider.
That's right.
I said, now when we do our everybody in, at the end, we all did all the slides, and we break and go to the van. You don't want to be the only little hand ain't in there.
And you won't allow him in if he don't ride it.
Yeah.
No, you won't.
Because I got news for you. You'll sit there and watch our belts do if you don't ride them on. And that was probably
you don't get to eat.
And that was the point where like other moms in line said, "Wow, you know what I mean?"
Right.
Man, that guy's barely got his shorts on. It's kind of mean. You know what I mean? Hey, old crack there's kind of rough on his boy. I tell you what, on top of the crack right there is really being rough.
Yeah.
So
I've never heard a plumber talk to his son that way.
and don't y'all agree with this? Everybody agree. I said, now, son, this time when we get to the top, don't even check up. The minute they go, who's next? You're going to jump.
Oh yeah, don't think.
Just be gone.
I said, don't stand there. Don't look at it. Throw your feet in it. Cross your arms.
Don't think about your mom screaming.
No. Put your feet one on top of the other and let it rip.
Mama down there looking like a little ant.
How fast was it?
Let him go.
How high was it?
Real high.
Like how high?
Like pine tree top.
How many stories?
I don't know how to compare it to anything. I mean, have you ever seen
higher than trees?
Have you ever seen the one at Alabama Adventure?
Yeah.
The big.
Oh yeah.
It's right there.
Oh, so you could see the beach from when you
4 or 5 stories tall.
Yeah.
You know it's bad if you can see like the condos from where when you go down.
Yeah, let me tell you something.
If you see the ocean,
right,
from where or the Gulf, from where you're at, that's you go.
Yeah, we got it right.
Yeah.
And he said we ain't been this high yet. I said, yeah, you remember that one we went up
If
there?
you're
You were
looking
at
down,
turtles?
if you're looking down at cell towers, that's
yeah. So you know, what I said, little fella, I said, you know what I said, little 9-year-old soon to be traumatized will never write anything again. Go ahead and do it. I said, when we get there, and he got up there, and I said, Indiana Jones, Andy, we need you right here. And we chanted, Brody, Brody, Brody. And he shot his little feet right through that tube and disappeared into darkness. And I looked down at the bottom. And
you're thinking, boy, I hope this works out well.
I looked down at the bottom, and there's a little torpedo shooting through that bottom water. And he got up, and he threw that arm up in the air. And I heard from the bottom, that was awesome!
Yeah. Rough Riders up.
And when we did the Rough Riders up and everybody's hand was in, here come one little hand in there.
Little Indiana Jones hand.
Indiana Jones hand, shaking a little bit, but it was in there.
Right. A little skin up.
Right.
Those little sponge hands.
Right. And when he slept with Sherry and I that night, though, still, hey, it was worth it. It was worth it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. It is a brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. No Bubba this hour. He'll be back tomorrow. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Eddie Van Adler. They are here with us today. And all of you out there, thank you for joining us. We do have much to cover starting this brand new hour. Wednesday Bible study back today. After being off last week, we'll pick back up in Daniel 4 today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. The archive out soon after. So as much as I have enjoyed, I know we have a little bit of, and I know coming off last hour, and I knew that this was going to start, we were talking about the question about somebody asking about, seeing men wearing caps into church and all that. And I knew that was going to take eventually into a discussion of 1 Corinthians 11. I would encourage you on this, because a lot of you are asking about it in the text right now. We did the study of 1st and 2nd Corinthians in the Wednesday Bible study. I would go back and try to find the archive of when we went through chapter 11 of 1 Corinthians, because it's really important to understand what Paul is and isn't saying there. If you really want, I'm just going to simplify it right now for time because we have other things to discuss. Paul is talking about really something more controversial, frankly, than caps and long hair and short hair. What Paul is really talking about is something that would drive our current society mad, is the distinctness of males and females. That's really what he's talking about. And that the males need to take their role, and the women, equal but distinctly different, must take their roles. And when men and women confuse the two roles, that is actually not pleasing to God. It's bigger than caps and length of hair. That's really what he's talking about. It's more about the headship God has given the man, and that should not be tampered with, and that women should not try to supersede that headship. Equal but distinct roles within society and within the church. That's really what 1 Corinthians 11 is about. So just in a nutshell. So, but go back and do your homework. Go do that. We did unpacked every bit of that in the Wednesday Bible study, and you can find that in the 1 Corinthians Archives, chapter 11. As much as I'm not all that fired up about it, I know that people still are thinking about the election Tuesday. I don't really have, I'm getting to that point where I don't know that I have anything else to add. It has all been said, as once was a famous quote, but here's where the Democrats and the Republicans, this is their final pitch to us as we go. Apparently, according to our first video that we'll play involving the election, Kamala Harris is asked what her message is to Michigan. I think it combined Michigan and message.
You did.
Voters on the economy. Now, she is being asked specific, which means we're in a situation now. We have two parties that are vying for our vote. One of them and the exact same candidate actually governed us from 2016 to 2020. The other is the vice president who has been governing us since. So we can look at these two side by side, and a lot of people are saying, we don't like the state of the economy. We don't like the inflation. We want to know what both of you are going to do about it. So she's asked about this. She's been given a softball, and I bet everybody within the sound of our voice knows exactly what she's going to say, because she says it over and over again. Here we go.
What's your message to Michigan voters in terms of the economy? We have auto workers who are being laid off and those who fear that they might be laid off. The average person can't afford groceries or their rent. And recent polls in Michigan show that Michigan voters believe that Donald Trump would do a better job with handling the economy and bringing jobs back. What do you say to that?
Well, let's start with this. I come from the middle class, and I'll never forget where I come from.
Why?
My mother worked very hard.
We all saw that
by
coming.
the time I was a teenager, was able to save up for our first home.
Oh, yep. Gracious.
And I understand.
Oh, my
There.
goodness.
There we go.
Just
Speedy, just for fun, let's go to 2C. Just for fun, Greg, one of your favorites, a new impression that you've been working on, and pretty good, Shannon Sharp.
Oh,
you're talking about how when you watch Shannon Sharp talk, it's almost like you're watching a movie and that they have overdubbed a different language because his mouth doesn't seem to be going with his actual voice. It's almost like the mouth is either behind it or ahead of it.
And that's hard to do.
I don't even know how that happens, but
it's not possible.
Yeah, but anyway, so here
that's pretty good, Greg.
But unfortunately for you, Speedy, she's gonna try to get down with the homies.
Oh no, not change your accent again.
Yep. So here we go.
All right.
So, part of what we have to help people understand is don't think you're in Donald Trump's club. You're not.
Right.
He's not going to be thinking about you. You think he's having you over for dinner?
Are you having him over for dinner, Kamala?
Right. I
don't think any politicians
y'all,
invite
I
anybody over for dinner.
I watched her last night for a minute. This thing and I see we have that Biden's doing it today too. If you want to look for that one. I'm trying to find which one it was. And Bill Clinton's doing it too. I see that in 4. Is this notion that the left is now telling us that Donald Trump is coming after everybody who opposes him? Like he's going to get the military and round up Democrats that didn't vote for him and put them in concentration camps, and he's going to go pick off one by one all political figures in the Democratic Party. The comment he was making, which when it's right, I think is one of his best selling points, is the left wants a giant tyrannical central government, and all this stuff going on around the world, we'll get to that. Our biggest problem is within the country, and it is a political party and political ideology that is destroying the country, and they're wanting to grab liberty and grab freedom from you and become more tyrannical, governing this country, moving us to a soft tyranny, socialistic type of government. Hopefully it would not end to its final destination of communism. That's what he's talking about. But the left wants you to think that he's coming, hey, he's going to round all of us up. And so here she goes again. When I know that we have Bill Clinton, you want to do that one first? Or I know we have Joe Biden. You said in here too, right? Where did I see that?
Yeah. Joe Biden's the first clip.
All right, let's do that. Yeah.
So we had Tony Hinchcliffe at Trump's big Madison Square Garden rally. Tony Hinchcliffe is the guy that went super viral for his Tom Brady roast. He's a roast comedian. That's what he does. He said a Puerto Rico joke, which I didn't think was that great of a joke, but it's not something I'm losing sleep over. He's talking about we've got a pile of garbage in the ocean, and I think that pile of garbage is called Puerto Rico. Okay. Not necessarily that funny, but CNN and all the media on the left spent 24 hours talking about how bad that
was it. They even tried to claim that Latinos that were going to vote for Trump now aren't because of that comment. He should have policed his rally better, which there is some truth to that.
For sure.
But as far as policing the rally better, if you're going to have people up on the platform, you got to vet them out. But anyway, so here we go.
So here's now after the left-wing media acts all outraged about it, instead of just making that joke, Joe Biden seriously calls 50% of America garbage.
Or Puerto Rico, where I'm in my home state of Delaware, they're good, decent, honorable people. The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters. His demonization of seen as unconscionable, and it's un-American.
Yeah, I know the left never demonizes people. That's not their thing.
No.
Yeah, except he just did. Is that what he said? Yeah, and then here's Bill Clinton, who appears to be in a state of panic, expressing fears that Trump's coming after him with the military. Boy, this may be the early onset here. So here is Bill Clinton in video 4.
And he keeps talking about how he wants to get even and may have to call out the military on our own people. The danger within. I suppose that includes me. And I mean, basically, he's asserted the right to go after anybody that he thinks, in his wisdom, is a threat.
That's not
right. You sign the oath says you promise to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And he said, I think I'll start with domestic. Bring me the army. Now,
none of this is accurate.
I used to like President Clinton.
What?
I once said only he and Ronald Reagan were the great presidents since
Is he
World
now
War
Trump?
II.
Is he being Trump
But
now?
I've had a change of heart, and I think he needs to go away for a long time. And
I'm confused.
I'm not going to execute him, although I could.
Is he talking to himself?
I don't understand why he's talking about himself
I don't know. Now,
in the third person.
Is he now Trump?
do
now?
they not know what they've been doing to Trump for years?
Well, no, I'd go further. If we don't have enough time left in the show to list all the people that the Democrats have prosecuted and tried to put in jail or put in jail simply because they oppose them politically, and they're the ones who have weaponized the government, and we can run a list so long it would take the rest of the show. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our very own Greg Burgess had a speaking
As a
engagement.
matter of fact,
kind of, sort of.
Listen, I have a lady who's in my Sunday school class who was at that event and gave me a report Sunday morning.
I'd be anxious to hear that report.
Well, it was kind of, sort of. There's actually a show tie to the whole thing. Robin Hurst, he's a high up executive of power companies, retiring, and if you'll remember, he was the one who wasn't very happy with me and the bucket truck outside the window.
Yeah.
Experience. Anyway, I presented him with his own
to that?
copy
Did
of
you-
it.
Did you get called in on that?
No, I didn't. I was
All right,
good.
let's bring everybody in the loop that may be out of the loop, and I don't know if that's still in the Extreme Club, but it was at one time. Greg was a former employee of the Southern Company, which is one of the power companies in the country. And one day, was it your off day?
Yeah, we were going hunting. Remember,
That's
we were going
right.
to leave after the show.
And one of the power trucks came up to the show, and you rode you rode a bucket truck up to our window to let us know you were here ready to go hunt
and talk through the window.
And talk through the window.
Wasn't my idea at all. Y'all were. I'm on point. It was
Speedy.
it. They worked it all out, and the fella that made the call on bringing the truck got in a lot of trouble.
Right.
I was clear after Mr. Hurst explained to me how lucky I was that I did everything right.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so we met that way, and it's been kind of a running deal. He liked to,
So this
to rag
was
me
the
about
guy.
it.
This was the guy.
Yes, and
Now,
liked to rag-
he came to your retirement.
He did, and remember he brought it up that day.
Yeah, he did.
And he liked to rag me about it. I had a lot of fun with it after everybody calmed
So
down.
he came to your retirement. You
Well,
came to his, or y'all
mine
gonna like
wasn't
start
technically
hanging
a
out
retirement.
together?
I quit, and they had a party.
Right.
So what's that?
So
that's different.
but how did you
Are
do?
y'all gonna
But what
start
was-
fishing together or what?
Oh, that would be fine. I think he does have a nice boat.
See, I see Greg.
Sure he does.
I see Greg moving into the speaking realm.
Yeah, sure.
So
Well, I've made fun of y'all for years on this thing, and I got in here. This ain't bad. That speaking thing y'all do. Now I got to get a little of that. That looks like some pretty easy.
So
money
you've
too.
tried one thing we do. Let me ask you this, Bubba. What was the report you got?
They said that Greg was very entertaining.
Really?
Yes.
Did he capture the audience?
Said he went after his boss pretty hard.
No,
really?
I didn't go after him very hard. I went after somebody else in the room. I just made the comment on. Well, I don't really need to say this because this ain't good. I just thought their campaign of always on that put a lot of undue pressure on me as a person trying to keep the power always on. I asked them if they really knew what always meant. I didn't graduate from college, but I do know what it meant. And we elaborate on that a little bit.
know
Well, Greg,
what it meant.
I think there was some. I think
Mostly on would have been better.
Mostly on.
If I can speak,
Sometimes would have been even better.
I can speak from the consumer side. I knew what they meant, and
Right.
I know,
No, but-
I know there's not a lightning bug that works there either.
Exactly. And like I told the guy who called me on it, those birds don't really talk either.
Right.
And he was very disappointed to hear that.
Right.
But I actually, where I used to work, and they would call me, hey, buddy, I thought this was supposed to be always on. I said, it's just a commercial. It's on a lot, though.
You know what? I will say this: it's fairly reliable. I will go that far.
But always, you got to admit, that's
Right.
tough to live up to.
You know what this reminds me of? Do you remember the movie? I think it was Dudley
If they
Moore.
put all the grounds underlined, it would.
Underline.
No,
Underground.
it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. Y'all, anyway, don't get me started on that.
That's why I said.
I tell you what, get the bill for that, too. Everybody'd love to pay for that.
Listen,
Look, Barack will pay for it.
do you remember? Do you remember?
He got plenty.
Do you remember the money? I mean, the movie Dudley Moore, I think, was in it. Where
Are
he
you
would-
against investing in our infrastructure?
when
Yes.
when
If
he
I have to
talk
pay,
now
if
for
it
some
makes
reason.
my bill go up, yes.
But he got this deal. He wanted to be honest about advertising. He thought that it was okay to be honest.
Right.
And he like with Volvo, his campaign for Volvo was We look kind of boxy, but we're very dependable.
You know what? You know what? I appreciate
What a really
that.
good card.
I appreciate that.
And he was so that's what you were talking about. What if their campaign was? I'm gonna tell you, somewhat reliable.
You know, if I was the car,
pretty doggone reliable, not perfect.
You know, if I was the car that won the, that safety test that the insurance group has every year, that same guy's on TV always doing the crash test, I would put, ain't the best car, but hey, you'll walk away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, really.
I mean, to me, that's got an appeal.
Absolutely. Well, so Greg, let's say we tried to get you on the speaking circuit. What would be your niche?
Other than a guy you got a running thing with.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of.
I mean, you could speak if it was something that Rick was at, I was at, Speedy, or Ryan.
I could speak for hours.
I don't know that there's a strong market for the guy who comes in and hacks on people.
I know. I I got to get me a little something.
Yeah,
Greg the Hatchet.
I mean, he knows something about safety.
Yeah, I can do that.
You know what? He could be a
I'm a good example of it. I got a lot of instances I can
And he
tell
knows how not to get pinned by a truck
That's
against
right.
the wall.
Yeah. Hey, he could be a roast expert. In other words, I mean, book him to come to your roast.
Greg Burgess for hire.
You're right.
Here we go, 23 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big is our number. So we keep moving toward the election coming up on Tuesday. We've talked about that a little bit today, not a lot, because there's nothing really new to cover. Pretty much the same narratives, the ones that are false, the ones that are legit, and we're working our way there. I wonder if there are many people right now that haven't already made their decision. We'll see. So Travis and Jason Kelsey.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know they have this podcast, and, of course, they can get a little wild the language on the podcast, but so not really I don't listen to it a whole. I mean, I don't know that I've ever listened to an episode of it. I know it can be interesting and they can be funny, and Greg, I think I know you pretty well. I think the Kelsey brothers probably you were enjoying for a time.
Yeah.
But I have a sense that the Kelsey brothers have hit a burnout with you.
Even the one, the retired one.
So you're even burned out on him.
He's in everything, which is fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm tired of it. Sure.
Right. So
Jason's Buffalo Wild Wings commercials are funny, though.
They are. That's
are
funny.
you
When
Kelsey?
the Buffalo's talking to him, I like that.
Yeah.
Are y'all not a little weirded out by the Buffalo?
Yeah.
I know where you're coming from.
Just
but
a little bit.
kind of funny.
What he holds a bag on his horn.
Would I want him sitting next to me truly at a Buffalo
No,
Wild
I'd be
Wings?
scared to death.
It's the wings and all that's a lot. But
Rick, you think of buffaloes in the restaurant?
It's really not real.
It's a little Halloweeny to me.
Rick Burgess.
Yeah, it's like a monster or something. It reminds me of.
I didn't realize you were scared of the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Interesting.
You know what it reminds me of? The Beast from Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah, I give you that.
Right?
Just
the commercial
right?
scares you.
I mean, no, it doesn't scare me. I'm just not sure I'd like to have wings with it. Because I don't guess I would, because it's not real.
Right.
Okay.
Buffalo's not in there eating.
Yeah,
he's not.
Yeah, but just a little bit. But no, but they've won some sort of podcast award, and as Bubba has said many times, trying to figure out the podcast world on ratings and all these awards. I don't know where it all comes from. Nobody knows the criteria. But apparently, Travis and Jason Kelsey have won a bizarre podcast award. And the fans are once again saying, well, they can thank Taylor Swift for this. Where are you on Taylor Swift? Are you burnt out too?
Oh, Rick.
Been burned out.
Yes.
Okay.
I am.
Sorry, Ad.
But here's again.
I'm fine.
I've never listened to the Kelsey brothers. Have you?
No.
I've heard highlights.
I haven't heard
like
one.
when there was a video pulled from it.
Yeah.
That they go, hey, this was funny. That's about the only time I've seen it. Like I saw the other day, somebody pulled some conversation they had with Adam Sandler.
Okay.
And is it
I'd probably watch it.
Adam Sadler?
Sandler, buddy.
I'm not telling you, Mr. Greg. And,
Heard a cool story about Adam
yeah,
Sandler.
But
I don't know if it's true, but it's a pretty cool story.
Filming Happy Gilmore too, as we speak.
But stuff like that. Yeah, are you okay with Happy Gilmore too?
It remains to be seen.
Favorite?
You know how I am about sequels.
Favorite Adam Sandler character?
That's close. Happy Gilmore, yeah. Probably.
Bobby Boucher's up there.
Oh, yeah. And the Big Daddy. He was on Big Daddy. Remember when he had the kid?
Big Daddy?
Yeah. Ain't that way? Am I right?
Yeah, Big Daddy.
Yeah.
Oh no, I remember that. No, you're right.
All right, can I tell you my Adam Sandler thing?
Yeah.
I heard. All right, so there's going to be another Happy Gilmore. I guess they're going to.
Yeah, they're working on a sequel.
And so he's been playing more golf. This is
The
according
original
to-
is awesome.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't know how to tell it because the feel good part of it, I want to believe, but you're going to shoot holes.
Here
in
we
it.
go.
It's probably.
But
You're walking right
somebody
into the
knows-
crosshairs of Greg.
Somebody knows somebody that was on vacation at a resort.
Now, where
I think
you
it might
hearing
have been the
this?
Bahamas from somebody,
What was?
and that knew somebody. And so
See,
he was
I'm
on.
already
He was on, and he had a golf round scheduled, and anyway, they said that there was a +1 that was at the tee box that didn't have anybody to play with, and did they mind picking up somebody else to play with them? So they get to the tee box, and it's Adam Sandler who's on vacation too.
Okay.
And
Now, who told you this?
Somebody. and so they played the round and they had a great time. He said Adam was so nice, and they laughed and cut up and just had the best round of golf. And he goes to check out and pay his bill at the end of vacation, and Adam Sandler had paid for the whole thing.
So it's your dream. I think you may have dreamed
I
that.
think you made that whole.
I
Story
think
up.
Speedy dreamed that.
And I thought,
he
you
wishes
know,
that's what.
I thought, that's a really cool story. Adam's a great guy. And then the Greg in me said, that ain't real.
Well, I mean, you won't say where you
Who
heard
told it?
Well, it was a friend of mine that that
Okay.
knew somebody.
Hobie?
Yeah.
How many?
Hobie
Was
did
it
not.
Hobie? That's
I
a
don't
great.
think it was
that was a
Hobie.
great.
No,
Hobie
I don't
don't
think
know.
so. I
That,
don't
you know,
know.
that's one of the most perplexing things about you in golf. That's an expensive hobby, and you
It
do
is. And then before everybody could pay for their own, then have 3 boys that play.
So you played with Adam Sandler.
I did on vacation.
That's what it
But I just thought that was a pretty cool story. I haven't Googled it to see if it's true. I don't
Probably
know.
not,
I bet you them canceling that UAB gig. That was golf money.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is if you
Of course
want
of course
to
it-
update your clubs and
they're
everything.
paying
else.
for it.
Of course, it ruined the season for him.
Yeah.
I got to thinking, isn't Bob Barker? Didn't he die?
Yes.
Because had that good fight scene in the first one. I hate that he can't.
Yeah,
be
the
in
price
it.
is wrong.
Yeah, that was my fun. That's a funny movie.
But
I believe that story though.
But anyway,
Oh, you want it to be true? I get it.
Yeah, he goes to pay his
And you
bill.
want-
And he
you
says,
love
"Sir, I'm
telling
sorry,
it.
it's been taken care of."
You love telling it.
yeah, I do think Speedy dreamed that. By the way,
He made it
Uh,
completely up.
they
Mr.
won.
Sandler
But
paid
anyway,
for
the
it.
award they won was sexiest podcast.
Oh well,
Whatever
Greg.
that means.
I don't know.
I thought they just got podcast of the year.
No, it says this was a bizarre podcast thing.
Oh, weird.
Sexiest podcast host.
Greg, you could start that. You could start a sexy podcast.
Yeah, I'm sure I'd take the prize on that one.
I was kind of wondering what kind of competition do you have out there? I mean, it's a.
Whoever voted for that can have a nice warm glass of.
All right, some people say you always pay for your round of golf before you play, so that's BS.
No, it was the vacation, the trip. He had
Oh, he
paid
paid for
that.
the
He
trip?
paid for the whole trip.
Yes.
Speedy, now you're just adding.
How
to
would
it.
he know?
Any
what-
bottom of
That's
the
what they
car?
said, but I think you
How would
paid
he
for
have
that
their information?
below, too. So I knew you wouldn't believe it.
Comes in and hacks on somebody he never really knew, but he's got some good things.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tie a little comedy if I can be serious. I mean, I can bring a tear to a
See-
glass eye if I need to.
You know,
You gotta know how to do it.
Rick, you remember? You remember how you did? You remember how you did Rick for Hire, and you
Yes.
went to an event and pretended like you knew
Yeah,
somebody?
pretend like I was your friend.
See, Greg could
That's
go to
a
an
good
event
one.
and act like he didn't like somebody.
Right. Yeah.
He didn't even
Right.
know him, but he could go and
other
act.
people could
and
tell
make-
me
and
what they want me to say
he
about him,
could
but they
make
can't
up
do it.
stories that happened when he was a kid, and like instead of Gerald Cates, he just inserts their
No,
name.
what he does,
There
he
it is.
comes in like
Yeah.
an old friend.
You know, I'm an idea guy.
Yeah, he comes in like an old
Maybe
friend.
on
You
something.
give him all the hack material,
Right.
but he delivers it in his very brutal way.
Yeah, and instead of like Wedding Crasher, he could be like a Roast Crasher, where you act like you've known this person forever.
Roaster for Hire.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look.
Yeah.
I gotta
Nickname
get my
Kenny
Nick,
Rogers.
this speaking thing. That's all right. I mean, I'm gonna look for. That's easy money.
Easy money.
And look, once you establish when you got about 3 or 4 of them and you know them all real good.
Yeah, the pressure's off.
Oh yeah,
Look, I can introduce you to Scott Dawson.
that's right. I don't know if he'd want me to his event. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Bubba out. He'll be back tomorrow. All right, so make a note of this. 2025, we've got a lot of things coming that we're excited about. Obviously, we've talked about that, but with themanchurch.com, we're also talking about 3 conferences. You know, we went a few years in, we didn't do any conferences, and then we tried one. Then last year we did 2. And due to how well it all went, we said, why don't we try to spread this out now that we have so many different groups of men that are doing our strategy all over the country, and they travel from everywhere coming to these conferences. And so we're launching 3. And if you want to get these for Christmas gifts, so Birmingham, Alabama, let's start with that first. You can go there. That's going to be at the end of January. You can go see all the speakers. We're going to have a Granger Smith. His story is incredible. Him walking away from country music, and taking the call that was on his life after the earthly death of his son. If you never heard him speak, I mean, you talk about a guy who has just immersed himself in Scripture. He's a great speaker. Hugh Freeze will be speaking in Birmingham as well. I know a lot of you out there going, I bet he'll speak on suffering. But anyway, so no, he will be there. He has an incredible testimony, what he and his wife went through and the reconciliation of their marriage and his reconciliation back to God. He'll be speaking. Andy Blanks will be speaking. I'll also be speaking in Birmingham. And George Wright will be there also, a pastor out of Birmingham, was up in South Carolina for a while. And then you start thinking about, then the next one will be Panama City. We'll have Rich Wingo there. We'll have Ted Traylor there. Dean and Sarah, who wrote The Unsaved Christian, the pastor out of Tallahassee, will be there. Andy will be there. I'll be there. And then you get into, and people are telling me, is it Decula, Georgia? Am I saying that right? Decula, Georgia? Is that how you say it? It's about 45 minutes from Atlanta. At Hebron Church there, and we'll be doing another one at the end of February, the 1st of March there. Jeff Struker will be there, Black Hawk Down, incredible speaker. Scott Dawson will be speaking there, and Andy and I will be speaking in Atlanta at that one also. And you can find all the different speakers, find all the information. Go ahead and get your tickets now. Now, I will say this, Birmingham early access is gone, but general admission still available. When you get to Georgia and Florida, the general admission and the early access still available. So get your guys together. Like I tell you, churches, one of the things we did at our church, like our church went out and bought 50 tickets and then turned around to get some of the money back, sold them half price to the men of the church. So the men get a discount and then the church gets some of their money back too. Or you can just go and get your group together and get that done. And ladies, a great idea for Christmas gifts. There will be an increase in the prices, that the early access and the early pricing will go away in December. So go ahead and get those now at themanchurch.com. Just click on that link we have there for you. All the details are there, and we look forward to seeing you, Lord willing, in 2025 at one of the locations, all 3 of the locations, 2 of the 3, whatever you deem necessary or desirable. All right, so some other things to talk about. One of the things, you remember I've talked about on the show a lot about this ongoing thing where I keep scaring my wife, even though she's been married to me in February for 29 years. And we have been empty nesters now, for quite a while. Why does she keep being scared of me being in her home? Why does she think I'm somebody else? Like I've told you, I walk in, if she's in the laundry room, and I'll be like, hey, babe, and you get this. And so now I'm starting to wonder, do I now have this effect on everybody? You remember yesterday when the Coke guy was here?
Yeah,
you
could scare him.
And it just happened a minute ago out here.
Are you serious?
So can nobody?
What, can you not enter a room without scaring people?
Can people not hear me coming? It could be, because I come, a lot of y'all probably know this, my ancestry goes back to Native Americans. And
okay.
And,
yes, Chief.
And so I have the ability to walk silently like my people.
That's what it is, right?
And it comes in handy when I'm hunting, but I realize it's terrifying people
Wait a minute,
in regular life, that people don't hear me coming.
So you're telling me yesterday the Coke man was stalking the machine? Did he come in on
Greg,
it?
I thought he was going to have a heart attack.
Okay,
Did you head first in?
If you're bending down into a machine and somebody comes up behind you,
well, he's just
like the
he
trunk
was
I scared that
standing.
old
He
lady.
was standing. He wasn't in the machine.
Oh.
He was, going reaching around to get some more stuff. And so I'm going to go in there and thank him for restocking our cooler. And so I'm headed off, like I'm leaving, in the break, go take out there, keep around a little bit. And I go, well, I'm going to go in here and tell him. And I go in here, and he just, I'm like, how does it surprise him? There's people here. We're all here.
Yeah, it ain't like he was in here by himself.
How would you be surprised? You're not up here, like you said, Greg, after hours.
Yeah.
And you didn't know anybody was here. So oh, my gosh.
So if you were, your Indian name would be Silent Walker.
Big and who walks silently.
Yes.
And so then I just out here a minute ago. Of course, now one of it. I'm out here a minute ago, and you see people in the lobby, and sometimes they're walking out in front of you, but I think they hear me. Yeah. Hey, good morning. Oh! And I even scared some sweet 211 people yesterday.
You did?
Yeah. Which, by the way, this sweet
200.
200. I mean, 200. Oh my gosh, this sweet 200. Mm-hmm. I just walk out in the lobby and scream now when I see people sweet 200. And so they were all around that thing over there where they're all confused by all the services at Sweet 200.
Yeah.
And everybody's over there. They're two blocked in front of that little screen. And I come up, and I think they hear me. I've come out the door, or the door's shut.
You scared them.
And I walk and say, hey, you Sweet 200. Ah! And so why am I scaring
Sweet 200?
Why am I scaring people?
Maybe... Or what, are you heel to toe when you're walking in here, real quiet?
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm silent or am I just loud? Is it could it just? Is there something about?
Now you will bring volume.
Do I have a scary tone?
Yeah,
you won't just.
Do I have a scary tone?
Hey man, how you doing? You're like,
how you doing?
Yeah.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. This
You'll
is
scream.
This is me. Let me guess.
Hey.
Hey man, thank you. Like that. Hey honey, I'm home.
And I've noticed.
Hey, y'all looking for Sweet 200?
You've taken it on yourself to guide people to Sweet 200. I've noticed. If they don't ask me, I don't say nothing.
Yeah, I just go to the bathroom.
Rick goes and seeks them out and goes, "You looking for Sweet 200?"
I'm not gonna be made fun of for having a big heart.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not talking about in a large heart.
Well,
I'm torn right down the middle. Inside, I'm going, help them, and then I'm like, no, go to the bathroom. Help them. No, go to the bathroom.
I'm the other way.
Mine is help. I love the response once they are done jumping. I love the response when they look and say somebody cared. We're all confused about Sweet 200. I've really kind of taken it on in the building that's like a new job for me. I may even get a cap that I won't wear to church, but I may have a cap, and on the front of it, it has, ask me about Sweet 200.
No. So I'm the opposite. There's 2 floors in this building. If you don't have enough sense to know Sweet 200 will be on the second floor as opposed to the first, then I can't help you. I think it's obvious.
It's a good attitude to have, Greg.
Is that loving right there?
Would y'all thought that if you look for 200, there's 2 floors in this building.
Let me tell you why there are 2.
I bet it's on the second.
Let me tell you why Sweet 200 2 blocks them. Let me tell you why. There's too many agencies in that one suite, and they're overwhelmed by it. They stand there and they're scrolling, and they're like, "Is everything in Suite 200? Mm-hmm. Everything?" So is Suite 200. Now I'm with you, Greg. Why you don't know that you're on the first floor and the suite has a 2 in it? That would be up the stairs.
That's
or up
normally
the elevator.
Buildings have been around a long time, and that's normally how they number them. With elevators.
There's something about this suite that just has people 2 blocks.
I think I insulted a lady the other day because she didn't know, and I said the steps are here, but the elevator's right there. And she looked at me like, "So you think I'm too big to take the stairs?" But I was actually just telling her, "No, the elevator's there because some people might want to take the elevator."
Did she take the elevator?
I said the steps are right over here or the elevator's right there. She looked.
There, Tubby, the elevator's right there.
I think I walked away thinking that.
Well, I had somebody look at me, and
you'll probably want the elevator.
And I saw these 2 people, and 2 things I was worried about with the 2 people that I was trying to help was the steps did not look like a possibility.
Yeah. That's tough.
And I was hoping that Suite 200 is spacious. And so I
hope there's a lot of room.
So I said, the easiest way is up these steps right here. It's just right there to the right. I said, but there is an elevator right there. And then I don't know why I did it, and I couldn't stop myself. I began to explain how that would be a different experience when you get off. Now, when you get off the elevator, that's different. And now I realize I'm just confused.
Now you
know what I mean? Because when you get off, the elevator's down here.
Yeah.
So now you're actually going to have to, I've just told you to go up the steps and go right, but on the elevator, you're going to have to go left.
You are.
And
that's why I don't.
And then I realized pretty quick that I was over-explaining, and that basically they just hoped I would go on. They thought to themselves, number 1, you're scary.
Yeah.
Number 2,
you're loud.
Number 2, you think you're in charge of Suite 200.
Yeah.
Right. And number 3, you're pointing us to an elevator like you think that's the only option we got.
Yeah. And
they went to the elevator.
That reminds me.
I don't know what happened to them after that.
That reminds me. I've caught up on 1,000 Pound Sisters.
You have?
Yes, I've caught up. Y'all, They are rolling this year.
Not too thin for you?
No, they're thin by their standards.
How's their neck?
A lot of meat hanging there. Look like a meat necklace.
Thank you, Greg. That's good, buddy. That's good.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you might remember, we all have our little things here on the program that interest us, our little hobbies and all that. And one of the few things, and I wouldn't call myself a gamer because I only play one video game, and that is NCAA college football.
Right.
So
And you love it.
I love it. It's my little getaway. If I have some time to myself, I will use that time usually to go back virtually into the world of football, where I will play out my unfinished business in college football. Now, I was really enjoying this game from EA Sports, and one of my favorite
Rick,
things.
enjoying is an understatement.
Right.
You are all about it.
Well, I'd be nervous during the day if we had a big game.
Right.
But then I one of the things I loved is that I would create my own team, create the uniform, create the logo, put all of us on the team, and then we would go and take on the nation's best, okay? And we normally would do very well. Well, when they started getting the graphics more and more real and the movement of the players more and more real, and then they went out and tried to get all the stadiums exactly right.
Right.
Where and it is amazing. It's amazing that if you have an HD and you can put this, up on the screen,
Right.
either on PlayStation 3, is that the last one?
Right.
Or the 360. They both look great. But they took away create your own team.
Oh, Rick.
And
that's a team that we all played on.
And it devastated me.
Wasn't I quarterback of that?
Yeah. I mean,
Did we win some national championships?
we did, and you were a Heisman Trophy winner.
Thank you, Rick.
Right,
Thank
and I think went on to play for the Oakland Raiders.
Right.
But here's the thing.
Under the name Dale LaMonica.
But here's the problem. I don't like not being able to create my own team.
Right.
I mean, because to me, it's just not realistic for us to be playing on teams that are already established.
But it is realistic for you to make up a team and play.
That's correct.
Okay,
because
I believe it or not, I understand what you're saying.
If it's our team, I don't feel like I feel like that's realistic.
Right.
But and it's so fun. I mean, I had Rick and Bubba University, and I got our uniforms like I liked them, and
right.
and all this. Well, last year I got so disgusted with it, I didn't even upgrade. I didn't buy the last one that came out because I'm like, well, this is no different than what I've already got. A little different movement of the running backs, so that's about it. And so I just got an email over the weekend that NCAA college football from EA Sports 2010 brings back create a team.
Oh.
And I am
How can it be?
I am absolutely stoked. So it comes out in July, and it says that more uniform options than ever.
So we're gonna get a uniform update.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to think what color we want to be this time.
What were we before?
I had us in a couple of options. One time we were black and silver, which it was really cool.
Right.
It was
all Oakland Raiders.
It wasn't quite Raiders, but it was close.
Right.
Okay.
And every now and then we go black helmet or silver helmet. I'd rotate.
What did our away jersey look like?
Our away jersey was the standard white, with the
Black.
black numbers.
Can I
with the
tell you, I
silver
like
outline.
the Raiders numbers better when they were silver.
Well, I did black with silver outline,
Right.
which I thought looked really cool. So, but see, nobody in college has black and silver that I know of. That also made it stand out. Then one year I went bizarre as I could get. I went with more of a purple and yellow feel, kind of like the Thunderbolts look.
Yeah,
I put us
yeah.
in that uniform because I thought that was kind of
Yeah,
cool
I like that look
from
too.
the XFL.
Right.
So I built it almost exactly like that uniform, which was close.
Kind of a San Diego Charger
Right.
throwback.
Yeah, and of course I've had us in the great black and gold. But,
Right,
But then
right.
I thought to myself, well, a lot of people.
You
know,
look like the Pittsburgh Steelers. then.
Well, no, I went old gold, not yellow.
Okay.
So we looked a little more like. It was the same uniform I wore at Oxford High School.
Yeah.
So, but you let
I
go
knew
after
that would
that,
be.
and it is coming. Have you verified that, or is that just a
Okay,
rumor from an email?
Well, I saw online, which I don't know how to find these things. All the other gamers send it to me, and it says that they were receiving so many
Are
complaints.
you in a gamer community?
Well, I have some people who reach
Do you
out.
go to their meetings?
I don't. I don't. It's just like I would pull right up.
That's very ham-like.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I would go
Yeah.
right up to go into a convention and stop.
Right.
I mean, I would never attend an event, but I like that they think that they can get me information that I couldn't find on my own.
Right.
So I panicked to begin with because I looked once and it looked like this was just a bunch of complaints. And former intern Firestone had not emailed me about it yet to confirm. Firestone, where are we on this?
Rick, I have actually not heard about that yet, but I got to say I'm literally pulling it up right now to find out whether this is true. And if it indeed is true, I got to tell you, I'm more excited for you than you are yourself.
Yeah, well, it's
you know how he loves.
They've hipped up.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. We're back. Thanks for being with us today. As we wrap up another one, Bubsy should be back tomorrow. All right, so Speedy, hand me that text thing because I see some text questions we'll answer. Greg, so just quickly though, because you ran out of time, are you entertained by 2 Ton Sisters right now? Do you like what you're seeing?
1,000 Pound Sisters.
That what is it? Not?
Rick, it was 2 Ton Teen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was a whole different.
Yeah, I don't know these shows like you.
And now I think they got one called 1,000 Pound Best Friends. There's about 4 of them. But no, I'm not watching that. I'm just watching the 1,000 Pound.
1,000 Pound Best Friends.
Yeah.
Can I tell you, it's you in shows like this that have got people's sensitivities down to the point that I have to watch that commercial I keep seeing.
Yeah,
Everybody thinks we want to see that now.
Now, listen, when it shows back to the size they were at when this show started, they've lost a lot of weight.
Is it still entertaining?
Yeah, because the way they interact with each other. There's one sister that wants to whoop everybody.
Right,
She's
but
constantly
would
saying,
there-
oh, really? Yeah, she's
Well,
gonna whoop.
I'm gonna ask
And
you-
she's not one of the original 2. So they've brought their other siblings in with them now.
Okay. But I'm going to ask you the question that I'm going to keep going back
Funny.
to.
God, it's funny.
Would their personalities be enough if they weren't fat?
No, they have to be.
I knew
they're
it.
going through it. Yeah, right. Rick, it's called 2 Ton Sisters for a reason.
I know.
You know. I mean,
1 ton. Yep. Stop making them a ton.
Oh, it was 2 Ton Teen. It's 1,000 Pound Sisters. That's hard to keep
I found
up with.
I found 1,000 pound best friends, and boy, they're large. My
Really?
goodness.
Look,
This season on 1,000
Y'all
pound
quit
best
showing
friends.
See,
Y'all quit showing that.
I don't get
Gracious.
this. I don't.
Oh,
think-
my gracious.
I don't.
So much
I don't
skin.
get it. I don't know why these shows work.
It ain't gonna be as good as the
So you
Sisters.
lean into that?
I ain't watched that one. The Sisters are.
We don't need an underwater
But
view.
you will.
We
Nah,
don't-
I'm not that interested in that one.
These
The way that
producers-
they interact is unreal.
All right, here's some
I mean,
questions.
They get more angry over
like I
the
say, the
years?
one sister, she's ready to fight at any moment.
And you love that.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Reminds you of yourself.
She'll say, "We're going to start throwing hands," and here she goes. She's threatening to whoop everybody's A. It's,
Oh my
it's
God,
pretty good.
Greg, you.
He's
Well,
already
you-
giggling.
well, back to this again. Remember, Greg does not like people to pretend to be things.
No.
He likes the genuine article.
Absolutely. I don't want somebody with a fat suit on pretending. I want if it's 2 ton.
These people are
2,000
not
pounds.
pretending.
What's this?
That's
Oh.
1,000 pounds best friends.
All right.
Well, they got a
Guys,
theme going.
Gracious.
We don't need.
I'm just
I-
sticking with the sisters.
We don't need all that.
What is it?
Ladies,
2 best friends or 4?
There's 4 of them.
and they're all they're a
I
total
guess
of
total.
1,000.
I don't get it.
I don't know, but they look like beanbags chairs.
Oh, yeah, now we're getting mean.
All right.
The show was almost over.
I forgot.
Show was almost over.
Tam-
All right,
Tammy's down to about 4 something.
Okay.
Oh,
Greg.
really?
Well,
Good for her.
well, up
She
next.
was like nearly 7.
Up next, she'll be at y'all's 5K next year.
She might.
Oh,
Greg,
yeah.
people in the text line, I'm going to answer a bunch of text questions. People want to know, is the expression 2WO blocked? 2O blocked or 2?
TWO, the number 2.
All right, so what,
2 different.
So it's 2 blocked, which comes from what?
It was when I worked for the power company, you had to sag wire.
Yeah.
If you didn't get enough
Now
slack
open that
out,
mouth. You
and
have
when
what?
your chain jacks that you're jacking the wire up and all
okay.
this.
Mhm.
If you run out of chain, but you ain't got it where it needs to be, you got to go get another set of blocks. So you're 2 blocked. It means you can't go. Is when you say somebody's 2 blocked, you know, when you're hung in a stair and you
Yeah.
don't know what to do.
Yeah, right.
That's where it came from.
Like people for Sweet 200.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, a lot of them are
happens
2 blocked down there,
Looking
just
at the
looking up
screen.
in there.
Yeah.
Do y'all agree with this? People say, Rick, you may be scaring people because you enter a room like the Kool-Aid man.
Yeah,
You
that's
do.
it.
Do
You
I
don't-
enter the room like a Kool-Aid man?
You're
Yes.
very loud.
Oh, yeah!
You're a very loud person.
That's it.
Yes.
Very loud.
Okay. Rick, are you still doing the siren sound that scares people? Absolutely. Especially the guy we work for that can't see well.
Yeah, you
All right,
get Mike
He's in
all
there
the time.
listening. He's listening right
Get him
now.
every time, by the way. Every time. All right. Somebody had another question.
His
they were
name's
asking too.
Mike.
Rick, which How to Be a Man book should I start first? That would be the black one, The Pursuit of Christ-Centered Masculinity. Okay. That's the one you should start with in the 3-book series. So start with the black one. And it's
I
the
don't know
pursuit.
what that's about.
And then the other one was, let's see, Scare Gary. That's hard to do.
Yeah, he's a professional.
Someone was asking. You remember earlier I mentioned about the thing that Dawson was doing today, and somebody was asking, could you tell us where that was again? Oh my. So I didn't see that first time through. But anyway, I know what you meant. So there is Scott Dawson. We mentioned earlier in the program. The Nahshon brothers are here from Israel, and the shop in Israel with the hand carved olive wood products, and they really are good. And they've got some nativity scenes and everything. That's going to be today 10 to 4 if you're in the Birmingham area. Texter, it'll be 210 Wildwood Parkway. 210 Wildwood Parkway there at the Strength to Stand Institute, and of course the offices for SDEA. So there's that question. So yeah, I like having this. The option of questions coming in that we can answer and keep up with it. And but I don't. I guess what I was wondering about, and that was you saw it too. What I was wondering about, and some of you honestly, and I love y'all with all my heart. I truly do. Big Vox is not that complicated. Some of you, I wonder if y'all have some sort of mental block.
Some claim you're saying
I was
Big
worried
Vox.
about this.
I was too, but we have said this so many times. And matter of fact, this is the handle that I use on social media too. And Vox, like Victor, which I've said every single time lately because some of you have asked me about it, that is the Latin word for voice. And when we started doing social media, we could not. Rick Burgess was already taken. And so this was something that we used to do, kidding around about the band days, about me having a loud voice and lead Vox, which used to be something you saw on the 70s albums.
That's why you scare people.
Yeah, and right, you're right. That's the Kool-Aid. And so it is a V as in Victor, okay? And that is it doesn't seem like it's that difficult. And, of course, it's something we use a lot on the show. And, of course, you'll see images, too, that'll help with that going forward and all that. But it's we for some reason the code Rick, you can't use it now.
You don't have enough letters.
It doesn't have enough letters. So and there's a lot of other Ricks out there. So we had to come up with something that wasn't already in use going forward with the new show in 2025. And so we're already starting that because the sponsors that are going to be with us going forward, wanted that to go ahead and get started. So that's what that is all about. But it's not. And you also can see it. When we say go to the sponsors button. And you can see it on my social media and all that. And in the future, you'll see it also here in the room. So hopefully that'll help. But it is a V as in Victor. So there you go. And then, but back to what you were talking about a minute ago. Yeah, people are too blocked on Big Vox. You're correct. And I think some of you are messing with me on it, which I'll give you props for that. That's because it's starting to annoy me a little bit.
Yeah.
And I notice the audience, if they think they've got something that annoys me, they'll just wear it out. Which you know what? I love that because I pick on Greg and I do the same thing to him.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, and
always have.
Yeah, so it is the Latin word for voice. Voice, not boys, not box, voice. But in today's society, I know that you really should not assume everything. You got to walk everything really out.
Oh yeah.
You got to take everybody.
Let me see that mouse.
Everybody by the hand. And
because you're not doing what you do.
Well, yeah, I do. I'm having fun with it. I'm playing with this thing right here. Yeah, but
they're still going with.
By the way, I love all this. That's good. And you know what?
You
honestly,
clearly say big box.
No, but here's what I love. Here's where it.
Nope, you say it.
Here's where it ends with me. I don't give a rip if y'all get a discount or not. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. How about this? Keep on playing your games. Keep putting in the wrong promo code. Don't get any savings. I don't care. It ain't going to affect me. It won't affect me a bit. Type in whatever you want.
What's the guy that did what was it? He said, you can come here. I don't care if you don't. What's his name?
From Coleman.
Yeah. Liquidators. Coleman.
Hey, use big. I'll be like him. Use Big Box if you want to. If you don't, I don't care. Hey, thanks for being with us. And Bubba will be back on the next show. If you got more today, stick around. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.